We should hear it on the big screen.
I'll just wiggle it and see if it works.
Okay, what's our backup if they don't get audio?
They are getting audio. Leland said he had audio straight from our koi. Like a koi fish. Okay.
Because I could hear something, but I hear nothing.
Jurors are moving back to the jury room. Just don't discuss any case.
Just don't get the jury.
It's not in there. There's too many lines.
It must be the sound where you hear it out of it. Yeah, it's not. But it says it. That's just the stream. Yes, please. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can hear it. You hear it? Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can't hear it on YouTube. I can't hear it. It's got to be an OBS function. Good. Yeah, because I can't tell. Just before the start. That's this. To the property, the bank's audio property. It's working. No, why would you do that if it's already working?
We're not getting the house.
Yeah.
The mic's on the front. Oh, there's no mic on
There,
this.
all the mics are over there.
Okay. Yeah, this one has the mic.
Watch a video real quick. That way maybe over break we can change it. On why we can't hear.
That was the video. It tells just a clip on that.
Or you watched that video on Friday, let's watch another one.
Is this the same headphones we had that day?
Yeah. Same headphones. I mean, we're bottom of the ninth right now. We can't go making huge changes. So watch a video, then a break. Maybe we can get it. You know what I mean? Oh no, I recorded that car. Just Law&Crime must not be at the control desk yet. Because I'm hearing nothing. Okay.
Did it just ring in your ear?
It happened.
Not talking for
That was me.
Well, don't turn it down.
it
Turn it
was
up.
already down. I turned it up.
Oh, I'll turn it up. Yeah.
But I'm not doing
Because that might be our stream, so. Can you hear the stream? Okay, I'm turn it off. Yeah, just leave it on. Yeah, yeah. Just don't say nothing. Probably, I mean, just, you know, we don't have to. And yes, we have audio. Okay, good.
Yes, Your Honor, one matter.
Let the record reflect the defendant's present. Go ahead.
Your Honor, the state just wanted to raise this before opening. There's been some dialogue, and I just want to make sure that the defense is clear. The state does not intend to introduce the statement of the defendant during our case. I want to make sure that before Mr. Lansky gives his opening, he's aware of that, and he understands that, of course, the defendant cannot introduce their own statement because that would be hearsay. So I just want to make sure that was clear on the record prior to opening.
I know the law.
I'm sorry.
And I understand what the law is.
All right. Everything's okay with you?
Blood pressure's down again.
All right.
180 over 120 yesterday when I got home, though.
Everybody's ready to work late tonight?
As late as you want, Judge.
Yes, Judge.
Got a snack bag.
Snacks for you.
I got a snack bag and I brought my meds.
All right. How about the information?
Judge, we checked that last night, Your Honor, and I believe there were two filed. One was not notarized, and the second one was signed by me and notarized. We sent that to your JA.
Okay. We have.
And I copied it.
All right. Madam Clerk has it. I just wanted to, I know that you can file in the system.
Thank you.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yes, thank you.
Judge, I don't know if the state's willing, but can we get a little rundown of what order you intend to call the witnesses on? If it's not a secret.
Sure, I told you a little bit yesterday.
Cancio, you told me.
Cancio, and then Ray Roberts, Matthew Lee, and Dana Titus. Then Lin Halfon. That's for today.
So no more, so no cosmetic anything.
That's it.
Thanks for today.
Yes, Your Honor. We expect
Halthon will take
Ms.
more
Halthon.
than half the day, Judge, easily.
and we have more witnesses available, Judge, in case that's going faster, just so you know. So,
I get it.
all right.
No, the one will take most of the day. The others probably are pretty short. What? That's right.
How many flips do you guys have?
Two, Your Honor. Two or three that we expect to testify.
Two what?
Cooperating.
Said flips. That's right.
Lester just arrived.
1, 2, 3, and
Yeah, you can bring them in. One. Other than swearing the jury, reading 2.1 and 2.1A, anything else before opening?
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're right in there.
entering.
All right, everybody have a seat. Jury's present, parties present, defendants present. Just gonna ask you guys to, you now have to be sworn in as the actual jury, so I'm just gonna, last time, you just raise your right hands, listen to Madam Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues between the state of Florida and the defendant and render a true verdict according to the law and the evidence?
All right, very good. Good morning, everybody. All right, just have a preliminary jury instruction that just kind of outlines, you know, how a trial's conducted. I'm sure most of you have an idea, but I'll read that and then it'll cover everything, okay, which you guys all have your pens and notebook or notepads. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of State of Florida versus Jaycee Wasso. This is a criminal case. Jaycee Wasso is charged with organized fraud over $50,000, grand theft from a person 65 years of age or older, $50,000 or more, grand theft from a person 65 years of age or older, $750 or more but less than $5,000, grand theft from a person 65 years of age or older, $20,000 or more but less than $100,000, grand theft from a person 65 years of age or older, $20,000 or more but less than $100,000, grand theft from a person 65 years of age or older, $750 or more but less than $5,000, grand theft from a person 65 years of age or older, $10,000 or more but less than $50,000, grand theft from a person 65 years of age or older, $50,000 or more, grand theft from a person 65 years of age or older, $5,000 or more but less than $10,000, grand theft from a person 65 years of age or older, $10,000 or more but less than $50,000, grand theft from a person 65 years of age or older, $100,000 or more, conspiracy to commit grand theft from a person 65 years of age or older, $100,000 or more, and structuring transaction to evade reporting requirements, $20,000 or more but less than $100,000. The definition of those crimes will be explained to you later. The state's charging document, which is called an information, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is the judge's responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusation beyond a reasonable doubt against Jaycee Wasso in accordance with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will instruct you on the law applicable to the case. After the final instructions are given, any alternate jurors will be released and you will then retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law by the judge. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence in the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, notify court personnel of the violation. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, tell him or her that you are on the jury trying the case, and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to the court deputy, who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you are in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you if necessary. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, the trial judge has no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the party from having that opportunity our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his or her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of the case. And finally, on the note-taking, if you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. You will be provided with a notepad and pen for use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the bailiffs will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. You can just leave them on your seat when you take breaks, okay, until you begin your deliberations. After you have completed your deliberations, the bailiff will deliver your notes to me. They will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you do take notes, don't get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Your pen's not working, just let us know, okay? All right, anything else, counsel, before opening statement?
Nothing defense.
All right, state when you're ready.
May it please the court, counsel, good morning. Lynn, the spirits want me to tell you what's going on. Your mother is going to die. You're going to lose everything. You are going to be sent away. You are going into darkness. Darkness is going to possess you. The darkness will take away your whole family. You need to know this so that you, Lynn, understand why we need this and why I'm putting you to do this. I don't mean to put pressure on you, but I am very scared now. You understand that I don't want to use him. I know he's helping you. I appreciate everything he does for you. But I am scared. The darkness is taking over him into making us not finish the work. I brought him to you for a reason, to help us. I don't want the darkness and the devil to win. And I feel like the devil is convincing him to not give us the money. Those were the words of the defendant, Jaycee Wasso, on December 12th of 2018. Those were the words that she shared with a young Israeli named Lin Halfon. That was nearly a year prior to the completion of this con, a heist of over $1 million from Richard Rappaport, a gentleman in his 70s who resides here in Tampa. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence in this case will be very detailed. The evidence in this case will show, and it's important to know, how did this relationship with Lin Halfon and Jaycee Wasso, the defendant, start? Because it started well before Lin Halfon, that young Israeli who worked in the mall kiosk, met the elderly gentleman, Richard Rappaport, who lives here in Tampa. Back in late 2017, Lin Halfon, here working in a mall kiosk, she was actually working at that time in Massachusetts. And she was working at a mall there, and she was having a bad day, she was having difficulty with life, and was crying in the mall. Well, it wasn't long after she completed crying that someone spotted her. You know who spotted her? The defendant, Jaycee Wasso. Jaycee approached Lin Halfon, knelt down next to her, said, Lynn. Oh, he said, ma'am, I want to help you. What's going on? I'm Jaycee. What's your name? They introduced each other, shared pleasantries, and Lin Halfon said, I'm just very upset. And Jaycee said, well, Lynn, I just wanted to come over to you because I could feel this darkness and this curse. I could feel this curse coming from you. And I wanted to express to you that I just have some concerns that there's this curse that's in your family that has gone through generations and generations of women in your family. And I want to see how I can help you. I can offer my services. So I'm a psychic. I'm a spiritual advisor. And Lynn, feeling desperate at the time, sure, why not? I'll give it a try. In exchange for $100, she had her first encounter with the defendant, Ms. Wasso. That $100 turned into $600 and eventually $4,000 in a very short period of time. The next step in Ms. Wasso's process of grooming Lin Halfon was to invite her over to her studio in Massachusetts. Invite her into one of the rooms in the home. That was kind of a studio/home. And perform a ceremony for Lynn and said, Lynn, bring an egg with you. When you bring that egg with you, we're going to perform this ceremony and try and release this darkness that I feel in you and your family. She directed Lynn how to place the egg, where to stand, what to do. As Miss Wasso circled with her mother, Lin Halfon, she said, now Lynn, smash the egg. And Lynn smashed the egg, and black goo came out of the egg. That's it, Lynn, that's it. That's the darkness that I've been talking about, she said. But now, Lynn, what we need to do is we need to bury that darkness. In order to do that, that'll be $4,000. I'll take it into the woods and I'll bury this, Lynn. And Lin Halfon, she agreed. A curse, darkness, generations of women in her family? Absolutely, she agreed. Now, having spent about $5,000 with Jaycee Wasso, $5,000 that, frankly, she didn't have. She's young, was working in a mall kiosk, getting paid on commission. No family here. She borrowed from friends and family, and that were and co-workers. And she did that for months and months and months, because Jaycee Wasso kept her hooking her and kept pumping Lynn for more money and more money and more money. And Lynn agreed. Lynn went along with that because Lynn was a believer. She believed what Jaycee Wasso was telling her. And after basically extracting cash from nearly kind of everyone in her network, she continued to feel desperate. She continued to feel that life wasn't on the right track. Now, she eventually relocates to Tampa. She works kind of the same role at the International Mall here in Tampa, in a kiosk as well. And in the middle of 2018, she encounters Richard Rappaport. Now, Mr. Rappaport was in his 70s at the time. Now, who is Richard Rappaport? You heard a little bit about this during jury selection. He is the owner and now semi-retired operator of Panther Medical. Panther Medical is a medical device company. He started that back in 1990. And he was married 35 years ago, married 30 years ago, I think, and divorced shortly thereafter. He has 2 children, Dana and Brian, and they live both out of state. Brian lives up in New Jersey. Dana lives out in Lake Tahoe. And his wife, his ex-wife, they're friends, but don't have a lot of contact, and he's kind of solo. He's an elderly gentleman who is solo. He's an elderly gentleman who's solo, who has some money in the bank, in the realm of millions of dollars in the bank, right? So he lives a very modest life. What you're going to hear is that the thing that he enjoys most is staying fit, and I think you'll see that when he testifies. He likes to ride bikes, and the thing that he likes to do the most, frankly, is donate to charities. Jewish causes, typically, the Humane Society, both on the local level and also international. And he does that frequently. In each year, he donates maybe $15,000 to $20,000 per organization, probably 8 or 10 organizations. He's a pretty generous guy, but he had money. He had health, but the one thing he didn't have was really a love of his life, or a companion, or just really someone to kind of spend that special time and quality time with. And so, being someone who is very connected to Israel and very connected to his faith, when he was walking in the mall back in the middle of 2018, and he encountered Lin Halfon as she came up to him working the kiosk, he was just blown away. I mean, he thought he had met really the love of his life. I mean, he was just, jaw-dropping, hearts in the eyes kind of reaction to her. And so, and especially once he found out she was Israeli, I mean, he wanted to get to know her, he wanted to talk to her, and he was just excited to get to know more about her. Now, Lynn was equally interested in getting to know him. And they had a lot in common, having been from Israel for Lynn and having still family there, and Rappaport having been to Israel, having a lot of charitable causes in Israel that he cares about. And so they hit it off. And so they had a very good friendship. They spent a lot of time together. And there was one issue that Lynn had that that money couldn't fix. And that was the fact that she wanted to stay in this country. And she wasn't able to stay in this country unless, essentially, she got married. You're going to hear how Mr. Rappaport tried to help his friend and say, listen, let's investigate this. Let's go to lawyers. Let's figure out how you can stay in this country legally. And so the advice that he got was that the only way, kind of in a legal path, in terms of getting documents or going through some kind of sponsorship program, the only way to do that ultimately was the advice he was given is marriage. And so they mutually agreed, Lin Halfon and Rich Rappaport, to marry one another for the purpose of staying in this country. And that's what they did. Now, while that's going on, Jaycee Wasso is still in the picture, right? So early 2017, she met Lynn. Lynn didn't meet Richard until the middle of 2018. So they still have this relationship in the darkness. Richard Rappaport, he doesn't know anything about this relationship. And he didn't know anything about the relationship until Lin Halfon was arrested. Okay? So, Jaycee Wasso, operating behind the scenes. Lin Halfon meets Richard Rappaport. Now, at that time, when Lynn meets Richard, guess who's really excited about that? Well, I'll tell you. The defendant, Miss Wasso. Now, what I expect the evidence to show is that we're going to have a ton of text messages between Jaycee Wasso and Lin Halfon. I mean, binders, okay? And lots of phone calls, lots of communication. And here's a sampling of what was going on from the words of Jaycee Wasso leading up to and including Lin Halfon meeting Richard Rappaport. This is Miss Wasso. This is in May of 2018. You are very lucky that we can take care of this together. July of 18. Do not question, just listen to me. That way we get this done. July of 2018. It offends me that you want to go against all the work I've done. I know what I'm doing, Lynn. August of 18. Lynn, I need his first and last name and business name so I can block a person from getting between the two of you. Lin Halfon, Richard Rappaport, Panther Medical. August of 18. Lynn, give it your all. Act like he is your soulmate. September of 18. Lynn, as long as you listen to me, everything will be okay. We can't lose him. December of 18. Cry to him. Ask him, how does money mean more than my life to you? July of 18. Lynn, make sure you kiss him today. Be flirty. Look good. Tell him how much he means. Make him dinner. December of 18. Lynn, yes, kiss him. We need money from him soon. Kiss him on the lips, but not fast, longer. December of 18. Now this was an interesting one. December of 18. Now this was long after that relationship started in terms of Lynn and Jaycee. And Lin Halfon's having second thoughts about this. And I'll get to the counts and the information kind of that led up to this. But Lynn's having some second thoughts. And she's kind of pushing back on Jaycee. And this is Jaycee's comment to Lynn. Okay, Lynn, I'll stop working. Don't worry. Lynn's response, no, I don't want you to do that. Jaycee, and watch what happens when I stop. Lynn, the work comes first. Now, this case is certainly about greed, manipulation by Ms. Wasso, and deceit. And the evidence in the case will clearly show that over this lengthy span of time that ended in Tampa with $1 million check, but began in Massachusetts with the curse, had so much between those two dates. And that's what we're going to present to you, okay? Myself and Mr. Castillo will walk through all of those counts that the judge outlined, okay? And I want to walk through some of those with you, just so that you have an understanding. And the idea here is when we provide you with those text messages, look to how this relationship starts with Lin Halfon. Look to how it evolves. Look to how Lin Halfon is behaving halfway through this relationship and then at the end of the relationship. And the evidence in the case is going to show that Lynn started a believer, became just kind of beaten down and groomed, and just whatever you want, Jaycee, whatever you want. And what she did is Jaycee used the hand of Lin Halfon to extend that deep into the pockets of Richard Rappaport. On count 2 of the information, what you'll hear about is on December 20th of 2018, there was a meeting here in Tampa at the West Shore Mall at the parking lot of Macy's. Who was at that meeting? Lin Halfon and Jaycee Wasso. Ms. Wasso, through text and other communications, demanded $80,000 in cash. $80,000 in cash. And you know what? Ms. Halfon tapped into Richard Rappaport. Mr. Rappaport, having no idea what the money was for, or Ms. Halfon not being truthful through the words of Ms. Wasso and herself, delivered $80,000 of Mr. Rappaport's money to Ms. Wasso in the parking lot of Macy's at West Shore Mall. Now, that was in December of 2018, and that was just the start of this con and the heist of Richard Rappaport. That was just the start, because it didn't stop there. Nope. February of 19. This is an interesting one. The evidence is going to show that apparently the spirits and the work, well, they require a beautiful Tiffany bracelet, a heart tag toggle bracelet. $385 each, but the spirits needed 2 of those on February of 2019. And Ms. Halfon, working with Mr. Rappaport's credit card, his Capital One credit card, utilized that at the direction and the advice and the urging and the manipulation and the pressure of Ms. Wasso to purchase that and mail that directly to Ms. Wasso in Massachusetts. But it didn't stop there either. In July of 2019, Ms. Halfon was speaking to Ms. Wasso about the wedding and the marriage of Mr. Rappaport. And the evidence is going to show that Ms. Wasso saw an opportunity. That opportunity was to extract a wedding gift from Mr. Rappaport. Now, that wedding gift that she instructed Ms. Halfon to get was a $50,000 Rolex watch purchased from Mall of Millennia in Orlando on July 20th of 2019. And according to Ms. Wasso, that watch for the spirits and the work, because of the symbolism of the Rolex, and how the spirits needed a 40 millimeter Rolex watch. So Ms. Halthon, at the direction of Ms. Wasso, found the watch, the exact watch that she wanted, shared photos of the watch via text with Ms. Wasso, and went with Mr. Rappaport to Orlando to purchase the watch. And that was the last time Mr. Rappaport ever saw that watch. Because the evidence is going to show that Ms. Halthon immediately, at the direction of Ms. Wasso, went to the UPS store and shipped it overnight for $1,071 to Ms. Wasso in Massachusetts. And Ms. Wasso confirmed receipt. Now, after the $50,000 Rolex, you would think this comes to a conclusion, but it doesn't. It doesn't. August of 2019, there's again a demand for cash for the work. For the work. And you're going to see these messages, okay? Because of the spirits, because of the curse. And Ms. Wasso demands $15,000 cash. And Mr. Rappaport gets the information, which is not true from Ms. Halthon, about what the money is for. And Ms. Halthon delivers that cash to Ms. Wasso, the defendant, in Orlando. $15,000 in cash. After that cash is delivered, there's a purchase shortly thereafter at the Chanel store at the Mall of Millennia in Orlando by Ms. Wasso. And she gets a very nice purse. She purchases a $4,000 purse at the mall. And she FaceTimes, Ms. Wasso FaceTimes with Lynn and says, Lynn, I want to get a Chanel purse for the work. And I want one that you like, Lynn. So let me show you some of the bags. So she does that on FaceTime with Lin Halfon. So Ms. Wasso is FaceTiming Ms. Halthon, and they go through, and Ms. Halthon selects a bag. But she doesn't get the bag. Ms. Wasso purchases the bag. She spends $4,260 with tax. She pays them in cash, gives them $4,300, gets $40 back, and then Ms. Wasso explains to Lynn that $15,000, well, that was for the work. I'm going to need you to reimburse me for the Chanel bag now. So send me another $5,000. Ms. Halfon does. She does. Now we move from Chanel, and we go higher end maybe. Cartier rings in August of 2019. Ms. Wasso in this incident is explaining to Ms. Halthon how you need to get this particular Cartier love ring and get it in a size that doesn't fit your pinky. Get it really, really small. And get 2 of them. And I need them for the work because of the symbolism between you and Richard. And this is going to help me do the work to keep these spirits at bay and to keep your relationship strong. And Ms. Halthon, using her joint account with Mr. Rappaport, the Wells Fargo account, makes a purchase online for the Cartier rings. And those rings are shipped directly to Ms. Wasso in Massachusetts. Now, next month, in September of 19, there's another urgent request for the work, and this was an additional $15,000 cash. And that again was delivered to Ms. Wasso in September of 2019. In October of 19, having given her $80,000 cash, Tiffany bracelets, a Rolex watch, $20,000 in cash, of which included the $5,000 reimbursement for the Chanel purse, the Cartier rings, $15,000 in cash, there's another urgent request for the work, for the spirits, to keep the devil at bay. And this time, it's for an additional $80,000. And Miss Halthon, at this point, she's kind of beaten down. And you know what? The evidence is going to show that she didn't keep any of this money. She took it from Mr. Rappaport at the direction and at the urging and with the guidance of Miss Wasso. But she didn't keep a dime. And she could have. The evidence is going to show she absolutely could have just said, you know what? I'm done with you, Jaycee. I'm just going to put this one in my pocket. But she didn't. In fact, the evidence is going to show that she's pleading with Miss Wasso. Why? Why again? You know, Jaycee, I can't even have money to eat. You know, why do we have to keep kind of giving this to the spirits? You know, when is this going to end? And Miss Wasso, Lynn, we have to continue to do the work. And so another $80,000, in addition to the other $80,000, in October of 19, is delivered to Miss Wasso in Orlando by Miss Halthon. Then, later that month in October, there's another symbolic request for a piece of jewelry. This time, we stick with Cartier, but we go upmarket a little bit. A Cartier necklace. Now, this Cartier necklace had to be a specific necklace, according to Miss Wasso. Miss Halthon located this necklace down in Boca Raton. She purchased it using Mr. Rappaport's credit cards and then set it for a pickup at the Cartier mansion in Manhattan. That necklace was received by the defendant. Now, in November of 19, this is coming sort of when the con comes to an end, not because Miss Wasso stops, not because she says, Lynn, we have fed the spirits enough. It is done. No. But it's coming to an end. Bear with me here. So, the defendant says, Lynn, we need this number. It's very important that we have a specific number because what it represents and how this is going to really keep the spirits away from you permanently and keep these evil spirits from attacking you and your family and from harming your family and your loved ones that are in Israel. We need this number. And you know what this number is, Lynn? $1 million. We need $1 million. Because this is going to be what will feed the spirits, what will keep them at bay, what will keep this curse from impacting your life. And Lynn takes action. How is she going to get $1 million without Richard Rappaport knowing about it, or at least knowing the truth? Right? Well, Miss Wasso and Miss Halthon, they come up with a plan. $1 million. They exchange ideas, and the plan is hatched. Richard, let's buy a condo in St. Pete. Let's buy a really nice condo. Yes, Richard, I understand that you keep most of your money in cash, but it'd be good to diversify. Mr. Rappaport, at the time, he thought it was a pretty good idea. And so he went with Miss Halthon. He looked at a few condos in St. Pete. They identified one particular condo that was approximately $1.3 million. And the idea was planted in Mr. Rappaport's head is that, Richard, if you want to get a discount on this condo, this is how you do it. You got to pay him in cash. Mr. Rappaport said, well, no problem with that. I have cash. We can wire them money. No, cash. Like paper. Like cash, money, bills, cash. Now, Mr. Rappaport he was pretty free with his money, but cash, condo, like paper, wheelbarrow, like, briefcase cash, something didn't sit right with him. And Miss Halthon and Miss Wasso spoke about that. And when Richard was starting to push back, and well, let's just do a wire. We don't need to do paper currency. While they're pushing back, the plan is hatched between Miss Halthon and Miss Wasso of, well, let's get a realtor involved. Let's have the realtor explain why you need the paper currency. And so Miss Halthon, at the suggestion of Miss Wasso, they perform a three-way call. Miss Halthon calls Richard, conferences in Miss Wasso. Now, the realtor they met when they went to St. Pete was a man. That's not the person that Miss Halthon got on the phone. Miss Halthon called Mr. Rappaport, conferenced in Miss Wasso, and Miss Wasso puts a male voice, a male, as she characterized it, church member on the phone. So she puts a male church member on the phone and says, yes, Richard, explains to him how we need cash, how you get the discount. And Mr. Rappaport, that's all it took for him. He's convinced. He says, fine, okay, this seems odd, but this is what he's saying, and so be it. And so Mr. Rappaport then attempts to deliver on that promise of buying the condo. And so Miss Halthon, working in the background with Miss Wasso, with no knowledge from Mr. Rappaport at this time, goes to bank after bank after bank and says, can I get cash? And so, the financial institutions, they're not loving this idea, okay? So they all have concerns. Chase, TD, everyone is saying, whoa, 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 what's this money for? Like, it's going to take some time to get cash in the branch. There's security issues. There's safety issues. There's issues for yourself, issues for our employees. And so the banks are not receiving this very well. And Miss Halthon is telling Miss Wasso, I just don't think we're going to get this cash. Okay? And now remember, at this point, Miss Halthon and Miss Wasso, all their dealings are what? Cash and jewelry. Right? No checks. So Miss Wasso continues to press Miss Halthon, get the cash. Don't believe them. Go in there. Demand it. It's his money. They have to give it to you. And Miss Halthon continues to press and press and press and press the bank. And so finally, the money is eventually $1.1 million is transferred from Bank of Tampa from Mr. Rappaport's solely owned account to his jointly owned Wells Fargo account. When they go into Wells Fargo has a team of folks there meeting with Miss Halthon and Mr. Rappaport. And they're asking them, what's the money for? Where is it going? Why can't you just do a wire transfer? And they separate them, Miss Halthon and Mr. Rappaport. Now, Mr. Rappaport tells them, well, the money's for a condo, right? Miss Halthon, on the other hand, is saying the money's for a yacht, the money's for a surprise party, and their stories aren't really matching up, right? Because as far as Mr. Rappaport knows, the money's for a condo. Miss Halthon knows the money's for Jaycee Wasso, right? But she's not saying that. Let me tell you about my psychic. Let me tell you about spiritual advisor. She wants $1 million. No. She's just saying whatever. So the bank is just not having any of it. So Wells Fargo says, you know what? We don't want any part of this. We're shutting down your account. We're cutting you a check. And they go to cut the bank check, the cashier's check. And the maximum they can cut a check for is $1 million. So they cut a check for $1 million, and the remaining balance is $61,000. And they cut a second check for $61,000. The check is made out. It says, pay to the order of Lynn, Helena Halthon, and Richard M. Rappaport. And that was on November 6th of 2019. Now, at this time, Lin Halfon has a check. But she can't cash the check, right? She's tried. So she's tried every financial institution around town, every big bank around town. So she communicates this frustration to Jaycee Wasso, and Jaycee Wasso continues to put pressure on her and to tell her, you need to get this cash, you need to get this cash, and you need to get this cash. And the evidence will show that Ms. Halthon goes to Amscot on Armenia here in Tampa, and she walks in with $1 million check. And she approaches a woman by the name of Eileen Vasquez, who I expect you'll hear from. Okay? She asks to cash the check. And Ms. Vasquez goes through her process and her procedure at Amscot to attempt to cash this check. And after some time in the morning of November 7th, 2019, they decline to cash the check. They say, you know what? The stories that you're telling us at the window vary. Ms. Halthon was kind of all over the place on what she was saying it was for. And they just had some concerns about cashing the check based upon what she was saying. The very important piece of this date and this Amscot visit by Ms. Halthon. Now, Ms. Wasso's not with her, right, in person. But I expect the evidence will show, and you'll hear from an analyst with FDLE who reviewed the phone records, the phone tolls, and the text messages. The evidence will show that while Ms. Halthon is at that branch, that Amscot, guess who she's talking to? She's talking to the defendant, Ms. Wasso, frequently. And after that failed attempt to cash the check in the morning at Amscot, while she's speaking to Jaycee Wasso throughout her visit to Amscot, she leaves and she calls Jaycee. Now, another key piece of evidence that morning, before I get to the afternoon, is that prior to Ms. Halthon's arrival, she has a conversation with Jaycee. And she doesn't pick that Amscot out of thin air. She doesn't pick that Amscot because she had done business there before. She doesn't pick that Amscot because she knows the person that works there. She picks that Amscot because Ms. Wasso sends her a screenshot or a photo of the Amscot location, that particular location, texts her that image, what it has, Google Maps says Amscot, Armenia Ave, with a phone number, and tells her, Lynn, I had one of the church members call Amscot. They told the Amscot people that my wife was going to be coming in with $1 million check, so they should be expecting you. Now, that church member, that's not Richard Rappaport, okay? That's a male church member, very similar to the male church member that called about the condo, who posed as a realtor. And so Ms. Vasquez, the employee at Amscot, she's going to say she received a call. It was a male voice, sounded like a younger male voice, and they said, can you cash $1 million check? My wife's going to be coming in. And Ms. Vasquez said, well, I have to see the check, and I have to go through kind of my procedures. I said, you can bring it in, and we can see what we can do. And that is the reason why Ms. Halthon went to that Amscot. It's because Ms. Wasso and the church member did some due diligence on that location. And so when Ms. Wasso leaves empty-handed with $1 million check that morning, her and Ms. Wasso come up with an alternative plan. Okay, can't cash $1 million. Let's go to the bank. Let me convert this $1 million check at Wells Fargo and make it into 3 different checks, because maybe it's just the dollar amount. So Ms. Halthon converts that $1 million check into 3 checks for $333,000 each. And she goes back to the same Amscot that afternoon. And while she's at that Amscot that afternoon, she's talking to Jaycee Wasso again throughout the afternoon. Now, the result is the same. They're not going to cash the check. Even more so now because Ms. Vasquez is saying, you know what? There's red flags all over the place here. I am not cashing this check. No way, no how. She's going to say the check was good. It was a cashier's check. Good as gold. The funds are guaranteed. But we're not getting involved in this situation because something doesn't feel right or seem right. Now, those checks, those 3 checks now, that Ms. Halthon's unsuccessful in cashing. Now, she's always been successful with delivering funds and jewelry to Ms. Wasso. Their whole relationship. She's always done it, Ms. Halthon. So Ms. Wasso, on November 7th of 2019, says, well, Lynn, why don't you bring the checks to me? I'm in Orlando. I came here because I thought you were going to deliver on your promise of that $1 million. I flew down from up in New York, from New Jersey. I thought you were going to deliver, Lynn. So you can't cash them. You tried multiple times. Let me see what I can do with them. So Ms. Halthon drives over to Orlando, and she'll tell you, Ms. Halthon, that she met with Ms. Wasso and delivered those 3 checks for $333,000. Now, those checks are eventually cashed. And that story takes us beyond our state. That story then takes us from Tampa to Orlando to New Jersey. And the evidence will show that and I expect you'll hear from a witness who has pled guilty for his role in cashing those checks by the name of John Grancer. And Mr. Grancer resides in New York, New Jersey area. And Mr. Grancer, in late to mid-November of 2019, gets a call from a guy by the name of John Marino. John Marino is the father of a gentleman by the name of Joey Evans. And Joey Evans, you're going to hear, is a person that Ms. Wasso was with on November 6th of 2019 in Orlando. And you're going to hear that that's a stipulation between the parties. You're going to hear that it is an agreement. It is a fact in this case that Ms. Wasso was with Joey Evans on November 6, 2019. November 6, 2019 was the day that Ms. Halfon got that $1 million check. Now, Mr. Grancer is going to testify pursuant to a plea agreement with the state, and he promised to tell the truth, and he is a convicted felon now because of his conviction in this case. And his promise to you and to us, to the court, was that he would provide truthful testimony in this case. And what he will tell you is that Marino and Evans, the guy that Ms. Wasso was with on November 6, 2019, they enlisted his help. They enlisted his help because he was the go-to guy in the Roma community in New Jersey to get a job done like this. Big checks. Checks that nobody asks questions about. A guy that you go to when things aren't exactly on the up and up. And Mr. Grancer has a key role here because those checks can't be cashed. They tried really, really hard in Florida. Really hard. And so those checks moved from Florida to New Jersey, and they found a willing taker. They found a willing person to cash those checks. And that person was connected to Mr. Grancer. His name is Joseph Lopresti. Joseph Lopresti owned a check cashing store in Carteret, New Jersey, in northern New Jersey. And he had a long relationship with John Grancer. They had done plenty of business before. And Mr. Grancer will tell you that over the years, he's cashed numerous of checks with Mr. Lopresti that weren't exactly on the up and up. Okay? Now, Lopresti gets these checks, and he sees them, and Grancer's going to tell you that in Lopresti's eyes, they're good as cash, cashier's checks. he met with Marino and Evans, that he was given check number 1 for $333,000. Promised maybe there'll be more in the future. And he was given, on the first meeting, and this is very important, listen to this evidence, that he was given something that you need in order to cash those checks when they're not in your name, right? It was the name of Lin Halfon or Richard Rappaport. So what would you need to cash a check in the name of Richard Rappaport and Lin Halfon? Well, you need their identification. And who had their identification? Who was sent their identification prior to the check cashing? The defendant. The defendant requested Lin Halfon, send me a copy of your passport, Lynn, and send me a photo of Richard's ID. And Lynn sent that to Jaycee Wasso. And those exact photos, you'll see, are contained in the records from Check Pros, that check casher in New Jersey, those exact photos of the ID for Lin Halfon and Richard Rappaport. And Grancer will say he gave that information, he gave check number 1 to Lopresti. Lopresti processes the check. 5 days later, he picks up cash, $333,000 in cash. Grancer takes that cash, delivers it to John Marino and Joey Evans. Joey Evans, the guy that was with Miss Wasso on November 6th of 2019. Grancer says he takes check 2, gives it to Lopresti. Check's cashed. He gets money 5 days later. Takes the cash, delivers it to John Marino and Joey Evans, the guy that was with Miss Wasso on November 6th of 2019. Check number 3 is given to Grancer. He takes it to Lopresti. Lopresti processes it 5 days later, gives it to Grancer. Grancer delivers it to John Marino and Joey Evans, the guy that was with Miss Wasso on November 6th of 2019. Now, what you will hear in terms of how did Richard Rappaport go from not knowing anything and not sharing anything with his family members to being here today? And the evidence is going to show, I expect through testimony, is that when this goes sideways at AMSCOT, there's communication that is made by AMSCOT to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. And that's when this case really starts, okay? Agent Cancio, I expect, will testify that his supervisor got a call and said, listen, someone attempted to cash $1 million check. Take a look at this. And they do. Their first stop is Mr. Rappaport's house on Bayshore Boulevard in a condo, Monte Carlo Towers. And they engage Mr. Rappaport in a conversation, and he explains to them the whole condo thing. And the other person they engaged at that time who was in town is very important, Dana Titus. That was Mr. Rappaport's daughter. And Miss Titus, well, she didn't know anything about this marriage, okay? She didn't know anything about $1 million. She didn't know anything about money leaving his accounts. So needless to say, I expect you're going to hear from her, and she wasn't too happy about the situation, okay? And Mr. Rappaport tells law enforcement, no, this is all on the up and up. It's for a condo, and I'm going to get the check back. She's my wife. Just let it be. And they do. And Miss Titus, she doesn't feel the same way. Her testimony, I expect, is going to be is take action, investigate this, talk to Lin Halfon, find out what's going on. Mr. Rappaport, putting on the brakes the whole time. Well, I want to give Lynn a chance. She's going to return the check. And so there's a delay before action by law enforcement because Mr. Rappaport wants to give Lynn an opportunity. Because Lynn, who's communicating with Wasso behind the scenes, is trying to delay. Tell him you'll give him back. Tell him you've sent it to Israel. Tell him this. Tell him that. And Mr. Rappaport agrees and gives her the benefit of the doubt. Now, the other piece of this that you'll hear is that Ms. Halthon, she also pled guilty in this case. She's a convicted felon. She took responsibility for what she did in this case. Okay? That's not what this trial is about. She agreed to testify truthfully. She served time in jail. She paid some restitution through her parents. And she was deported back to Israel. And the only reason why you'll hear from her today in court is because she was allowed and permitted, at our request, to re-enter the country for the sole purpose of this testimony. But she's no longer welcome in this country. The other big piece of evidence that I expect you to hear towards the end of the case, and I know there's going to be a ton of information coming at you, and there already has been, and a ton of text messages, which you'll hear through Ms. Halthon when Mr. Cancio asks her questions. But two people, both work at FDLE. One is Kristen Basilla. Kristen's an analyst there. And what she did is she took the phone tolls, the phone records. She took the text messages and the information contained on Ms. Halthon's devices that were seized by law enforcement upon her arrest. And she attempted to put that into a document integrating all the information. So you could see timelines, you could see certain events that took place, maybe where she navigated to on certain dates. So that's going to be towards the end of the case when hopefully we'll be able to share with you an exhibit that shows you kind of a timeline of events for each one of these incidents. The other matter is that they'll also tell you, her through her testimony as well as a forensic analyst at FDLE, that the messages were some of the messages were deleted, text messages. Ms. Halthon's going to say that when this was all going down, when law enforcement made contact with her in November of 19, Wasso was freaking out and said, listen, Lynn, you need to delete these messages, delete our text messages, and Halthon did. She swiped and deleted the whole thread of text messages on her iPhone 11. Now, you're going to hear evidence. There was 3 devices recovered from Ms. Halthon. iPhone 7, which is a device that she used through April of 19. An iPhone 11, which was the device she was using at the time of the $1 million, and an iPad. The interesting part about this is you're going to get some messages, okay? You're going to get some messages that come after April of 19 because that iPhone 11 where she deleted the text messages, the whole thread with Ms. Wasso, it backed up some of the information to the iPad. So you're going to see some of those text messages that come from the iPad, okay? I also expect you're going to hear from Karen Allen. Ms. Allen is an analyst at FDLE, and her role is to analyze the bank records. And there's a ton of records here, okay? So she basically has taken 30 different accounts, 35 different accounts, and boiled it down into a PowerPoint presentation to say, hey, this is what I found related to each account. This is where the money came from. This is where the money went. These are documents that support perhaps some of the testimony as well. So you're going to see that as well in an exhibit that's kind of a summary format. So her role really is just to look at those bank records, which some of us know about, some of us don't, and boil it down based upon the facts of this case, okay? Now, ladies and gentlemen, I expect at the conclusion of the case, after you hear all the evidence, after you absorb those text messages and some of those exhibits, is that you're going to see this pattern of behavior of Ms. Wasso to extract cash, manipulate Ms. Halthon, apply pressure to her, pressure in which Ms. Halthon truly believed at the time. And the evidence is going to show that with the help of Lin Halfon, Ms. Wasso extracted nearly $1.4 million in cash and jewelry from Richard Rappaport, who at the time was over the age of 70. And the evidence is going to show that there's proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Wasso committed each and every crime that she's charged with, and we'll return at closing to ask you, based upon the evidence and the law that the judge reads you, to find the defendant guilty as charged to each count of the information. Thank you.
State, defense? Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, police court, police council. My name is Lynn. As I told you, I represent Jaycee Wasso. Yes, now the rest of the story. Case ended here. Remember, what Mr. Donville just told you is what he expects the evidence to show. Not what it necessarily will show. What's admissible evidence, what's not admissible evidence. There's a lot of things talked about. So I want you to remember everything that he told you. That he approved. According to him. Now, I'm going to start backwards here. First of all, Jaycee, who allegedly took advantage of this young woman, is actually younger than Lin Halfon. She's not. She's 25 at the time. She's a young person. Has never gone to school. Has never been educated. Was born into a family. And at a young age, was told she had a gift, like her mother, like her grandmother. She became a fortune teller herself. That's the life she was born into. That's the life she pursued. That's the life that she did. Now, let's start back real quick. I'm going to kind of start at the end because it's fresh in my memory. The state has about 2,000 pages of text messages. And they end on 5:22. One text message exists regarding $1 million that you just spent a long time talking to. Not one text message. Although 99% of their communication up to that point was by text. Oh, she deleted them all. And the FBLE and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement doesn't know how to get those deleted messages. Some were saved back to April on the iPad. Critically, jury selection knew how to get messages back. But the FBLE, nobody could recover these so-called messages that she said she deleted. And these were the only messages she deleted were about the $1 million. You will not see one message. I asked every single police officer involved in this case whether there was any messages involving the $1 million or anything about the $1 million, and they all said there was none. Let's just start there. A couple of the things that I'll point out real briefly. Mr. Donville said that Lin Halfon had nothing from Mr. Donville. Lin Halfon was using a medium when she lived in Israel. A medium is a psychic fortune teller in Israel. She used this. Her family believed it. These were her beliefs. This is something she used for her sadness. This is something that person told her that she was to come to the United States and she would be her soulmate. She was working in Massachusetts when she met Jaycee Wasso. They became friends here. They also became business. They had a business relationship of spiritual advisor and client. She didn't force her to come to her. She didn't force her to come to that first meeting. She came because this is something she strongly believed in. And she will tell you that she had so much sadness and so much darkness in her life. This isn't something that Jaycee convinced her of. This is something that she already knew. And yes, she did marry Richard. I'm going to jump around here because it's popping in my head what he said. She did marry Richard. What the state didn't tell you is that 2 days prior to marrying Richard, she divorced her first husband. She will admit she only married to stay in the country. So not once, but twice she married because of selfish reasons of a green card. She got nothing. Well, that's not true. She got an apartment paid for. Richard Rappaport bought her a car. Richard Rappaport paid all her bills. Richard Rappaport bought her jewelry. Jaycee Wasso didn't benefit from one of those things. But Lin Halfon, according to the state that he just told you, got nothing. No, she got all those things. The very first meeting at the kiosk, she sold this guy about $3,800 worth of items. Eye cream, stuff he didn't need. Because that's what she was. She was a conniver and manipulator herself. She's the con artist. Ms. Wasso did some things that you will think were morally and maybe ethically wrong, but criminal. She was dealing with someone who believed in what she did. Ms. Wasso believes in what she does, and she provides a service, and she got paid. Now, at some point you'll hear that Ms. Wasso was communicating said, you're going to be the guy between 65 and 75. And he's going to be your soulmate. He's going to be the one. She was telling her things, and they did come true. And that's why she believed to continue with this woman and that she was working. You will hear a question that I will ask Ms. Halthon again. What were you using Jaycee Wasso for? It was to keep the evil spirits away. Ms. Halthon, did the evil spirits ever come? No, they did not. So that business relationship was a business relationship. Whether we believe in fortune telling, whether we believe in psychic behavior, that's a business arrangement. Just like the used car salesman who takes advantage of the situation, or memorabilia that we talked about during the jury selection. But let's go back to the video. There's a lot of the text messages that you're going to see. You see a ton of them. Okay? You're going to see that Lin Halfon met this man on her own and was so excited she called Jaycee and was like, I met my soulmate. This is him. This is him. And Jaycee told her things to do. But let's go back to the players in this case. Jaycee from Massachusetts, born and raised. Like I said, never went to school, lives with her mother Mary, lived with her mother Mary and her father Stephen, and in a very close-knit community with a lot of people like Leslie Mitchell. She did at one point get involved. She had already known Lynn, and she had already started a friendship and business relationship with Lynn. Lynn never doubts that relationship or what they're doing together. However, Jaycee marries a gentleman by the name of Joey Evans. His father is John Marino, and whose mother is Fatima Petra. Those names you make, they all, Joey Evans and John Marino were charged for the same $1 million. That Joey Wasso, the owner of the check cashing place, and John Grancer, the guy who cashed the checks, they were all charged in the same $1 million as co-conspirators. But what you're going to hear from John Grancer is, I don't know who Jaycee Wasso is. I never met Jaycee Wasso. I never talked to Jaycee Wasso, and I sure as heck didn't give her any money. John Grancer knew John Marino, and by virtue of John Marino, the father-in-law of Jaycee Wasso, knew Joey Evans. Got all the information from them. They gave him everything. They told him to go to a fake notary. They had the notary do what she did, sign an acknowledgement affidavit. He went and cashed the checks. He says he met with Mr. Lopresti. Mr. Lopresti was also pled in this matter. Said he never met with him. He just moved the cash around. It was all these employees that cashed the checks. But Mr. Lopresti also took a deal and agreed to pay back an entire $1 million, of which he's already paid $750,000 back. So Mr. Rappaport is getting $1 million back from that gentleman, from Joseph Lopresti. Okay, the $1 million you will hear that the checks were made out to Lin Halfon or Richard Rappaport. There was no Andrew or which the banking industry will tell you, the banker that will testify that's been talked to already will testify that either party could have cashed the checks. They didn't need both signatures. When she went and got the $333,000, that she could have cashed those were made out to her. She didn't have the checks reissued to Jaycee Wasso. She didn't have the checks reissued to anybody else. She had the checks reissued to both of them. The reason she did this, I'm going to get to in a little bit, but there's no text messages because Lynn, at this point, Dana Titus was on her. Dana Titus is Richard's son. Found out about the marriage, found out what was going on, and wanted to stop it. Lynn got scared. She wanted to put some money away for safekeeping. So she gave Jaycee Wasso those checks to hold for her. They were unendorsed. Could have easily been endorsed. She could have signed her own name. Why wouldn't she sign her own name if she's giving it to Jaycee Wasso? They didn't need both signatures. The banker will tell you that. She didn't sign the back. The checks were given to her for safekeeping. Joey Evans got a hold of those checks. Jaycee Wasso did not give them to him. There's going to be no evidence presented at all to say that she did. There'll be no evidence presented at all to say that she got any of the money. And there will be evidence presented that Joey Evans and his father and his mother moved down to South Florida and started posting pictures of Ferraris, boats, Rolls Royces, and jewelry. And living the life in South Florida. The state and Florida Department of Law Enforcement was given this information. What did they do with it? Absolutely nothing. They never even talked to Joey Evans one time before his arrest. They never once talked to John Marino one What you will also hear from Jaycee's family, Jaycee was in a very abusive relationship with Joey Evans. She'd come home with bruises all the time, crying hysterically. And then Joey and his parents found out about Lynn, and they started to jump in on it. Tima Petra, the mother, was texting most of the time with those long texts. And she's a fortune teller psychic too. She was sending those texts from Jaycee's phone. She had access to Jaycee's phone. They had access to Jaycee's bank account. They had access to all of it. The ones who got the ultimate money were taking most of the money that was coming in. You're going to see transfers from Jaycee's bank to Joey Evans. Jaycee got pregnant during this. Joey Evans threatened to kill her and the baby, wished them dead. Never looked into it by the police. Police were made aware of this. Police never followed up on any of those leads. The police involved in this case were Special Agent Victoria Morris, who made the arrest and was involved in the plea deal for Lin Halfon. Lin Halfon pled guilty to 2 counts. Even though she was involved with everything in this case, supposedly, she pled to 2 counts. And out of the $1.3 million, she was only ordered to pay back $50,000. Hell, that doesn't even cover the apartment, the car, and the other things, let alone everything else. Lin Halfon, at the end of this case, it was a joint account. She married him. He believed it to be a real marriage. There was a prenup done. The prenup references the Rolex being Lynn's. The jewelry being Lynn's, that she gets the Rolex. Okay, so she gets the Rolex as part of the prenup when they got married. But the state's saying that my client stole the Rolex from Mr. Rappaport. Mr. Rappaport, he gave it to him. The rings, the necklace, the Tiffany bracelets were all made to size the Lin Halfon, not Jaycee Wasso. When you see Lin Halfon, you'll know that their wrists are nowhere near the same size. She asked for that stuff. It was always intended to be going back. It was to do whatever they could. I'm not going to say I believe in it. Whatever she does with those things to bless them, to keep the dark secrets away, whatever. She was performing those tests. Did she charge too much for those? That's for you guys to decide whether that's morally and ethically wrong, or does it fit the statute with the intent of what that was. So, Special Agent Morris retires right after that. Special Agent Ramon Cosme takes over the case. Special Agent Morris, when she issued the arrest affidavit, doesn't even read all the texts. She read some of them. I said, so there was a text in there basically saying, exonerating my client, you might not know about it. She turns over the case and does nothing else. They don't even really meet to discuss what's going on. They don't communicate with each other. I asked everybody involved, did you ever talk to Joey Evans? Did you ever interview any of these people? They beat around the bush. I didn't talk to him. Did anybody in your office talk to him? I don't know. Can't tell you what other people did. Well, Bill, you the lead agent. Yes, I'm the lead agent. Well, did you instruct anybody to talk to Joey Evans? It's an ongoing investigation. That's what we got. Over and over again. This case goes on the media. 3 days later, after the first time it hits the media, Joey Evans sells the Ferrari and gets $164,000 cash. Police could have gotten down there. Police could have found him very easily. Addresses were provided of the area they were in South Florida. Pictures were being posted. You could tell where the boat was. You could tell the area. They never bothered to look for him. They never bothered to talk to him. They focused in on fortune teller. She's our girl. That's the only one we're going after. Lynn will admit she's lied about everything in this case, except for when she gets arrested, gets an attorney, gives a proffer, cuts a deal. Now she's telling the truth. You will hear that she told the police all kinds of stories about the checks, that she lied to Richard every time she got money. And there's no proof that when she took $80,000 or $60,000 to Jaycee Wasso, that she would keep half of it. None of that money will show going into a bank. There are wires, there are Zells, there are Venmos. Those you will see. Those went into the bank. Cash, she could have kept half. There's no evidence. Beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. We believe Lynn profited from this. Jaycee performed a service and got paid for it. And submit to you that many of the long texts and more educated, Lynn, the one that Mr. Donville started this whole case out in the very beginning, those weren't sent. That's when the mother-in-law and the father involved in doing a lot of the communicating and upping the amounts. She feels she has no choice. She gets pregnant. There's threats to her bodily harm. You'll hear from her father, who will tell you how many times she came home with bruises. That after she found out that Joey cashed $1 million checks with his father and then took the money, and he starts buying things, that she leaves and she goes back home. She has the baby on her own, no support. She's penniless. She's borrowing money for diapers. And she didn't get any of this money, and most of the money that came in, she didn't get any much of that either once she met this Joey Evans and her nightmare began. Richard Rappaport is a great guy. You really love him. I like the guy. He's I know the company he owns. I know who he is. He's a great guy. He didn't deserve any of this. But the person that was involved that took his money was Lynn. What Lynn did with that money afterwards, that's on Lynn. And Lynn, if she was duped out of money, if you truly believe that, which I think after all the evidence you won't, Lynn's the victim here. Okay, my client, Richard Rappaport, will say he never met my client, he never spoke to my client, never talked to my client, and didn't know who he was. Lynn told so many different stories to the police, and it was only after. And Jaycee Wasso's name was never, ever mentioned in any of those conversations to anybody at any time until Lin Halfon was arrested and got counsel. Because as she's being arrested, she tells the police another lie about the checks. She says she was up in New York and she just cashed all the checks. Police knew that was a lie because the checks were already been cashed. Going back to those checks, which were unendorsed, the only time my client possessed those checks, they were unendorsed. Basically worth whatever that piece of paper costs. Not grand theft in millions of dollars. The state in one of the charging documents charges, in one of the counts, count 11, charges my client with one specific check for $1 million. Well, my client never even possessed that check. That check went to Amscot and back to the bank. So my client stole a check, allegedly the state alleges, that she never touched, possessed, or had in any way whatsoever by the state's own witnesses. So, then I'm jumping around and I apologize. I'm just remembering parts of his own states. Special Agent Morris, Special Agent Cosme, Special Agent Cancio, who's the reason this case started. We'll hear that when Lin Halfon was arrested, that Jaycee Wasso was not a suspect. All they knew was Lin Halfon and John Brancer. John Brancer will come and testify after he cut a deal and got a lower bond to get out of jail, which was agreed upon, and got to go home. He will tell you he never met Jaycee Wasso. So he never met Jaycee Wasso. The Presby never met Jaycee Wasso, the guy who owned the check pros, who's also glad to pay back, he's responsible for paying back $1 million, of which he's already paid $750,000. And Richard Rappaport never met Jaycee Wasso. This 25-year-old uneducated, basically person who grew up in her community was the mastermind behind all of this. So those are some of the players. Because remember, the players in this case, the people that were involved, had the opportunity to be called as witnesses or not be called as witnesses, and we all make those choices. The state and myself, I who were called or not to call. The very important, and what was left out, she married a guy when she first, a couple of years back, I think more 7. She's married him only to stay in the country. Well, I think it might be a wise choice that maybe the police reach out to this divorce Sammy to see if she took him for any money or did anything to him. No, the police said, we're not going to reach out to that guy. What would he know? Well, he was just married to the lady up until 2 days before they got a divorce in Sarasota, and then she marries Richard Rappaport the next day just to stay in the country. She knew what she was doing. And it wasn't just with Mr. Rappaport. So the text messages are very important because you will know. And what you will know is they came from Jaycee's phone. What you won't know is who was saying. But you will see some of the language of the text messages, how they talked at times, and then the big long ones about the darkness and that stuff. Compare those big long ones to some of the little ones Jaycee and Lynn were sending back and forth to each other. You'll see the difference in the language. You see the difference in the maturity of it. In my opinion, that's what you'll find in hopefully when you read everything. So, Lynn lies, takes money from Richard under false pretenses. She took the money. Let's get that straight. She took the money. young woman, and she's foreign, and she's from Israel, and you're not giving her the money for that reason. The banker will tell you, 3 people were in that room. They questioned Richard. Richard, do you want her to have the money? Yes. Richard, and they said that Richard Rappaport seemed alert, student, and perfectly together. And Richard Rappaport and the police had the opportunity to stop payment on those checks by alleging fraud for almost 12 days before the first one was ever cashed. They chose not to because he wanted her to have the money. Now, here's where it gets a little interesting. The state left this part out. Brian Rappaport is now running Hampton Medical. Brian Rappaport is living, is up in New Jersey running the company. Brian Rappaport is Rappaport's son. The state will tell you this is a coincidence. You don't have to use your own judgment. What you're going to hear is that Brian Rappaport knew, had been friends for over 12 years with the guy who owns the check cashing place, Jim LaCresky. I'll let you figure out what the odds of that being a coincidence would be. New Jersey, how many check cashing places? Massachusetts, all up in that area. How many check cashing places are there? But the victim's son, Brian Rappaport, had a relationship. Didn't disclose that relationship until he was asked about it. Mr. Rappaport had communications with Jim LaCresky by text messages back and forth before the checks were cashed. He told him how he could stop payment on those checks by alleging fraud. He doesn't even remember he told his dad to do that. Second, Jim LaCresky knows the name at this point. Jim LaCresky and Brian Rappaport, the victim's son, are communicating throughout this whole process before the checks are cashed. As the checks are being cashed, Mr. LaCresky texts him the ID that was used, which obviously Lynn would have had access to, he would have had access to. All the IDs that were used, he faxes and texts to them. He doesn't go to the cops. He says he's too embarrassed. He doesn't give the police any of this information. But these checks could have been stopped by the son, by the police, by Mr. Rappaport, but it was Mr. Rappaport who insisted, I want her to have the money, and give her a chance to return the checks. Okay. Brian Rappaport, Richard Rappaport's son, 12-year relationship with the guy who owns the check cashing place. Coincidence? But immediately, I'll mention prior to you mentioning it. Police had the names of Joey Evans, Fatima Petro, John Marino. They had these names early on in the investigation and doing nothing with it. But ultimately, after we provided the information, either through my client or my office, these 3 are ultimately arrested. The 2 of them were arrested, the mother, they never went after. $40 million. My claim claimed all along they took and kept the money. So the people that you may hear from, voluminous evidence that you're going to see. I think by the end of everything, you're going to see that there's a lot of reason to doubt and poke holes. You are going to see that Jaycee Wasso got money from Lin Halfon for the services she was providing. And whether that was too much or too little, that's a civil action, not a criminal act. The criminal act occurred when Lynn took the money from her husband, or before that, that's when the criminal act occurred. That's the person that took the money. She could have stopped him. She could have said, no, let's see if these evil spirits really come. Let's see if you're a fake. She didn't tell anybody about that until after she was arrested and after she had obtained an attorney. That's the first time she mentions Jaycee Wasso as being his bad guy. She was fine with everything that was going on. And she was benefiting from this relationship. She got to stay in the country until she got guilty. Now she's in the country. Other people stay in a beautiful country this way. So I'm going to ask you, also you'll hear that Lin Halfon in the beginning was getting money from friends for these services, and she didn't have enough money. Those people aren't charged with being used. Those people weren't looked into. All the people that she borrowed money for to pay Jaycee Wasso, supposedly, those people aren't here as victims. Just this Richard Rappaport is here. Jaycee did what she knew. She performed her services. She got paid. She wasn't in an abusive relationship. She was in a situation where she was taken advantage of and forced to do things maybe she wouldn't have done. $1 million you receive, it is 100% not in any of these text messages, and nobody could recover these messages that supposedly existed. Look at the timing of when Lynn comes supposedly clean. The state takes everything she says as gospel and charges my client and everybody else in this case. So I could go on, go through a lot of things, but look at the joint accounts, that thing that she had permission to use the credit cards from Richard Rappaport. She was a willing participant, and she benefited from this situation. My client is charged with threatening her and manipulating her. She never put a gun to her head. She never put a knife to her throat. She never said that if you don't do this, someone's going to come and kill you. Those weren't the kind of threats you heard. The threats are supposedly, if you don't pay me, the evil spirits are coming. Well, according to her own testimony, something she truly believed in, the evil spirits never came. That's what she paid for. I know that's hard for some of you who don't believe in that to accept. That's the truth. Lynn had an opportunity to tell the truth many times. Only told it after the arrest, after she got an attorney, and after it benefited her with what I would consider the sweetheart of the deal for her involvement. Let's just charge her for $50,000 to pay back out of $1.3 million allegedly stolen, so she can go after the fortune teller. We need her to get the fortune teller. That's what the police, I believe. I believe the police did not follow up on leads. I believe the police let evidence go. I believe the police could seize property that Joey Evans and John Marino obviously had and gotten Mr. Rappaport's money back very quickly. They wanted the fortune teller. The media's here. They wanted the fortune teller. Now, I'm going to ask you, when we go back to the jury, I don't have to prove anything. Mrs. Ron Mills, the district will have to prove everything in this case. They have to prove each and every element. So when they go through their elements, and you say, well, how is Richard Rappaport a victim here? It's Lin Halfon. Well, they didn't charge her. Lin Halfon they charged as a co-conspirator. Well, co-conspirators usually benefit. According to them, she got nothing. She got nothing. Obviously, we know that's different because she had a free apartment. She got a car. This is all going to be tested as uncontroverted. Reasonable doubt. I want you to read that definition. It can be derived from the lack of evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the evidence itself. I'm going to tell you, if you look at all three of those things and look at each individual element and determine each and every element of who the victim was and what was done with full knowledge other than what one person was telling them. Richard Rappaport wanted his wife to have this money. He didn't care what it was for. Whatever she spent it on, the theft had already occurred for Richard Rappaport. She spent it on whatever she spent it on after that. That's not what we're here about. Lin Halfon was a victim. Think he was a victim at all. Lin Halfon was a victim. My client took nothing directly from Richard Rappaport. Never spoke to him. Never talked to him. So you go through your reasonable doubt analysis. Favorite kind of cheese is Swiss. You're going to find holes in this case. It's like Swiss cheese. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's take a short recess before our first witness. All right.
All right, for the next all jurors are out, Judge.
All right. Take a couple minutes and we'll get started.
We can't hear it.
Hey, Judge, the JAC is giving us a hard time with the indigent for costs, so they're going to send you a new affidavit, a new thing to sign. I've never had a JAC case, so
I'll take care of it.
they're just saying because they paid you in the beginning some money, that you're not in paper costs. But it's hard when they're in jail for 2 years to pay any more money.
That's right.
They said they're not going to argue it, they just wanted you to know that that's basically that's what they're saying.
Okay, you can bring your witness in, Mr. John, we'll get him set up before.
Yeah. Thanks, Judge. Mr. Castillo made a run for it, or what?
He's chasing after number 7. Or number 7. He's not catching him.
He will not, I think he will.
No,
I wouldn't bet
I've seen him
against
try to run. Seen him try to play poker too.
Any questions about the binder?
Just when you introduce the binders, I need you to specify from what date to what date. That's the only thing that we agreed on.
That only thing is that the other two are one, like, because there's one is most, pretty much everything is 922, then there's one text.
Yeah, they're labeled, but I want the jury to know when they stop, which is 9/22/19.
There's one more text after, but
10/4/19. It's not much. That's what I'm gonna ask the judge. Stipulate based on that.
We'll say, these,
All right, everybody have a seat. Jury's present, parties are present, defendants present, state call your first witness.
sure, on state calls, Special Agent Willie Cancio.
All right, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, please state your name for the record and state your last name.
My name is Guillermo Cancio. Last name is spelled C-A-N-C-I-O.
Go ahead and state it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, I want to just get a little bit of background from you. How are you currently employed?
I'm a special agent with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
How long?
Approximately 5.5 years.
And in what capacity? In other words, what's your day-to-day like?
Right now, I'm assigned to what's called the Targeted Violence Prevention Squad. Prior to that, about a year ago, before that, I was assigned to the Florida Intelligence Unit, which is basically the TBRIC, the Tampa Bay Regional Intelligence Center.
Okay. I want to direct your attention back to November of 2019. Where were you assigned in November of 2019?
I was assigned to the Tampa Bay Regional Intelligence Center.
What is the Tampa Bay Regional Intelligence Center?
So The Florida Department of Law Enforcement, every state has what's called a fusion center. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement runs the Florida Fusion Center in Tallahassee. There are various nodes of that fusion center around the state, the regional nodes. The Tampa Bay Regional Intelligence Center, which we call the TBRIC, is one of those nodes. It encompasses 8 counties that cover the same region that the FDLE office covers for this area, which is 8 counties.
Okay. Now, on November 8th of 2019, did one of your supervisors receive information from AMSCOT?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What information was conveyed to law enforcement?
So the supervisor, his name was Rick Tavares. He received a call from Al Rivera, who is the regional coordinator for AMSCOT Security. At the time, they had reported to...
Objection, hearsay.
AMSCOT reported some information to law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the information that was conveyed, were you provided that information?
Yes, I was.
All right. What did you do in response to that information?
We received information that a transaction had occurred. I received information.
Same objection, Judge.
You're on effect on the listener.
We'll rule on that. It's not for you for the matter, so go ahead.
I received information from Karen Allen, who was the analyst in our TBRIC, that there was a suspicious transaction at AMSCOT that had occurred, at which time she provided the name of the person that conducted the suspicious transaction, and also of the person that she believed at the time may be a victim of that suspicious transaction.
What were the names that were provided?
The names that were provided were Lin Halfon. She's the person that went to the AMSCOT, and the person that Ms. Allen believed may be a victim was Richard Rappaport.
Now, once you receive this information, how do you initially process that, or what are your investigative steps at this point?
So Ms. Allen, who's a criminal intelligence analyst at the TBRIC for FDLE, did some initial background. She contacted the bank to make sure that the transactions were legitimate. Once she passed that information to myself and a detective from the Tampa Police Department that was also assigned to the TBRIC, went to the residence of Mr. Rappaport to question him to find out some of the veracity and the details of the transaction.
Where was that residence located?
It is on the Bayshore Boulevard in downtown Tampa at the Monte Carlo condominiums.
How did you initially attempt to make contact with Mr. Rappaport?
We just went directly to the condominium. When we arrived there, he wasn't there, so we talked to the concierge downstairs, who called him on his cell phone and spoke to him on the telephone, and he returned to the condominium.
Okay. When Mr. Rappaport arrived to his condo to meet with you, was he alone?
No, sir.
Who was he with?
He was with his daughter, Dana Titus.
And when you made contact with Mr. Rappaport and Ms. Titus, what was the purpose of this initial contact with him?
Again, we wanted to verify the veracity of the transaction that occurred at the AMSCOT. The information that we had received was that it was conducted by his wife, Lin Halfon.
Objection, hearsay, Judge.
The information we received that it was his, the transaction had occurred by his wife, Lin Halfon. While we waited for Mr. Rappaport to arrive, I questioned the concierge and the general manager of the condominium that stated that they didn't believe he was married and nobody else lived in that condominium.
Objection, hearsay.
Now, when you initially spoke with Mr. Rappaport, did you explain to him why you were there?
Yes, we did.
Was Ms. Titus present with him when you were having this conversation with Mr. Rappaport?
Yes, she was.
And did Mr. Rappaport indicate to you he had any knowledge about this $1 million check?
Yes, he did.
Did Ms. Titus indicate to you if she had any knowledge about this $1 million check?
Yes, she did as well.
How would, could you just characterize for the jury, without telling us what they said, characterize for the jury kind of how Mr. Rappaport reacted versus how Ms. Titus reacted?
So Mr. Rappaport acknowledged that he had given Ms. Halthon the check. He did acknowledge that she was his wife. He was not concerned at the moment. He believed that everything was going to be worked out between the two of them. However, Ms. Titus, his daughter, was adamant that she and the rest of the family believed he was the victim of fraud.
Now, did you, at that point, pursue attempts to stop the bank check, the cashier's check?
I personally did not, but it was attempted, yes.
Okay, but on November 8th, 2019, were any steps taken by law enforcement to try and stop that check?
Not on that day.
Why not?
Well, Mr. Rappaport actually, at the time when we asked him if he wanted to file a police report, he said he did not want anything done at that time and was going to give Ms. Halthon the benefit of the doubt that she was going to be returning the check to him.
And is that how you left it?
At that time, yes.
Did you receive any further communications after November 8th, 2019 from Ms. Titus?
Yes, I did.
And I want to direct your attention to November 9th of 2019. Did Ms. Titus contact you on that date?
Yes, she did.
And did she wish for you to take any action regarding that check?
Objection, result of hearsay.
Sustained.
Did she have a conversation with you about the check?
Yes, she did.
All right. Did you take any action on November 9th of 2019 to stop the check?
No, I did not.
Directing your attention to November 12th, 2019, did Ms. Titus contact you on that date?
Yes, she did.
All right. And did she indicate to you?
Objection, Judge, before yes. What she said to him or indicated from the hearsay.
Did you receive information from Ms. Titus that caused you to take some further action at that point?
Yes, we did.
All right. And what further action did you take after you received that information?
On November 12th, myself and Detective Lang again decided to go and we found Ms. Halthon at her apartment and we interviewed Ms. Halthon regarding the checks
All right.
and the transactions.
And did you have a conversation with Ms. Halthon?
Yes, I did.
Could you describe the type of apartment that she lived in?
She lived in a one-bedroom apartment closer to the airport. It was a brand new apartment, just recently built. Lived there by herself.
Okay. Can you describe the interior of it, the contents of the apartment for the jury?
The apartment, the best way to describe the apartment was it looked like it was that of a college student that had not been taking care of the apartment. It was extremely disheveled, very messy. Dishes, pots, pans, laundry everywhere.
Did you see, while you were inside the apartment, did you see any type of luxury goods or high-end jewelry?
No, sir.
Now, were you assisting another investigator at that time?
At that time, it was myself and Detective Lang from Tampa Police Department.
And then sometime thereafter, was there another FDLE agent that you were assisting?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Special Agent Victoria Morris.
Now, I want to direct your attention to kind of between November 12th of 2019 and December 10th of 2019. Did anyone at FDLE or in law enforcement, as far as you know, take any action with respect to attempting to stop payment on $1 million cashier checks?
Yes, sir.
At what point did that happen?
Don't recall the exact date, but I know what we call like a seizure warrant, a freeze warrant, was issued Special Agent Morris to the bank, trying to basically stop payment on the checks.
Okay. Prior to that warrant being executed, was there an attempt by law enforcement to get Mr. Rappaport to stop those checks sooner?
Yes.
Were you successful?
No.
Why not until approximately December of 2019 did you all execute this warrant? Why not take action until December of 19 with a warrant?
Well, Ms. Halthon was arrested prior to December 19.
And I guess my question is, were you all aware there was 3 cashier's checks out there in the name of Lin Halfon and Richard Rappaport?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you have conversations with Dana Titus and Richard Rappaport about that?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say Mr. Rappaport was reluctant to move forward during that time period.
At first, yes.
Okay. And did that change at some point?
Yes, it did.
When did that change approximately?
It was, I believe it was on December 10th that changed. We had learned that a couple of the checks had been cashed.
Did you communicate that information to Mr. Rappaport?
Yes, we did.
Is that when his position changed?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that point, you learned how many checks had been cashed
2.
and how many checks was still outstanding.
There was 1 check still outstanding.
For what amount?
The original $1 million check was broken back when Ms. Halthon tried to do the transactions in Anscott. She, the same day, attempted a second transaction. She went back and split the $1 million check into 3 separate cashier's checks, all for the amount of $333,000.
Okay. Now, when you all moved forward after that conversation, this report on this seizure warrant, there's 1 check outstanding?
I believe so, yes.
And just for the jury, how does a seizure warrant on a cashier's check work? How would that work? Just big picture, not logistics behind in the bank, just big picture.
The big picture, overall, the bank was supposed to put a hold on that 3rd check. And from my understanding, it was just a little too late.
Okay. Did you learn that the check was cashed the day before the warrant was executed?
Yes, sir.
During the time period you got involved, after November 8th through December of 2019, did you have frequent conversations with Ms. Titus?
I had a few conversations with her, yes.
Did you have any conversations with Ms. Rappaport's son, Brian Rappaport?
Not direct. The only times I spoke with Brian Rappaport was when I talked to Ms. Titus. She would do a 3-way call to her brother. Right.
And when you spoke to him, he indicated his name was Brian Rappaport?
Yes, sir.
And did Brian Rappaport appear or sound concerned to you?
Yes, sir.
Did he at any point tell you that he wanted to allow those checks to go through? Probably the effect on the listener.
What was the
Did he?
exception that was overruled
Did,
based on that? Not for the truth of the matter, for effect on the listener.
did he indicate to you that he wanted those checks to be stopped?
Yes.
Now, in the middle of December 2019, was there an arrest warrant issued?
Yes, sir.
And what is an arrest warrant?
An arrest warrant is basically a court order signed by, at the time, a duty judge, authorizing, based on an affidavit, authorizing the arrest. In this case, it was a Lin Halfon.
And an affidavit would include what type of information for the judge?
Basically, all the facts of the investigation leading up to that point in time.
And did the court order the arrest of Lin Halfon?
Yes, sir.
Right. And did you participate in that arrest?
Yes, I did.
Where did the arrest occur?
At Tampa International Airport.
And do you recall the date in which that occurred?
I believe that was December 16th. If I'm not recall.
And why did it occur at the airport?
Ms. Halthon was actually returning from New York or New Jersey. I can't remember which one she flew out of at that time.
And when did you make contact with her with anyone else?
Yes, I was with Special Agent Victoria Morris, and we had a Tampa Airport police detective with us as well.
Was Ms. Halthon alone?
Yes, she does.
Did she have any electronic devices with her?
At that time, she was using her cell phone, but subsequently, we did identify 2 other electronic devices. Yes.
And those were later identified in some of her baggage?
Yes, sir.
And was she placed under arrest?
Yes, sir.
Was she placed under arrest for her conduct in this case?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits. I've previously shown these, Your Honor, to the defense. States Exhibit 1, 2, and 3 marked for identification. May I approach?
Yes. Let me look at Stage 1 first. Agent Cancio, is there a FDLE case number associated with all of your investigations?
Yes, sir.
What was the FDLE case number here?
It's TM, as in Tango Mike, 110280.
And does States Exhibit 1 have that case number associated with it?
Yes, sir.
Are there some markings on this exhibit that you recognize related to Ms. Morris?
Let's see.
And is there an evidence kind of sticker placed on items that are seized from individuals for evidence?
Yes, on the actual label itself.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was looking for markings. On the label itself, the seizing agent was Special Agent Victoria Moore.
Your Honor, I have absolutely no objection to all 3 of those and don't require him to do any kind of credit.
Very good, Joe.
So United States Exhibits 1, 2, and 3 are admitted into evidence.
Great. And so, and then I'll ask you a couple questions about these. These are in evidence now. So, States Exhibit 1 in evidence. Did this indicate type of phone?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It's an iPhone with a gold case.
And then States 2 indicate what type of phone was seized.
It's a second iPhone 11 with a pink case.
And States 3, did that indicate what type of device?
It would be an iPad with a gray case.
Thank you. It goes back from the...
Special Agent, were these 3 devices the devices that were recovered from Ms. Halthon upon her arrest at the airport in December of 2019?
Yes.
Now, were these devices secured in evidence and then transported to the FDLE lab to be analyzed by individual there?
Yes, sir.
Did you or anyone else that you observed tamper or manipulate any of these devices prior to turning them into evidence?
I did not myself, and I did not see anybody else do it.
Just one moment. One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state would also offer a few other exhibits, which I've previously shown to the defense. These are composite exhibits related to the devices. Mr. Lansky, are you prepared to move
Can
that
we
now?
just put those through the proper person that actually downloaded those?
Sure, I can use that, absolutely.
Because I don't think he has the personal knowledge.
Yes, we'll do that. Your Honor, at this time, we have no additional questions. Thank you.
I'm not going to object, but I just want Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Podium? I'm always going to check.
Good morning still.
Good morning, sir.
And how would you like to be addressed? Special Agent Cancio or?
That's fine.
Okay, because I might say Mr. here and there. Okay. We've spoken on several occasions before, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And those were during depositions?
That's good.
Okay. And I think we've gone over your stuff. Okay. So let me go through. You're brought into this case and have nothing to do with anything that's happened up until this point on November 8th when you're called in by your FDLE supervisor based on the Amscott irregularities.
That is good.
So you had nothing to do and didn't review anything of prior communications between potentially Lynn and Richard, Lynn and Jaycee Wasso, or anybody else at that point in time?
No, sir.
Okay. So would you be the first to investigate any bit of this case?
At the time, yes, sir.
Okay, at that time. And Victoria Morris came on when? Special Agent Morris would come on when? After
So,
that?
Approximately 1 week later, 2 weeks later, that was my role, is to initiate and then pass on.
So at the time you initiated it, and you checked with the bank and verified it was good, the checks were good, why did you continue a criminal investigation at that point in time?
Well, the information we received from AMSCOT, we did subsequently talk at AMSCOT. They relayed the irregularities that we
Okay.
saw, plus the concerns of the family with the irregularities.
Okay, but the family at that point, you go to talk to the family once you're already in process of your criminal investigation. You already started your criminal investigation at that point, didn't you?
That was the first day.
Okay, so the first day you go and speak to Mr. Rappaport, and it's clear to say he did not want to press any charges and did not think he was the victim of fraud, based on the result of your conversation.
At that time, yes.
Okay, and it wasn't until 12/10 where he changed his mind.
That is correct.
But the family from day one wanted prosecution and believed he was the victim of fraud.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever look at the Mr. Rappaport's trust as part of your investigation to see where the money went, who the beneficiaries of his money were?
I did not know, sir.
Okay. Did you come to learn at a later time what his trust said and who the beneficiaries were?
I did not
You didn't investigate that at all? Okay. Would that have been germane to your investigation at all? To see why his kids were so gung-ho about prosecution, but he wasn't?
Forward to the question.
Would that have been germane to your, would his trust in any way been germane to your investigation? That you could foresee as a 28-year veteran?
Well, at that time, we were not concerned with this family at all, so no,
Okay.
we did not.
All right. All right, and then you mentioned something, well, we won't jump ahead. Let's go through your testimony here real quick. And how many times did you try to convince Mr. Rappaport to press charges as a victim of fraud before he finally did? How many occasions?
We weren't trying to convince him to press charges. We outlined, the first time we met with him, we outlined what the process was to press charges. Subsequently, we were told he wanted to press charges and then recanted again.
Well, who told you that? He didn't tell you that.
That was Ms. Titus.
Okay, so he never told you he wanted to press charges until December 10th. Would that be an accurate statement?
I spoke to him prior to that on the telephone, one time before that, or maybe twice, at which time he was still saying he wanted to give Lynn the benefit of the doubt.
So you talked to him at least twice on the phone and once in person.
Correct.
Was there a second time in person you went to meet with him before he decided to press charges?
I believe we spoke to him at his estate planner's office.
Okay, and who was present at that?
It was myself, Special Agent Morris, and his estate planner at the time.
And who was that estate planner?
Ms. Ritchie.
Miss Ritchie?
Yes.
Was she listed in any of the reports by name?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And as an investigator, are you not allowed to pursue what you deem to be criminal activity unless Mr. Rappaport were to complain and sign an affidavit? Because if you deemed it, let me strike that. If you deemed this to be fraud and you knew there was a problem, but he wouldn't prosecute, would the law enforcement agency on its own be allowed to start its own investigation and try to freeze checks and things of that nature?
We were pursuing, we were still investigating and following up, yes.
Well, I understand you were, but why didn't you stop the checks on your own?
At the time, we did not. We did not try and stop the checks on our own.
Why not?
That was not my call at the time.
Whose call was it?
Well, that was Special Agent Victoria Morris had already taken over on the investigation, but also Mr. Rappaport was telling us that he did not, at that time, he did not want us to follow up on it.
I mean, there are victims all the time that say they don't want to press charges, and people get arrested and go to jail when a husband beats his wife or a wife beats up her husband. They have bruises, and they're saying, I don't want him to go to jail, I don't want to press charges, and police officers still arrest.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Okay, so in this situation, based on your training and experience and the irregularities that AMSCOT has already outlined for you, why didn't you pursue canceling these checks on your own?
Again, that was not me that was working that part of the investigation. Special Agent Morris was working with the state
Okay,
prosecutor.
so Special Agent Morris would have been the one to make the decision not to try to recoup this money that you guys thought was procured by fraud and just wait because that's what the victim asked you to do. Yes or no?
Well, it wasn't just Special Agent Morris. She was also talking to the state prosecutor's office.
Okay, so as a joint team, you guys made the choice, at least 12 days, I'm sorry, November 8th was the first day you met with him? Or November 7th? First check was cashed on November 22nd, so 2 weeks prior to any check being cashed, there was an opportunity that the law enforcement officers, or what you just pointed out, the statewide prosecutor, could have taken action and froze these checks if it deemed fraud.
I presume so, but it wasn't done.
Okay, I know it wasn't done, but remind the jury how much law enforcement experience you have.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we know you've done it for a long time.
Correct.
So I know it wasn't your decision, but it could have been done without Mr. Rappaport's cooperation, yes or no?
It could have been done.
Yes, and the decision was made by your superiors and the statewide prosecutor's office, based on your testimony.
At the time, yes.
Yes, thank you. When you went to her apartment, you said you didn't see any jewelry or extravagant. I mean, he asked you, did you take pictures of her fingers to show how many rings she was wearing?
I don't believe she was wearing any rings.
Okay. Did you take pictures of her wrist to see if she had a bracelet on?
We did not take pictures.
Did you take pictures of her neck to see if she had a necklace on?
We did not take pictures.
Did you open up her drawers and go through her jewelry box?
We did not.
Okay, so you didn't search anything. You just didn't see any extravagant jewelry out in the open or flashy in front of you.
We were there to conduct an interview.
Okay. So when he asked you those questions about did you see anything extravagant, you didn't look for anything?
Nothing was apparent, no.
Okay. All right. And the phones that you recovered, the phones that were just put into evidence, right? You met her at the jail. Not the jail. You met her at the airport.
Yes, sir.
And you seized the phones, basically.
Yes, sir.
Okay. She didn't just say, here's my 3 phones, take them.
They were seized subsequent to her arrest.
Okay, so you seized the phones.
Yes.
Okay, so she at no time voluntarily handed her over the phones. She did give you a code, though, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you still went and got a search warrant from a judge to go and dump those phones. Maybe not you, but in this case.
That is correct.
A search warrant was gotten.
Yes, sir.
So her giving you the codes didn't give you the right to go into her phones. You still needed that search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you obtained that? Or
I
not
did
you,
not.
but you're aware of it, right? Okay. Amscot is a debt collector by definition. They're known as a debt collector. They can collect debt, which means they have to record all their phone calls.
I believe so, yes.
Did you obtain the recording of this alleged person that the state mentions called Amscot claiming to be Mr. Rappaport?
I personally did not.
Did anybody at any time ask Amscot or subpoena Amscot's recording of this alleged phone call?
I can't answer that question. I do not.
Have you reviewed any of this subsequently?
I reviewed the reports that included myself.
Okay.
Where I was written.
Do you know if anybody else other than you had any contact or talked to Amscot at all?
Myself and Special Agent Morris did do the initial interviews with Amscot.
Mm-hmm.
Subsequent to that, Special Agent Morris handled the rest of the investigation.
So when you did the interviews, did you ask him for the recording of this phone call?
Not at that moment, no.
Okay. And sitting here today, you're unaware of whether one was collected or gotten?
I do not recall.
But had there been a phone call and had it been germane to this case, would that have been an important piece of information that should have been at least asked for?
I know there was a phone call that was made.
Okay. If you knew a phone call was made and you knew what it purported to represent, do you think that would have been an important piece of information to seize as part of this case?
It would have helped. It could have helped.
Okay. So it was germane, it was relevant. Now, you say you spoke to Brian Rappaport on 11/11 of 19. On 12, you spoke to him several times, and you indicated to Mr. Rappaport, you indicated to this jury and to the court that Mr. Rappaport wanted these checks stopped.
Correct.
What gave you that impression?
Mr. Rappaport and Ms. Titus both, from day one, were advising that they wanted Ms. Halthon prosecuted, and they wanted us to pursue the investigation, and the checks to be stopped.
So at the time you were speaking with Mr. Rappaport, did he disclose to you that he knew where the checks were cashed and that he was friends with the guy who actually owned the check cashing place?
No, sir.
When did you become acquainted with that information, sir?
That would have been just recently, prior to my deposition with you.
So just a few months ago was the first time you heard of anything about Mr. Lepresti knowing Mr. Rappaport, the victim's son, Brian.
That was probably about a month ago, yes.
All right, and do you know that there was the existence of at least 2 years' worth of text messages between them surrounding the time that these checks were cashed?
That I do not know, sir.
Okay. Did Mr. Rappaport at any time during any of his conversations to you mention that he knew that the checks weren't cashed and had the opportunity to stop payment?
He did never discuss that.
So he didn't tell you that he spoke to the check casher and if the checks weren't, that 12 days before the first check was cashed and had the information in order to stop the payment on the checks that they weren't cashed.
If I can clarify,
I'm sorry.
I was out of the investigation after the
Fair
first month
enough.
of the investigation.
Fair enough.
That happened probably within the last. I was not
Okay.
there.
So had you known when you were in the investigation, because you're investigating this $1 million and it being cashed fraudulently, right? Had you known that there was a relationship between Brian Rappaport and the guy who owns the Check Cash Pro place, who's also been arrested in this case, had you known there was an ongoing relationship that went back 12 years, and they were having communications during, if you had known that they had a relationship for 12 years, and you knew that they were having communications during this period of time that the checks were cashed, would that have been germane to your investigation had you been alerted to that information?
It would have, depending on the context of the relationship and their conversations. I do not know what their relationship or their conversations were.
What about if hypothetically if they were talking about what IDs are needing to cash checks, or what, how can you stop payment of checks? Would that have been information you would have wanted to know if they were having that conversation before, during, and after the checks were cashed?
Again, sir, I can't speculate on what information I didn't know or we didn't know. I didn't.
That's why I
personally
asked it about a hypothetical. Hypothetically, is your testimony here today that that relationship would have no bearing on this case?
I'm not saying that that didn't have bearing. I'm just saying I cannot speculate on
Okay.
that relationship.
Would you have investigated it had you known?
I would have questioned it, yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Special Agent, there were several things I wanted to cover with you, just to be clear with the jury. Now, Mr. Lansky asked you about, who you spoke to here and the fact that, why it took you so long to, take action here. Did you have conversations with Ms. Titus about her position on what she wanted to see happen in this case?
Yes, sir.
Right. What was her position?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, he opened the door when he asked about Ms. Titus, about what she said and what she did.
I didn't ask anything about what she said. We can read it back.
You guys can come to the side door.
Yes, sir.
Stop addressing each other and address me.
During this period of time, Mr. Lansky asked you a lot about, well, wouldn't law enforcement investigate this? Because just because the victim didn't want to investigate it doesn't mean you guys can't do anything. Did you all do anything while
Yes.
Mr. Rappaport was not taking action?
Yes, sir.
What did you do?
We were still following up. We conducted the interview with Ms. Halthon. We were talking to Amscott. The analysts were doing research on the bank accounts.
Did Mr. Rappaport request that you do that?
No, we did not.
Why did you take any action?
Because we still believe that there was fraud committed.
Now, lots of conversations here about this Amscott phone call, whatever. At that time in the investigation, did you or anyone in FDLE, to your knowledge, have any information about a phone call that was placed to Amscott?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did Miss Halthon, was she prosecuted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, was it some time before she agreed to testify truthfully and cooperate with law enforcement?
Yes.
All right. And during that time, was there further information being gathered from Ms. Halthon about this investigation?
Yes, sir.
And that was not information that was provided on day one. In other words, that wasn't information that was provided on the day of her arrest. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Based on that question, I have two follow-ups. Thank you, Judge.
You just mentioned the interviews you conducted with Lynn. There was 2 times you spoke to Lynn Halfon before her arrest, right? Or 1 time before and 1 time right as you were arresting her, correct?
That is correct.
And I believe that you stated previously that you believe that she lied to you. Would that still be your position now?
Yes, sir.
In both circumstances, when she was talking to you, the special agent Cancio, who was involved in law enforcement, she lied to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the last question I have is, no, that's all I have. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Is he excused?
Yes, Your Honor, unless the defense...
I don't need it. No, Mr. King. You can be excused. He needs to stay until Friday at 10, Judge. No, you're good. I'm kidding.
How long is the next witness?
Relatively brief, Judge, 20 minutes maybe.
20 minutes witness.
State calls Greg Roberts.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, please have a seat. State your name for the record.
Hello, good morning. My name is Frederick Roberts.
Ready, Judge? Thank you. Your Honor, and Mr. Roberts, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Frederick Roberts.
And Mr. Roberts, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
All right. How long have you been employed at FDLE for?
12 and a half years.
What's your current role at FDLE?
I'm a crime laboratory analyst in the digital evidence section.
And prior to that, what was your role at FDLE?
Before that, I was a forensic technologist in the biology section.
And how long have you served in your current role?
Going on 6 years.
Mr. Roberts, do you go through any kind of specialized training or education with respect to extracting electronic devices, extracting data from electronic devices?
I do.
Could you describe that for the jury?
So before I do any casework, during my training, it's a year-long program. It's 2 phases. The first phase is building the skills and foundations. I work on sample laptops, computers, cell phones, as well as studying and reading articles, taking tests, and hundreds of hours of external training. I have to complete tests along the way. Upon completion of my phase 1, I go into phase 2, which is supervised casework. There, I work with a trained analyst. We work on actual cases using the skills I learned in my first phase, and then I have to complete 1 more test, and then I am qualified as an independent casework analyst.
And when did you qualify as an independent analyst with FDLE?
The end of September 2017.
Right. Mr. Roberts, I want to direct your attention back a little bit to late 2019 and 2020. Did you have an occasion to work on an FDLE case number TM-11-0280 with an FDLE lab number of 202-003-00770?
I did.
Okay. And what devices were you asked to extract and examine?
There were 3 devices submitted to the lab. The first device was an iPhone 11, then it was an iPhone 7, and an iPad Pro 3.
Okay. Sir, I want to show you 3 exhibits that are in evidence. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Show you stage 1,
first and ask you to take a look at that. You notice any markings on stage 1 you're familiar with?
Yes.
What markings are on stage 1?
So you have the lab barcode as well as my case number and initials and date.
I'll show you stage 2. Do you recognize any markings on that?
I do.
What do you
Once again, the barcode for the lab and my dates and initials and case number.
And stage 3?
Same thing, the lab barcode number and my initials and case number and date.
Mr. Roberts, were those the 3 items submitted in this particular case?
Yes.
All right. And what's kind of the first step that you take when you're going to analyze or extract data from a phone or device like that?
So once I take it into my custody from the evidence section, I will document and take case notes, what the device is, our packaging. From there, I open up the packaging, remove the phone or iPad, tablet, and then proceed with extraction. In this case, I had the passcode given, so I was able to connect it to one of our devices to extract the device.
What device did you use to extract the data?
I use a product called Jaycee.
What is Jaycee?
It's a software device, hardware device that allows for extraction of iDevices, as well now as Android devices.
Now, can you give us a visual? So, in other words, what does Jaycee look like? You know, how do you go about actually physically attaching devices to this equipment?
So it's a little box that is connected to a laptop with cables coming out of it. And you connect the device to that, and then the software is able to talk to the device to cause for the extraction to occur.
Okay. Does Jaycee or these other tools that you use, do they have any measures in place to protect, to guarantee and give assurances to a jury and to the general public that the information contained on the device is exactly what they've extracted?
So before we allow any of our tools to go and be used on actual evidence, we have to do performance and validation testing. We test them out to make sure they are functioning as they are described to function, and then that goes through review and then gets signed off, and then we're allowed to use it in casework.
Now, when the Jaycee extracts data, is that data readable to a layperson?
No, the data is what's called raw data. Is just a bunch of files and folders that an average person not having the right software tools to be able to actually read it.
Was the Jaycee utilized to extract data from all 3 of those devices, states 1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
And was it successful in extracting the information from those devices?
Yes.
What do you do once you have the raw data from the Jaycee?
So then I take that raw data and move it over to one of my workstations to then use other tools, printed tools on it. These tools allow for it to be read and parsed out to then generate reports from that data.
Now, why do you need to use another tool at this point?
So this tool allows me to parse out the data and generate reports, because part of my tasks are extracting the data, then preserving that onto a disk, and then generating reports from that data to put onto disk for me to get back to an investigator.
All right. Did you place the data from the Jaycee on some DVDs?
Blu-rays. Yes.
Blu-rays. And did you then, utilizing that same data, put it into Cellbrite or IEF software?
Yes.
Okay. And just so we understand, what kinds of reports or documents are generated from Cellbrite or IEF? And what does IEF stand for?
The IEF stands for Internet Evidence Finder. It's an older software tool.
Is something more readable than basically established at that point?
So the reports that are generated, you have what's referred to as the Cellbrite Reader, which is generated from the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer software. This one allows a investigator or user to see categories of information. media, call logs, chat messages, and you're able to kind of like see it on a different window what the data is showing you. The IF is the same way where you have categories and then you have a separate window within the program to allow you to see the data. Both of those programs can be then used to generate additional reports from.
Were all of those reports from the iPhone 7, the iPhone 11, and the iPad placed on CDs as well?
On Blu-rays.
I want to show you states 4. I previously shown this to the defense. May I approach? We'll offer 4 at this point, but I'll have some questions.
All right, no objection? No objection. States 4 is admitted into evidence.
Show you states 4. What is this?
This is the results and reports that are generated.
And there's a series of discs in here.
Yes, there should be 5 discs, 4 Blu-rays and 1 dual-layer Blu-ray.
And these are all the results in that kind of more readable format from the iPhone 7, the iPhone 11, and the iPad.
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this point, the state would also offer, based upon the admission of states 4, we're going to offer 7 other composite exhibits, states 4A through G, and Your Honor, states 4A, A, B, C, D, E, F are text messages, communications between Ms. Halthon and Ms. Wasso, ranging from late 2017 till October of 2018, which is contained on the disk in States 4. And States 4G is the extraction report related to some photographs that were contained on one of the devices. So we'll offer all those at this point as well. I share that with the defense.
A through G, you said?
4A through G, yes.
Any objection?
No objection. I just think Mr. Domville misstated it. You said 18 instead of 19 when you
I'm
said
sorry. Yes.
So, Judge, we're allowing those as long as it's, we're not objecting to that. We just want it known that the last text message in any of those is 10-2 of 19, that there's nothing after that.
All right. I'll admit 4A through G into evidence at this time.
Thank you. Let's give you a second. I'm making you thirsty. It's not a good sign. All right, hold on one second. I'll let you finish. I'm going to show you, Mr. Roberts, 4G. Okay? It's going to be behind you there, just so the jury gets an idea of what we're talking about.
Judge, can I maneuver?
Okay.
So, 4G, is this sort of an example of what you're talking about in terms of this extraction report? It's in the readable format?
Yes, that's one of the formats that you can generate from.
Okay. And so, for example, in this one, first page of 4G, there's appears to be an image of a credit card to the right there.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, I wanted to ask you also about 2 other matters related to this. Deletion of text messages or media messages or iMessages. And just so we're clear, the differences between those 3?
So text messages are more the old school text messages. It's the ones you send between like Android phone to iPhone or Android to Android. iMessenger is a exclusive Apple application. It allows you to send messages between iOS users. And this one is sent through either through the network or through a Wi-Fi signal. And it's all kind of like shared among, if you have multiple devices signed in with the same Apple ID information, your iMessages are synced or shared across your devices. It's a way for one user to be able to pick up the phone, text, you get to your Mac computer or your iPad, you can continue messaging.
Okay, before we get to syncing devices, I'm
Yes.
going to ask you about that as well, but I want to ask about deletion. If someone deletes a whole thread of messages, whether it be iMessages or text messages, between themselves and another individual, the whole thread meaning it would go into their iPhone and swipe left and hit delete, basically. If we're having a conversation, I say, Greg Roberts, I want to delete all my messages to Greg Roberts, swipe left, delete. Are those messages gone?
So to the user, they've been deleted. To the device, messages are stored in a file called database, and the device wants to be efficient. It doesn't want to have to constantly delete messages when the user tells it to. So those messages actually get flagged for deletion, and at a later point in time, the device would decide, okay, it's been enough time, let me clean up my database file, and those messages are then permanently deleted.
All right, so at that point, if I do that, my messages are flagged for deletion?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about actually deleted. Are you aware of any way to tell when a message would actually be deleted on a device?
No, the cleanup phase of it is random. It could be after a power on cycle, it could be after so many days or hours. It's where the device wants it. It's random.
Okay. In performing your work here on extracting the data from these three devices, part of that process, does that include you all attempting to retrieve any deleted messages that are marked for deletion?
Yes.
Or flagged for deletion?
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to ask you about syncing devices, so just so we understand that. So, basic level. So, if I have an iPhone and I have an iPad, and if I say they're syncing, what does that mean?
So when you set up your iOS device, you have to log in with an Apple iCloud account. If you use that same account on a different device, it allows it to be connected to the iCloud, and so you can sync your messages. And so that way you can, when you're messaging with somebody and you don't have that one device next to you, you can grab the other one. All those messages are there, ready for you to pick up the conversation.
All right. Mr. Roberts, did you review the iPhone 11 and the iPad to see if they had the same Apple ID?
I did.
Okay. And what did you find?
They have the same Apple ID on both devices.
And so what would that mean for the purposes of syncing devices?
That the devices will be synced across the network.
Okay. So let's say, now, did you review the iPhone 11 at the state's request to determine if there's any text messages or iMessages contained on the iPhone 11 between Ms. Halthon and Ms. Wasso?
I wasn't asked specifically about that.
Did you locate any messages on the iPad that were not located on the iPhone 11?
Yes, there were significantly more messages on the iPad that were not on the iPhone.
And when you say significantly more, approximately how much?
5,000?
So there were 5,000 more messages on the iPad than were on the iPhone 11.
Yes.
Final question on this topic is, if someone deleted the entire conversation with another person, so for example, we're having a conversation on messaging, I delete the thread, would the system actually delete those messages in piecemeal, or would they all be deleted at the same time? In other words, maybe a better question, I'm sorry. A better question would be, does the system piecemeal delete, or does it look for an efficient process to delete messages?
It's going to, when you flag which ones you want to delete, the user select I want to delete, it's going to delete all the messages at the same time.
Okay. One moment, sir, if you would. no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. So all that's in evidence that's on that card?
Except for the brown one.
Okay, no problem. Check the clock again. Good morning, still. And I'm not going to sit here and argue technicalities with you because it's over my head what you did. But I know that I've gone into a Verizon store where people have gone into and recovered text messages that have been deleted.
Mm-hmm.
Why are they able to do so easily?
So the program that you would use, one program is called UFED. It's also developed by Cellbrite. It was originally developed for able to transfer data between phones. So when you bring your old phone in, you want it on your new phone, it has to use that software to transfer it. Those messages are stored within that database. So if the deleted messages is still there in that message, and so they can go in and actually retrieve it and remove the flag for deletion to bring it back out.
Okay. And what time frame? Because you talked about time frame that, you know, if you have a certain amount of time to get them from the flag deletes to the regular, to be able to recover them. What's that time frame in normalcy?
It's completely random. I honestly, there's no site that has indicated how long the time frame can be.
Is it based on the phone? Is it based on like the iPhone 11? Does that have a certain time period?
It's the phone. It's the device is what is cleaning up the database.
Okay.
Older phones might take a little longer. I don't really know.
Okay, so iPhone 11, you've worked on these, I'm sure in your capacity of your position with the FDLE, you've worked on iPhone 11s.
Yes.
And you've been able to recover deleted messages from an iPhone 11, right?
The ones that were been marked for deletion, yes.
Okay. And do you know in this case whether there was actually any deleted messages that you recovered?
On the iPhone 11, there's none deleted, none recovered from the database.
So none recovered at all the entire time?
There was ones that were active messages that were recovered, not deleted messages.
Okay. So if someone deletes a thread, you know, obviously they continue to communicate on those phones with each other. There's going to be new threads.
Yes.
And every time they want to delete something, they're going to have to delete a new thread, right?
You mean like a conversation? Or
Yeah, the conversation, you know, they delete, you know, say 5 days worth of text.
Yeah.
Now they deleted those. They're flagged for deletion. Mm-hmm. And then they talk for another 5 days. And they talk for another 5 days. Each time they delete is a new deletion.
Yes.
And also would be less time between when you got the phones and when the last deletion took place. Does that make sense to you?
I think I'm following along.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
You're mentioning like when you have this 5 days of conversation,
Yeah.
they get marked for deletion. Then you delete another 5 days.
And then another 5 days, another 5 days, another 5 days.
So are you asking if, say those 5, 10, 15 days will all be there,
Yeah.
or are you asking
The ones that were later deleted, better chance to recover those, right?
Okay. It all depends on when the phone cleans up. There's a chance that if it's 5 days, it might clean out those, or it could wait for 10 days, and so you have 5 days and the second 5 days, and then it cleans it out.
How long after these phones were seized by the FDLE or the police did you get them to do your review on? What date did you? She was arrested on 12/16 of 19. When did you do your analysis?
Can I look at my notes?
I have no problem with him looking at his notes, Judge. That's a date 3 years ago, so.
Okay, so I received the phones. They were submitted to the lab on January 21st, 2020. I began my analysis on the 21st and on the 24th.
So do you know what the delay was in you getting the phones that took almost 34 days from when they were, or, I'm sorry, 44 days from when they were seized?
No, I do not.
I'm sorry, maybe I did that wrong again. 35 days. My math is off. So you don't know what that delay was?
No.
Had you gotten those phones sooner, might you have been able to, if there were deleted messages, might you have been able to recover those deleted messages since less time had elapsed?
It's a possibility.
So you don't know sitting here today, though?
No, I do not.
And all the extractions that you did, they tell you what person was texting what person, and they have colors blue and, or did you see those printouts?
Oh, you're
Just
talking
a minute.
about the reports?
The actual, not the reports, but the actual printouts of the text messages that you, yeah, the reports.
Yeah, I saw some of the reports.
Okay. So those ended on basically 9/22 of 19, and then there was one last text for 1 second from that was never answered on 10/4/19. Okay, so you're sitting here today and you did not recover anything after 10/4/19 in terms of text messaging.
No,
If you recall.
whatever I recovered is on those reports.
Okay, so there was nothing from in text messages that you recovered from 10/2 all the way until you got the phones or the arrest. Okay. Now, can you sit here with any degree of certainty and tell this jury whether any messages existed at all or whether they were deleted?
I can't say whether if there's any messages or if the messages were deleted and were cleaned from the phone.
So if they were deleted, they were unable to be recovered, or there's a possibility there were no messages to recover.
Yes.
No further questions.
Mr. Roberts, to your knowledge, were there deleted messages recovered from the iPad in this case?
Yes.
And were you tasked with actually reviewing and investigating all the information contained on these devices? In other words, were you kind of investigating the electronic evidence?
No. The service request to the lab was extraction of the device and generation reports of all the data to be returned back to the investigator.
Okay. And when an item is submitted to the lab, could that be a different time period when the item is actually submitted into evidence at FDLE?
Yes. So at FDLE, you have the investigation side of the house and you have the lab side of the house. Investigation has their own evidence storage, and you take the evidence excuse me, and bring it over to the lab side. At that point in time, it can, forensic is done on that item.
Is it common practice for items to be moved from evidence to the lab for processing at some later date?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
No follow-up, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you be excused? Just about to break. All right. Let's take, we're going to break for lunch at this time. I'm going to ask you to be back at 12:45. They'll let you get your stuff out of the jury room, so you can do that. Just please, I keep saying it, don't discuss the case with each other, don't look up anything or any media accounts. I'll see everybody back here at 12:45. One moment. Yeah, hang on. Sure. Approach. We're going to be working later tonight, so if you need to call, and I know I told you this yesterday, but if you need to let anybody know, the attorneys wanted that, it's a good time for you to do that, but also what we're going to be doing is getting you something to eat. It'll be delivered around 4:30. Deputies will get with you on that, so I'm just letting you plan out your eating schedules. And we'll take a break somewhere there after 4:30, a little bit, so that we can do that and keep going, okay? How late we go is going to depend on a couple things, but some of that is how long the witnesses are. I know we have at least one witness that's going to take hard to gauge both for the attorneys and for myself, so that's why we have some of that variance. So it's gonna be a later night now, okay? All right.
All
See you
rise.
at 12:45.
Jurors exit. Jurors, grab it, come right back out. All jurors are up.
All right. I'll see everybody back here at 12:45, all right?
Yeah, I got the menus all called.
Okay, we can disconnect everything. Yeah, I got the old one.
These cases that are quite confused. You guys want to ready to come back for later? Probably break around 4:30. Have food or want to do something? Lunch.
Although
Two and two, two.
she's right outside. Yep.
Okay.
Main seat, come to order, court's back in session. Titus. All here in the back.
The witness just stepped to the restroom. Dana Titus. Judge, the witness is back as well. So. Do you want her to come in, Judge, or?
Just making sure we're all set to go. Are they ready?
They're going, finishing up the work, but we can do that.
All right, we can bring her in and get her set up. seat. Jury's present, parties are present, defendant's present. Go ahead and call your next witness, Dave.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Dana Titus.
Please raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, please state your name for the record. Just spell your first and last name.
It's Dana Titus, DAYNATITUS.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Titus.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Titus, can you tell the jury where you currently live?
Nevada.
And how long have you lived in Nevada?
Almost 5 years.
And how are you related to Richard Rappaport?
I'm his daughter.
And do you have any other siblings?
I do. I have a brother,
What's his name?
Brian Rappaport.
Where does Brian live?
He lives in New Jersey,
And where does your dad live?
here in Tampa.
Now, Ms. Titus, I wanted to direct your attention. Actually, before I get into that, how are you currently employed?
I'm a financial controller for a non-for-profit organization in Nevada.
Okay. And you have any children?
I do. I have 3.
How old?
29, 24, and almost 15.
Where does your mom live?
In Sarasota.
Do you recall, are your parents still together?
They're not.
All right. Do you recall when they separated or divorced?
I think I was around 6 or 7. Very young.
And so, approximately how many years ago? And I'm certainly not asking your age, but just approximately, my mom taught me never ask women her age, so just...
Let's see, I probably 45, 46 years ago.
Okay, very good. And has your father ever remarried?
He has, yes.
When did he remarry?
Apparently in 2019.
Okay.
I don't know the month.
Okay, let me ask you this. Other than a marriage in 2019, had he ever married anyone prior to 2019?
He had not.
Okay. We're going to get to 2019 in a second,
Okay.
Now, what I want to do is I want to direct your attention to that date of November 7th of 2019. I want to direct your attention to Tampa. Were you living in out west at the time?
Yes, I was.
Were you here in Tampa on November 7th of 2019?
I was, yes.
Why were you here?
I was here at the time. I had been working for my dad's company and was visiting. I worked kind of remotely in Nevada, was visiting the office and visiting my dad.
What's the name of your dad's company?
Panther Medical.
What do they do at Panther Medical?
They sell medical equipment, 6-back races and TENS units.
What are TENS units?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
It's a physical therapy kind of recovery tool to, have a little bit of jet lag. Electronic device to help with pain management.
Okay. Now, what was other than working here in Tampa for a bit, did you have any other purpose for your trip to Tampa?
Yes, I was here to go with my dad to New York. We were going to spend a few days in New York and go to an event that we were invited to.
What type of event?
It was a fundraiser for a charity that he had donated to.
What type of charity?
It was, I believe it was the World Jewish Congress. There were a few charities he was involved with.
Okay. Could you describe for the jury, before we go into more details about that day, your father in terms of his generosity with different causes?
As far as the charities that he's involved with?
Yes.
Yeah, he had been really involved in donating money to a variety of causes that were important to him, everything from Humane Society, PETA, to religious organizations that he was very involved in giving.
Was he generous with you?
Sure, yeah, myself and my kids, yeah.
Was he generous with his son, Brian Rappaport?
Yes.
Ms. Titus, I want to kind of further direct your attention to the morning of November 7th at the Tampa airport. Were you at the airport on that morning?
Yes, I was.
All right. Why were you there?
We were supposed to fly to New York. We had our tickets to go, and I was there. I got to the airport and was waiting for him.
waiting for your father, Richard Rappaport?
Yes.
And did he arrive?
He did after quite a long time and a bit of a struggle.
Okay. So, did you receive a phone call from him prior to his arrival when you were at the airport?
I did. I did receive a call, and he was very shaky, and he said that he wasn't going to come and that I should go on without him.
Okay. And did you have any concerns at that point?
Yes, it was alarming because that's not something, that's not his character at all. It didn't make sense.
Had he ever done anything like that before?
Never.
Did you eventually urge him to come to the airport?
I did. I said, please, I'm sitting here at the gate. I need you to come. I don't know what's wrong, but please just come and we'll talk. When you get here, I said, we don't have to go, but I need you to come here and tell me what happened.
Okay. And at this point, did you think something was wrong?
I knew it. I knew something was wrong.
What made you believe that?
That's not him. I mean, he's the most reliable person in the world. For him to say he's going to be somewhere, and especially a trip with me that we could spend time together, that's just not something, that's just not him.
Okay. Did he eventually come to the airport?
He finally came to the airport, yes.
All right. When he got there, describe to the jury how he appeared.
He was very shaky, and he was still insisting that he could not get on the plane, and he urged me to just go.
And did you go without him?
No.
Okay.
Wasn't going to happen.
So what happened at that point in terms of what steps did you take to kind of inquire further?
So I sat him down, and I asked him to tell me what's going on. I said, what's preventing you from going on this trip? I thought maybe he was having a panic attack, which still wouldn't have been within his character, but I just asked him, what's going on? And I had to repeatedly ask him before I found out.
Did you find out some information about his marital status?
I did.
And was it at that moment that you found it out?
Yes.
What did you find out?
He finally, to backtrack, he said that...
Objection, hearsay, Judge.
Just what did you find out?
I found
Objection,
out...
hearsay. It's backdoor hearsay, Judge.
What's the effect on the listener, Your Honor? Did you find out some information about his marital status?
Yes.
All right. And after you found that information out, let me ask you this. Prior to that conversation, did you have any awareness or information that led you to believe that your father had been married again?
No.
So November 7th, 2019, that was the moment you found out.
Yes.
When you found that information out, what was your reaction?
I was shocked. I was just shocked.
Okay. What was his reaction? Without telling me what he said, what was his reaction? How did he behave?
He was very anxious and panicky. That was before I spoke to him further.
While you're seated or while you're at the airport, did you notice anything about his phone?
Yes.
What did you notice?
It was blowing up with text messages, calls, not characteristic at all of him.
Okay. So had you ever seen his phone, as you characterize it, blow up the way you saw it on that morning?
Never.
Now, did you both eventually leave the airport?
We did.
Okay. What happened next?
After we left the airport, I don't remember exactly what happened. I was absorbing a lot of information at that point.
Was he sharing a lot of information with you at that point?
He was starting to.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, where was your brother at this time, Brian Rappaport?
Brian was in New Jersey.
Was he going on this trip with you?
Nope.
Did you at some point reach out to your brother on November 7th of 2019?
I did, and it was while we were still at the airport.
Why did you reach out to your brother?
Because he's the person I would have gone to. He's my sibling, and there was a problem.
And what was Brian's phone number at the time back in 2019?
It's the same as it is now, 732-979-5232.
Now, did you continue to kind of gather information from your father over the course of that day?
Yes.
And was your brother involved in those conversations remotely?
Yes.
Did you express any concerns to your father about the situation?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did Brian express any concerns?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did law enforcement, some agents from FDLE, make contact with you and your father?
They did.
I want to direct your attention to November 8th of 2019, which would have been the next day. Did you have contact with law enforcement at your father's condo, the Monte Carlo Towers on Bayshore Boulevard, that day?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And when you had contact with them, well, why did they have contact with you? What was the basis for their
I believe
contacting
they
you?
had been notified by Wells Fargo that there was potential elder abuse of funds.
And did they ask your father some questions?
They did.
Were you present for those questions?
Yes.
And could you describe for the jury your father's just overall reaction and demeanor in that situation?
He was concerned, but he's also a very trusting person, and I think he was trying to rationalize what was going on, and kind of wanted to believe the truth as he knew it.
Okay. Did your father decline to file any kind of police report or pursue a prosecution at that point?
At that point, he declined.
Did you decline?
I wasn't given a choice. I was told I was not able to press charges.
If you were given a choice, what would you have done?
I absolutely would have pressed charges at that moment.
Now, do you and your brother Brian continue to have conversations with your father?
Yes.
Are you learning new information about the situation?
Today, like at this point?
At that time, November 8th.
Oh, at that time, yes.
What was kind of the next contact with law enforcement that you had?
The next contact I believe that I had was when my dad had a change of heart. I think that he had indicated he would be ready to press charges, and I contacted law enforcement.
You contacted law enforcement?
Correct.
Okay. Did you convey that information to them?
I conveyed it exactly as he said to me, yes.
Did they come back to the condo to talk to him?
They did.
And were you present for that?
No, I was already back in Nevada.
Were you contacted by phone after they attempted to have contact with your father?
Yes, I was.
To your knowledge, did your father change his mind?
He apparently changed his mind in the interim, yes.
Now, you're back out west, and Dad is in Tampa. Brian, at that point, is still in New Jersey?
Yes.
All right. Can you give a jury a sense of kind of what's happening in the background, in the sense of what's going on between you and Brian and your dad at this point, kind of after that initial police contact?
We were trying to convince him that this was an absolute scam, and that the money that he gave for a certain intention really wasn't coming to fruition, and that he wasn't getting the money back. And we just, that was all the control that we had, was to try to instill in him, because ultimately it was his choice whether to press charges or not.
Okay. Now, eventually, kind of fast forward to December of 2019, did your father have a change of heart about pressing charges?
Yes, I think it was in December.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep, December of 19.
Yep.
And were you present in Tampa in December of 19?
I don't recall if it was in December. I know I went back. I came back to Tampa.
Okay. Did you, in December of 2019, investigate or attempt to stop payment on some cashier's checks?
I begged and pleaded with the branch manager to do that.
At which bank?
That was the Wells Fargo in Tampa.
And were you successful?
No, I was told from the get-go.
Objection, hearsay.
Were you successful?
No.
And just so it's clear for the jury, were you not successful because of experience you had at Wells Fargo, or not successful for some other reason?
Well, it was because of the Wells Fargo telling us. Yeah.
Okay.
Objection, Judge.
Sorry.
Now, did you also engage law enforcement with the assistance of your father's local attorney?
I don't recall if we did or didn't.
Okay. Was there a time that your father changed his mind?
Absolutely.
All right. And when that occurred, do you know if law enforcement was contacted?
Yes.
And were you aware of law enforcement taking any steps to stop payment on any of the cashier's checks?
Yes, they did.
Were they successful in stopping payment on any of the checks?
No.
Now, did you also become aware of the fact that Lin Halfon was arrested in December of 2019?
Yes.
Now, during the time of November 8th of November 7th, 2019 through the middle of December 2019, did you have various conversations with your brother, Brian, who was up in New Jersey?
Yes.
And at any point did Brian, well, maybe just explain for the jury, what was Brian's reaction to the events that you shared with him about your father?
He was very angry.
And what was your reaction overall during that time?
I was angry, but I also wanted to figure out how to solve this problem.
At any time during that month and a half period, did Brian encourage you or your father to not stop payment on those checks?
Oh, no, not at
Your
all.
Honor, that's calls for hearsay again. She's asking what Brian said or encouraged.
You can answer the question.
Sorry, can you repeat it?
At any time during that time period, a month and a half or so, did Brian encourage you or your father to not stop payment on those checks?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. A couple final questions. Did you ever meet Lin Halfon in person?
I did not.
Did you ever speak to Lin Halfon by phone?
No, I don't think so.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Titus. I think I spoke to you once over video, the video deposition. Okay. And you're still living out in Tahoe?
Yes,
How's the snow?
I'm not there, I don't know.
How was the snow last week?
It's fine.
Okay. All right. So you said that you and Brian had conversations during that month and a half period after you found out the checks were outstanding,
Right.
from November 8th until, and do you know when the checks were actually cashed?
I don't recall right now when they were cashed.
So if November 22nd doesn't ring a bell?
I don't know. That's
Okay.
the date.
Well, let's just assume for purposes of this question, they were cashed on November 22nd, November 27th, and December 6th. So between between November 8th, when you and your brother were having conversations, and November 22nd, did your brother ever tell you that he knew the checks weren't cashed yet?
I don't remember. If we talked about
Did your
that.
brother ever inform you that he knew how to stop the checks as long as you claim fraud?
That's not true.
What's not true? That your brother didn't say that?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm just whether he said it or not, Judge. Okay? What's not true that you were just saying?
The bank had already told me it was impossible to stop the checks.
And that was in December when you came down and asked the bank about that.
I don't know. I think it was before that.
Well, he asked you came down in December, and that was the time you tried to stop the payment on the checks. You just testified to that on direct examination.
I believe there were attempts sooner than that.
Okay.
By phone.
So you didn't mention that when he asked you the question?
Well, maybe I misunderstood. Maybe
Okay.
I thought in person, but by phone, I'm pretty sure.
So are you telling me that you were advised that even if you had an affidavit of fraud, they couldn't stop payment on the check?
That's what I was advised, yes.
Okay, that's what you were advised. Okay. Do you know that to be true?
I mean, I have to just trust what Wells Fargo told me.
Okay. And did you know about your brother's relationship with the gentleman who owned the check cashing place?
I don't know that he has a relationship.
Are you saying you don't know? Sitting here today, you have no knowledge of whether your brother has a relationship with Jim Lepresti, the guy who owned Check Cash Pros?
What do you mean by relationship?
They've known each other for over 12 years and texted routinely.
I don't know that that's true.
Did you ask your brother?
No.
You've never asked your brother anything about his relationship with Jim Lepresti after you were advised of that. Is that your testimony right now? You didn't even discuss it with your brother?
I believe he told me that he knew him. That's not a relationship.
Okay. So he told you that he just knew him.
Yes,
And that's not a relationship, is what your testimony is.
that's right.
Okay. So someone you just know, do you text them for 2 years straight and talk about this case before the checks are cashed?
Objection, the form of the question.
I don't know that that's true.
Well, whether you know, if it is true, hypothetically, I'm not going to make something up here. If there's 2 years worth of text messages discussing the checks,
Objection, calls for speculation.
do you know of that? Well, I'm not going to ask the same question. I said, do you know of that texting relationship, yes or no? Is that objectionable, that one?
Go ahead and ask the next question.
So that I can't ask that question?
Say it again.
Do you know of the 2-year texting relationship that was going on between Jim Lepresti and your brother before these checks were cashed, during these checks being cashed, and after these checks being cashed? Do you know of that? Does she know of those text messages, Judge? I'm not asking you what they said. I'm sorry, Judge.
Overruled, she can answer.
Can you repeat it?
Sure. Did you know at any point before or after that your brother, Brian Rappaport, had a relationship with Jim Lepresti, which consisted of, at a minimum, 2 years worth of text messages back and forth during the time period before the checks were cashed, during the time the checks were cashed, and after the checks were cashed? Were you aware of that relationship?
No.
And sitting here today, your brother never informed you of that relationship?
At some point, I think he did.
And it's safe to say that your father, on at least 3 occasions, when asked by the police officers, declined to prosecute and go after the fraud.
I don't know how many times he was
Well, you
asked.
mentioned at least twice he changed his mind. So I'm asking you, sitting here today, how many times can you remember?
He didn't change his mind twice. That's not what I said.
Okay, well, we'll just let whatever you said. What did you say then? Why don't you clarify that for me?
I said that when he expressed to me that he would go ahead and press charges, in the interim between my calling the police and conveying his wishes and them getting there, he had a change of heart.
Okay, so the first time they met with him, he did not want to prosecute, correct?
Correct.
Then the second time they met with them, despite his change of heart with you that you just testified to, he refused to prosecute again, correct?
Right, he didn't change his mind the first, yes.
I understand. That's why I'm clarifying. Forget the change of the mind.
Okay,
On 2 different occasions, minimum, that we just referenced, he refused to prosecute when asked by the police.
correct.
Okay. And then the third time, which was the day after the final check was cashed in December, that's when he agreed to prosecute. Or it said that he was the victim.
I don't know what the timing of
Okay.
it was.
Well, when do you remember in December him actually telling the police that he'll go ahead and prosecute?
At some point in December, he did.
Okay, so whatever date would be in the police report, you have no reason to dispute that.
Correct.
And you weren't present, you were in Nevada still.
I believe I was in Nevada, yes.
Okay. Did you, Brian, and Richard, your dad, ever have the opportunity to all three sit down in person prior to the checks being cashed?
No, we did not.
Okay, so it was only phone calls.
Yes.
And you have never met Lin Halfon?
I have not met her.
Okay. And did you follow your dad on social media?
I do.
Okay. Did you not see the posts of your dad and Miss Halthon at Jewish events that were posted on his Facebook?
I didn't know who that was.
Did you inquire of him who that was?
No, he was going, I assumed, with a friend. He had friends.
Did you see the pictures with his arm around her?
I don't recall seeing that.
Did you see the picture of them taking a picture as a couple, just the two of them?
I don't recall seeing
Okay. But you never questioned your father about those social media videos with someone that you didn't know that was obviously younger than him?
No, my dad is very social.
Okay.
So,
So him being with someone younger than him at these events as a couple would not cause you any concern?
I had no reason to be concerned.
Okay. No further questions.
Are you right?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Is she excused?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Lansky, is she excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, next witness then.
Judge of the state, we called Lin Halfon.
Judge, can I run out to the bathroom real quick?
What?
Can I run to the restroom real quick? Because before they start. This is going to take a while. I don't want to make it. Take 2 seconds.
Judge, you taking the jury out?
I'm gonna do both. Okay, not at the same time.
Just gotta make sure we got a mic set.
It's fine with me. Just don't be worried about who hears it. So I'm not getting a care, they hear me, but.
That's true. Just gotta make sure she hears you.
Yeah.
So just don't bump.
Can you hear all right, Lynn? Okay. Try not to touch it.
One more nurse.
Yeah. Very ceremonial. Reads the trees.
seat, jury's present, parties are present, defendant is present. State call your next witness.
Lin Halfon.
Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear.
All right, go ahead, sit.
Thank you, Judge. I'm gonna make sure I trip over this. Would you please state your name?
Lin Halfon.
And Ms. Halthon, how old are you today?
I'm 29 years old.
So in 2018 and 2019, in that time period, you were about 25 years old?
Yes.
Now, where do you presently live?
In the time,
No, now. Where do you live now?
right now I live in Israel with my parents.
And were you born in Israel?
Yes, I did.
And did you grow up in Israel as well?
I grew up in Israel, yes.
Are you an Israeli citizen?
Yes, I am.
When you were in Israel, after you finished school, did you join the military, have some military obligation while you were there?
Yes.
In relevance to this case, Judge?
Judge, they need to know who she is. Thank you.
Yes.
How long were you in the military?
I've been,
In the
Like-
Israeli military?
yeah, it was 2 years. It was a year and 11 months. It was like 2 years and less a month.
What type of work did you do while you were in the military in Israel?
I was working in security. I was doing security job, like patrols, and sometime I did working with the reserves, militaries, soldiers, to bring them to the military back if they needed to.
During the time that you lived in Israel, before coming to the United States, did you live the entire time with your parents, or did you live a time period on your own,
I lived with my parents the whole time.
even while you were in the service?
When I was in the service, there was time I need to sleep in the bases, but when I'm not in the bases, I am with my parents.
And do you have any brothers or sisters?
Yes, I have 2 sisters.
And are they older or younger than you?
One older, one younger than me.
Are you close to your family?
Yes, very much.
Have you always been close to your family?
Always been very close to my family.
And what is your relationship with your mother?
Very close. Very close.
During the time that you lived in Israel, did you ever consult with a psychic or a medium?
When I was, excuse me, can you ask it again, please?
Yes, when you lived in Israel, was there ever a time when you consulted or visited a psychic or a medium?
Not really, no, but I went to a coach before I came to America. There was a time that I went to somebody that is like talking to me, conversation, having like therapy, and she had like some kind of abilities, as she told me, to see things, but it was more therapy, it wasn't psychic.
What were you getting therapy for?
Because I felt emotionally unstable, so I went.
Did you have any fear of spirits or devil or evil things, anything like that?
On
was
that
going
time,
on in
not
your
at
life?
all. On that time, not at all.
Did you meet with this coach, as you called her? Did you meet with her for any type of stress relief or anything of that nature?
It was for therapy, it was for stress relief, it was for me to feel better, but nothing like spiritual things.
Was your mother or father involved in any of that type of therapy with her?
No. They knew that I'm going there. I shared that with them, they knew. But it was more a therapy. It wasn't that all about it spiritual thing.
Do you believe in evil spirits? Today?
No, no.
Back in 2017 and 18 and 19, did you believe in evil spirits?
Before I met her,
Before you met her, yes.
so no.
After you met her, did you?
I was scared, yes.
And why were you scared?
Because she told me that there is evil spirits that can take me and do to me bad things.
All right. And when you say she, you're referring to the defendant, Jaycee Wasso?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when you came to the United States, Was that in 2017?
Yeah,
Okay, why did you come to the United States?
because I love America and I wanted to be here.
Did you come by yourself, or
There was a time, like in the beginning, I used to come with friends, in the beginning, and then when I stayed here, they already left to Israel and I stayed. So
when you first came to the United States, did you come to work, or was it just a visit?
in the first time, I went to a cruise, I was traveling, and then I started to work. So, but I came here to work, basically.
Was it all one visit, or was it, did you come and then go back and then come back again?
Yeah, I come, I go, I come, and I go, and came back again, like this kind.
When you came to work, what arrangements did you have for employment?
Depends where I work, because I work in different places. But mostly it was that I'm going to have an apartment, and I'm going to have sometimes a car, because it's a sharing car. So that was the arrangement, and I'm getting commission from the sales.
So you were going to be doing sales.
Exactly. And
What type of sales were you doing? Did you do?
I did two types. One type is skincare, like selling skincare, and other type is selling heating packs.
Now, is this inside of a business or a mall, or what? How do you sell these products?
It was mostly on malls. The heating packs, it was part-time in, how to say that? It's the event, it's like event.
A kiosk?
No, it's like, it was most part on the mall, but I don't remember how to say the name of it, because it was like events that, like, they have like a, I don't remember the name in English.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
But it was on the malls.
it was mostly in the malls?
90%.
Now, when you first came for your employment, did you go to the Boston area?
Yeah.
Was that the first place that you went to?
No, in the beginning I went to California. Back then, like after the military, when I started the first time, it was in California. I started there.
Started working there?
That was the first time, yes.
Okay. When you went out to California for the first time, did you go out there with friends, or did you make friends once you got there?
I went with friends.
You were with friends there?
Yeah.
So you were all working, and these friends came with you from Israel?
Yes.
Did you all live together
Yes.
and work together?
Yes.
How long did you stay in California?
3 months.
And did you then move to another part of the country to continue to work?
Correct. I went to New Jersey to work.
How long did you stay in New Jersey?
3 months. 2.
How long, well, after you left New Jersey, where did you go then?
Home. To Israel.
Did you come back to go to Boston, or did you go to Boston before?
I came back to go to Boston.
How long did you stay in Israel after you left New Jersey?
Something like 3 months, 4 months. I'm not really sure, but something like that kind of frame. From July to October, it was something like June to October.
Decided to come back?
Yes.
When you came back, was it the same type of employment that you had before, working in malls, selling products?
Yes, but that time it was on the heating packs in Boston.
Heating pads in Boston?
Yes.
When you came back that time to work in Boston, did you come back with friends again, or did you come back by yourself?
I went with friends again.
And when you say these are friends that you come back with from Israel?
Yes.
And do they work with you as well? In other
Yes,
words,
they did.
So you live with them and you work with them.
Yes.
And during that time that you're living and working with them, how long, let me ask it a different way, how long did you work in the Boston area?
On that time,
Yeah.
something like 2.5 months to 3 months. I just don't remember specifically, but it was around that time.
Now, was it the same type of work that you were on commission that you would get paid?
Yes.
When you came for the last time to the Boston area, the final time that we've been talking about, did you come back with any money? Did you bring any money into the United States?
When I came to this with the 3 months,
When you came to, right before, when you arrived to go to Boston, did you come with any money?
On the first time?
No, when you came, first time you went to California. I'm
Right.
past
No,
that.
but okay.
I'm talking about when you went to Boston.
Okay.
Did you come with any money?
Maybe $600, maybe 300, like not something like big.
Did you have money in Israel that you left there?
No, no, that I remember. No.
So the amount of money that you had available to you was the $600 that you brought with
Yeah,
you,
something like that.
and whatever money you earned.
Yes.
Now, during the time that you're working in Israel, was there an incident where you were crying in the mall?
Yes, but not this time in Boston, because actually after that time, I went to South America to travel, and I got back home to Israel, and then after that, I went to, like, that was after that time that I cried.
You came back a second time to Boston.
Yes.
Was it exactly the same arrangements with friends from Israel again?
Yes.
Working in the mall again?
Yes.
All right. This time when you came, did you have any money with you the second time that you went to Boston?
Not much, very little.
Now, were you living with the same friends that you were the second time you went to Boston that you were living with the first time that you went to Boston?
It's not the same friends. Like maybe one of them is the same. I remember there was one friend that came from Israel at that time, but most of them wasn't pretty different.
Now, I was talking to you about one of the times that you were in the mall and you started crying. Do you remember?
Yes.
Now, what had happened that caused you to be sad and begin crying?
In that time, my boss screamed at me, and I got sad, and I was sad about other things in my life, because things didn't went the way I planned them to be. And I was very sad, because I felt that things are not working out for me. So it's just everything was together.
Okay. It's kind of a general statement. See if we can find out a little bit more about what you were sad about. Were you concerned about meeting, say, I think this is a term that comes up in the text messages, but a soulmate? Is that something that you were...
Judge.
What's the objection?
Objection is you led him. Ask her if she was worried about meeting a
Talking
soulmate.
to each other, I'm not gonna keep saying overruled,
Yes. Is that something that you were concerned about?
Yeah, I was also wanted to meet somebody in my life. Like I wanted to meet a soulmate, and it didn't come. So yeah, I was concerned about him as well, because this was another thing that didn't work out for me the way I wanted it to work.
Were you lonely at that time?
Very lonely.
You're crying in the mall. Were you alone when you were crying?
Yes.
What happened when you were in this mall crying?
I was crying. I remember that I just was looking at the sky and was asking for help. And after that, I remember that I just stopped crying. I was at the phone, and there was a woman that approached me.
Had you ever seen that woman before?
Never.
What did she tell you?
Hi, my name is Jaycee, and I'm here, and I'm a psychic. I have like abilities to help to other people, and I feel things. Like I don't remember exactly the words, but that was around, and she told me that she feels a very bad energy for me, that this bad energy is a course that comes from generation to generations, that this course is go through females only, and it's come from my mom's side, and I need to feel like, and this is why things are not working for me.
Now, the person that approached you, do you see that person there at the mall? Do you see that person in court today?
Yes.
All right. Would you please describe her by her clothing?
How to describe her?
Yeah. Who is she?
She's Jaycee Wasso. She's the woman who
Sitting at
approached
that
me at the
table
mall.
there?
Yeah, this one.
Okay. Thank you. Now, the record could reflect Ms. Halthon having identified the defendant, Jaycee Wasso. So, tells you that she's a psychic?
She told me that she's a psychic, yes.
And that there's a curse?
She told me that there is a course on me,
And the females in your family?
on the females on my family, and it's going by the generations to generations. It is
You-
very old already.
Did you believe that?
Yes, I believe that. Yes.
Was there any discussion about meeting with her at another time?
Yes. She told me, you're going to come to me. I'm going to meditate with you. I have some crystals from Jerusalem, and you're going to come to me, and we're going to fix this.
Was there any fee, any cost that she communicated to you that it would be?
Yeah, on that time, she asked me $100 for coming to her.
Did you pay her at the mall, or you would pay her when you saw her the next time?
I told her that I don't have it on me, so I told her that I'm going to pay her on the next time. That's what I did.
She agreed to do that?
She was concerned, I think, a little bit, but then she agreed to that.
Now, did you all exchange contact information?
Yes, she gave me her phone number. She gave me her address on that time, and she told me to come to her.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an automobile at that time to be able to drive to her business, or?
Yes, I had.
And
It was a sharing car.
It was a share. It belonged to the company that you work for.
Yes.
And you just could use it occasionally. Is that
Correct.
okay? And did you use that car to go to her business?
So I did.
How long after she sees you in the mall and you have this talk with her, do you actually go to her business?
It was the day after.
The following day?
Yes.
Now, what happened when you got to her business there in the Boston area?
I remember that I parked the car. I saw like a big sign of psychic chakra thing, and I got inside. She opened the door. She took me to her room.
Was there anybody there when you get there?
I remember, I don't remember if it was on the same day or a day after, but there was a time that I went there and I saw a woman and children and a person.
I'm talking about the initial time. Do you recall anybody else being there the first time you went to the house?
I can't recall that.
Now, what did you get for your $100 on this first visit?
Nothing really. She gave me nothing, basically.
Did you have to fill out any paperwork?
Yes. So she gave me a paperwork to fill out, and she asked me to put all my information.
What information was she requesting in this paperwork?
I remember it was the eye color, my date of birth, my name, my zodiac. Yes.
Was there any information requested about your family, a number of whether they were still living or not, or the children? Not children, but brothers or sisters?
I don't remember. I remember that it was very not many questions. It was pretty.
More personal to you.
Yes.
Now, about how long did this initial visit for $100 last?
Can you ask it again, please?
Yeah, how long did it last? How long did
The
it
meeting?
take the first time you went?
It wasn't long, 30 minutes maybe, even less. It was very short.
Were any plans made for another contact between you and Jaycee Wasso?
Yes.
And what was the reason for the second contact?
Basically to give her $600 as she asked me to.
What were you supposed to get for your $600?
Because she told me that the course we was talking about before, the course she told me, the course she told me about before is much stronger than she thought it is, because she meditated on it and she understood that the course is very, very big and very dangerous. So she have charge members that she and the charge members need to work all night to meditate on it, to take it away.
And she needed $600 for that?
Yes.
And another visit?
Yes.
How soon after that first or that second visit, actually it was the next visit, how long later was that?
I'm not sure, but a day or two, max. It wasn't a long time after.
Did she give you any instructions before you come to that next visit with her regarding what needed to be done?
Yeah, so she gave me instructions. I don't remember if it was on that visit, on the other visit, but she gave me instructions.
What did she tell you?
She told me to take an egg, to put the egg, to choose, like to take the tab of the eggs, to choose from there one egg, to take the egg, to put it in a paper towel to make sure that this towel gonna be white, to wrap it, to put it in a bag, and to sleep with the egg under my bag. Sorry, it's not the bag. I don't need to put on the bag, but I need the egg to put with a white paper to put it under my bag.
Did she tell you whether you needed to put anything on your body?
Yes, she told me to take $200, to take them like this together, to put them like together that way. I remember she told me to wrap them and to put it on my bra.
In your bra?
Yeah.
Were you supposed to sleep with the $200 as well?
Yes, I did.
Was the plan for you to go, when you got up the next morning, back with the egg and,
Yes.
and the $200?
Yes, I even went with that to work.
Pardon me?
I went with that to work.
So you went to see her after work?
Yes.
Did you spend the whole day at work with $200 inside your bra?
Yes, I did.
And where was the egg?
In the drawer in the kiosk.
When you get to, do you go to Miss Wasso's business after you get off work?
Mm-hmm.
You go alone.
Yes, I will do. Yes.
And what happens when you get there now with the egg and the $200?
So I went there. I went inside. In the first place, she told me to wait to her outside. Then she told me that she's ready. I got inside. She took me to the room, the original room. And then she told me that she wanted to introduce me her mother.
Up to this point, you had not met anybody but her.
No.
Now, what did this room that she took you into look like?
The room looks like a lot of crystals, Buddha things, everything looks like, spiritual objects, if it's right to say that way.
Was there any, did you go there in the daytime or was it nighttime?
It was nighttime at that time.
Were there any windows that you remember to this room?
Yeah, there was some windows and there was curtains on the roof. What?
There were curtains, you just said?
Curtains, yeah.
Now, did the room have any lights in the room?
It was very blurry light, like not...
Dark?
Kind of, yeah. It wasn't very... I don't remember that it was very light. It was kind of blurry light.
Was there enough light for you to be able to see?
Yes.
Now, did Miss Wasso introduce you to her mother, his mother, you said?
Yes.
Did she give you her name?
Eva.
Now, did Miss Wasso say it was Eva? The
Yeah.
name was Eva?
She introduced me herself as Eva.
Eva.
Hi, nice to meet you. My name is Eva.
Objection, hearsay.
Now, how was Miss Wasso dressed? Do you remember?
I remember that she used to use boots, but it's kind of blurry what she wore. I don't really remember that good. But I remember that she used to use boots, but not really.
More like a dress?
Maybe, yeah.
How about her mother? Do you remember what her mother was dressed like?
No.
Do you remember anything about her mother in particular?
She had a very strong voice. I remember she was short. She wasn't like very tall. She had a black hair. And that's the details I can remember.
She had a deep voice?
Yes.
Now, after you're in the room with the two of them, was anybody else in the room besides the three of you?
No.
You had the egg with you?
Yes, I
And
did.
you had the money in your bra?
Yes, I did.
The $200?
Yes, I did.
Now, what happened after you go into the room with Miss Wasso and her mother?
So she introduced me her mother. they both sit with me. They start sitting and talk to me. And mother start to ask me many questions about me, about my life, about talking about my insecurities, my problem in life, about my course that I have in my family, about the demons, about all the bad things that had happened to me, and about all the good things that may happen to me, that going to happen to me in the future, because they're helping me to get this out. So there is a very excitement future for me, waiting for me.
Did you see this as an opportunity to perhaps improve your life in some way?
Yes, of course.
Now, what happened after you were in there with the egg?
So after they was talking to me, so they told me that they are starting a ceremony. I don't remember exactly the way they say that, but I understand that there's going to be like a ceremony. And they explained me that they are going to do in the ceremony, they're going to take the evil or the curse that there is on my family, they're going to take it off from the egg. That this is what the egg is here for. That I'm going to crush it, and there's supposed to be like something black. Like I remember that there was instructions, and she explained me everything. And she told me that she hoped that this black thing going to go out because it may not go out. And if it's not going to go out, so all this is not like it didn't work, and we need to continue praying. And I really hope that it's going to get out, because I wanted the course to go out for me,
now,
for my family.
When you're in the room talking with the defendant, Ms. Wasso, and her mother, are you sitting down at a table, standing up? What position are all of you in?
So most of the time we were sitting, but when the ceremony has been started, we stand up, all of us.
Now, do you have the egg in your possession the whole time, or do you at some point give it to someone?
I remember it was on the table, and I remember that when she told me that we were starting the ceremony, the mother started to take it off and start like to take, because it was on the egg and in the wrapping thing, so she started like to take it off.
You mean the white paper that you had it in?
And the bag, yeah.
In the bag?
Because it was a plastic bag.
Did you see whether there was anything in the mother's hand when she's taking the egg out of the bag and unwrapping it?
I didn't pay attention to that because I was like talking with Jaycee and with her, and I was like kind of didn't concentrate on that.
After she removes the egg from the bag and the paper, what happens to the egg?
So she put the egg on the floor, and there was a ceremony going on there.
What's the ceremony? What was it like?
First of all, she put me like they took like leaves, like weird leaves, and they start to like praying on me and turn around me, and they put like a hand here, and they start like to mess with me and like start to say like, you need to breathe in and breathe out, and when you breathe in the good energy. When you breathe out all the bad energy, all the demons, all the bad things that are inside of you.
And you did that?
And I did it.
What happened to the egg?
And then they told me to crush the egg with my right leg. And then I did it.
What happened?
There was a black thing going out from the egg.
You saw the black thing come out?
I saw the black thing, yeah.
What was the defendant and her mother's reaction when you saw this black thing come out of the egg?
They started screaming, and they went to their knees and did like this, like looking at the sky and screaming at the same time.
Both of them?
Both of them.
What did you do?
I was kind of scared and didn't understand what's going on. And then there was like on the same time that they are screaming and looking at the egg, they are looking at me and telling me, see too, like you need to do it too. You need to thank God for that, because this is God did this. Like he took it out.
He took the evil out of the egg?
Yeah, because the black, as she explained me before, the black is the evil.
It's the curse.
It's the curse.
Did anybody collect this black thing that came out of the egg? Did anybody pick it up or put it in a container of any kind?
My memory is a little bit blurry about what's happened, but I remember that it in some point was on the table, or I don't really, it's kind of blurry to me, I'm not really sure, but we stay on the room and keep talking for a while, for a little while.
Did the defendant and her mother tell you what they were going to do with the black substance that came out of the egg?
I don't remember in what part they say that, but yes, they explain me that the black thing that is out from the egg needs to be buried, because this thing now is outside of my body. But if we're not gonna bury it, it's gonna come back to me, and gonna come back much more stronger and dangerous than what it was before.
So it's got to be buried.
Yes,
Did they tell you where they were going to bury it at?
in the woods.
Did they tell you whether you should go with them or not?
No, they didn't want me to go there.
Did they tell you whether they had to be wearing any clothes at the time that this burial takes place?
They told me that they need to do it naked.
Now, did you pay them any money for this visit here where they got this broken egg and got this black substance out of the egg?
First of all, I have my $200 on my chest. So I remember that we was about to finish like all of that before she told me about the other money. But I asked her like what to do with the 200. She told me put it in here. Like
What is here? What does that mean?
it was, now I remember, it was the egg with the bag. So she told me like to throw it away. She told me, and say that it's for the devil. Tell to the devil, take it away. Like we don't want it.
So the $200 and whatever was in the egg goes into the bag.
Yes.
Now, did you have to pay them for any money for this particular visit?
No, but she told me that for bury it, I need to sacrifice money.
How much money did you have to sacrifice?
$4K in cash.
When you say 4K, what does that mean to you?
$4,000.
4,000. Did you have $4,000?
Not really.
Did you agree to pay the $4,000 to bury the curse?
Yes, I did. I was able to borrow from somebody, and as much as I remember, they also advises me to borrow from somebody.
Ms. Halthon, I'd like to take you to some, well, before I get to these, let me ask you some additional questions. When you first meet Ms. Wasso, you mentioned that you exchanged phone numbers, right?
Yes.
And do you then begin communicating by phone as well as text messages?
Yes.
And is that a way of you communicating with her continuously for the next almost 2 years?
Yes. Phone calls and text messages.
I'd like to go through some of these. Judges, can that chair be spun around so she can see the... Okay, I didn't know if it could turn it or not.
Judge, may I maneuver?
Yeah. Text message appears to be dated December 20th, 2017, p.m. Oh no, you can't talk to anyone about our work or speak to anyone in past work. It interferes with our work. What was that? That wasn't coming through. Did Ms. Wasso send that to you?
Yes, you did.
And did you abide by that instruction not to talk to anybody about what happened?
Excuse me, what is about?
Did you agree to do that?
Yes, I did.
And you never spoke with anybody about it?
One person once it was that I did.
And I think your response is no, okay, no problem.
Yeah.
December 23rd, 2017, say, I have 3,200. my friend, in the way back home, she need to give me another $800. That $4,000 that you're referring to there, is that the $4,000 that you paid to Ms. Wasso?
Yes.
And you say, okay, tomorrow I come up, okay, tomorrow you come up with the rest.
Yeah, this is about the 4,000.
How are you going to pay back the money that you were borrowing?
I thought that I'm gonna keep working and gonna pay it back.
Were you telling the people that you were borrowing the money from what you were doing with the money?
No, no. I couldn't really say nothing.
Yeah, I need to make money. This is you saying, I need to make money here because I have a lot of bills now. What do you mean by that?
Because I borrow money for the 4K, so now I have bills, because now I need to return money to people.
Are you having to pay for your own living expenses?
If I pay for my own living
Yeah.
expenses, on that time, yeah, of course, I pay like food and, yeah.
If you use the car for the company and it needs gas, do you have to put gas in the car yourself?
course.
You have to pay for it
Of
yourself?
course.
How about rent? Who pays the rent in your business?
Depends when. If I work in Boston, it's go out, I don't pay, but if I work in other, like in the skincare, they take it off automatically.
How much money are you making? How much are you getting paid?
Depends when, and depends how much.
During this time here in December of 2018, how much money were you
I
earning?
think, I'm not really sure, but maybe like 3,000, maybe less than that. Because
How? And what's the time frame? Is it 3,000 a week, 3,000 a month? How frequently are you calculating your income?
I'm not really sure, but maybe 3,000 a month, I think, makes more sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Text message is dated January 1st, 2018 from Ms. Wasso. I've been very busy with the church members. There is special work we need to do today for the new year, and we need to get this done today. This work is very important for the new year. This is for family encouragement, prosperity. We need this done today for the new year. Lynn, you need to send the money for me to get this work done today. Did you feel any kind of sense of urgency or necessity to do things right away?
Yes, yes I do.
That text message that I had just read, you responded that you have a big problem. See that?
Yeah, because I'm,
Was the problem that you didn't have any money?
yes, I already owe money for the 4K, so now she asked me for more.
And you tell her very quickly after that, I have no money. I am very stressed. And then you say, how much do you need for that?
I think I mean like, you need for what? Maybe.
Yeah, what do you need the money for?
Yeah.
And then she says, $1,000. If you can't afford it, you need to put at least half. I can tell you too much over text, but this is also for the health with your mom. So the fact that she mentions your mother in a text and the reason includes her for needing the money, is that significant to you?
It's terrified me. It terrified me.
Text dated still January 1st, 2018. And you say first, 500 is okay, and she says, we really need the 1,000. The Spirit showed me that you can come up with it. She says, this is for the new year, Lynn. Remember her telling you that?
Yes, I remember very good.
Still on January the 1st. You have to show the spirits that you have faith for the new year. So she's still trying to get the $1,000 from you. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Now here you have, apparently you contact a friend to try and get money,
She told me that she's going to do it for me. Yeah.
and then Ms. Wasso tells you.
Excuse me, Judge, can he mention the dates for the record? What
Sure,
dates
I'll
these
be
are
glad
sent
to
on?
do that, Judge.
Because I can't see from here, and I don't.
January, we're still on January 1st.
Thank you.
Okay, but don't tell her what it's for. So she's reminding you not to share what you and she are doing.
Correct.
And then she tells you that to lie. Isn't that true?
Yes, it's a lie.
So Ms. Wasso is now feeding you the information of what you tell your friend when you borrow the money.
Right?
To mislead her and to lie to her.
Correct.
Still on January 1st. Ms. Wasso tells you. There's going to be an online transfer. This has to be done today because I need to know what info to send. And was this typical of it's got to be done today, the
Very
communications from her?
Very difficult. The new year is just the beginning, but yeah.
And she tells you, Jay Mitchell. Is that the account that she told you to send it to?
Yes.
Still on January 1st. We need this done now, Lynn. Is she talking about that she wants you to transfer the money right away?
Correct.
I know, but me and the church members, still on January 1st, are willing, are waiting, and we need to head out and get things done. Still on January 1st. This is your friend that she's telling you to talk to. Is that right?
Yes.
Tell her to do it now. Tell her it's an emergency.
Right.
Another lie.
Another lie.
She tells you, Lynn, call me back. It's an emergency. Now, is this an example of the type of communication that you have in that you ask her to call you back, she calls you back? So you all are communicating by text as well as phone calls?
Yes.
And then you write, I cannot ask money from my mom. She will get cray on me. Do you mean crazy?
Crazy on me. Yeah.
Is Miss Wasso asking you to get money from your mother?
Yes.
And she says, don't tell them or you're giving it to.
Right.
So she doesn't want you to say anything to your mom about that.
You don't want to.
And then you say, I asked for $2K. So you, is this from your friend?
In what time frame it was? Sorry.
This would have also been, this is January the 2nd.
So yeah, it's maybe about 1,000. No.
It's actually, it says, you say you asked for $2K is what the text
okay.
message says.
So probably it's from my friends. Yeah.
Yeah, and it says,
Yeah.
okay, you send $2,500, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, this is for a friend. From a friend.
And then she repeats the warning again. Don't tell them for what?
Yes.
You right here. I'm on the way to Bank of America. And then she also on January actually I think that says January this 12th. She says, "Okay, Lynn, it's in." Can you see it?
Yeah.
She's talking about having received the money.
Yes.
On January 14th. You right. And I have no money for vacation with them. You're talking about your family?
Yes, my mom and dad.
If they figure out that I have no money, they will get crazy on me. I really want them to come and see them. I want them also a lot of time to come, and I'm always say them an excuse. I feel bad about that. So you're having to lie to your mother about how much money you have?
Yeah, and you couldn't come to visit me because of that too.
At some point, do you ask your mother for some money?
Yes.
This is most important. I hope that my mom can transfer the money. This is you telling that to Miss Wasso, is that
Yes.
right? And then you say, you describe what happened when you asked your mother for the money here, don't you?
I cried with her.
You said it was very painful.
Yes, it was.
Says she begged you to come back home.
Yes, she did.
This would have been in February 1st of 2018.
Yeah, I remember that.
And you're telling all this to the defendant.
Yeah.
And that you asked your mother for does that mean $8,000?
Yes.
And she told you that she would try to get the money.
Yes. She didn't know for what is it. Didn't
You
told
wouldn't tell her.
No.
And you said it's the same bank account as you write Michelle, but you meant Jay Mitchell?
Yeah.
Still on February 1st. She begged me to tell her what for, and I didn't.
Right.
I promised her that after I will tell her. And then Ms. Wasso writes back to you and says, yes, don't tell her. Yes, it is.
Yes,
Remember
I
her telling you that?
We also talked about it over the phone.
So in addition to these text messages, you're having conversations with her. And that. You know, Mr. Lansky had brought up something in his opening statement, which I want to ask you about now as well. When you talked to the defendant on the phone between these text messages, was it her on the phone with you each and every single time?
Yes. She let me talk with her mother, like in between, like on that time, specific time, but it was very short little time. But the whole time, it was with her, for sure.
You recognized her voice?
Yes, I do.
Was there ever a time in your conversations with her when you recognized her voice that she didn't seem to understand what you were talking about?
No, that I remember
Objection,
something
calls
like
for
this.
speculation, Judge.
Did she ever seem confused when you spoke with her?
Calls for speculation.
Judge,
Tell
she
someone
can
to
ask.
speak over the phone.
That requires a perception on her part, which cannot be described otherwise. Thank you. Did she seem confused on the phone with you?
No.
So it would have been February 1st of 2018. Ms. Wasso tells you, tell him you have a friend in Boston that is going to transfer the money to your family in Israel. Is that a lie?
Yes.
The money was going to Ms. Wasso, wasn't it?
Yeah. Telling you have a friend in Boston? Yeah, that's a lie. Like, what's the meaning here? Like when it was? In January?
This would have been in February 1st, 2018.
Okay.
Still on February 1st, 2018. We can't start without the money. Can't start what without the money, Ms. Halthon?
Objection calls for speculation.
So she's part of this conversation.
Well, she can answer if she's able.
Start probably the sacrifice, the ceremony, because that's what she usually do. Like when she asks for money, it's for sacrifice the money. Like if it's cash, it's for sacrifice and for special ceremony or meditation or taking away the devil because it's the bad thing is trying to get back to me.
Also on February 1st, I will try, ask Roy. Who is Roy?
Roy is somebody I was working to, like he was my boss.
And when you say you try, ask Roy, what do you mean by that?
Probably for money. Like, I'm sure it's for money.
You're going to borrow money from Roy
Yes,
to give to the defendant.
yes.
Also on February 1st, 2018. Okay, you say, okay, for now I'm going to go to the bank with my friend and we're going to transfer the 4.
Correct.
How much is the 4?
4,000.
Your Honor, objection relevance, may we approach?
Good. Okay, for now I'm going to go to the bank with my friend and we're going to transfer the 4. I think you had said earlier that that was $4,000 that was going to be transferred to the defendant.
Mhm.
You have to answer verbally, Ms. Halthon.
Yes, I did. Sorry about
It's
it.
recorded in the...
Yes, this is for the defendant. It's to give her money.
Also on February 1st, Ms. Wasso tells you, no, all at once, you have to send it. So I wait till you get the full amount. Is your sister going to transfer the money? Tomorrow. So she's inquiring about when she's going to get her money.
Yes.
And then you write at the bottom, is that Yael
Yes.
is going to help me with the 4?
Yes, I
Who is
remember
he or she?
She's a friend that was a friend on that time.
Did you get $4,000 from
Yeah,
her?
because I remember that the money was delayed to come, so I asked from her, I'm going to receive the money from my family tomorrow, so can you just borrow from me just for the day or two, and I give you back.
So you're still waiting on the money from your mother, the 8, I think you had said earlier?
Yeah, I remember that she succeeded to transfer me like 4, and there was 4 missing. That's kind of blurry to me, but I kind of remember that that's what happened on that time.
Still on February 1st. Can you ask Roy to help you with just 4, and then you give it back to him? Still February 1st.
Yeah.
So you have 4, and your mom is transferring you 8 tomorrow. That's 11, right? Well, it's actually 12. but-
Yeah, but we was talking about 8, so then.
So you have the full amount of 11. So in February of 2018, she wanted you to give her $11,000?
In the beginning, she started, I remember, with 11,000, and then she said that the church member gonna donate a little bit, so it's gonna be 8. So we was talking about 8, and here she thought that it's the full amount, and then I'm telling her, no. I remember that.
Then you say, I have 4. And then you say, tomorrow, another 4. Also on February 1st, she writes to you, try to see if you can get another 4 today. You still talking about 4,000?
Yes.
That way we can start today. On February the 5th, she says, yes, the money is in the account.
She received the money.
And then you text her back and say, you ask her if she got the money.
Yes.
And actually, she says here in this text message, after she said she got the money, says, yes, I'm going to finish these candles and I'm going to call you later.
Yeah, very typical answer.
I'd like to ask you about this communication that you have with Ms. Wasso here. This would have been February the 8th of 2018, you say to Ms. Wasso. I'm just sad, honestly. I feel tired from everything. I want to see my family and tell my mom everything that is happening to me. So, despite the fact that she's told you not to tell anybody, you're telling Ms. Wasso that you want to tell your mother?
Yes, I did.
The next text message from you. I'm lonely here. She writes back in response to your statement about being lonely. Don't worry, Lynn, you will see your family soon, but don't tell your mom anything. It's only going to stress her and interfere with our work. You're going to see great results soon. I don't want you to feel sad and lonely. You're only in California for therapy, and this job is only temporary. Your real work is coming soon. I seen in the work earlier, it's coming to you very soon. Did you go temporarily to California?
Yes, I did.
And did you maintain contact with her by text message and
Yes.
cell phone?
She told me that it's important.
She tells you don't let the bad energy in. Then you respond, I'm trying to, I'm strong, but in the past 6 months, it was very tough for me. I was dealing with a lot by myself, and I just feel like I need a hug from someone. It's something I didn't have for a long time. I'm never going to tell my mom because I know there is stress. She is, with everything I tell her. But this just makes me deal with everything by myself. I'm really doing my best, Jaycee, and I'm strong. I just have times when I'm breaking and crying. Ms. Wasso responds to you to that text message. Okay, make sure you listen to my words and everything will be fine. Everything is going to be great. I'll make sure of it. I'll be with you every step of the way and guide your energy. So she's giving you confidence that you're going to be able to deal with
Yes.
the pressure that she's putting on you.
Yes.
Now, this text message, which is dated February 17, 2018, no meat today. Now, did she tell you what to eat?
Not specifically what to eat, but not what to eat. Some days she used to tell me, eat meat today, but sometimes don't eat meat today, or eat beets.
Beets?
Red beets. Drink vinaigrette. She told me to take a shot of vinaigrette.
Vinaigrette?
Vinegar.
Did you do that one time?
I did.
Did it give you any kind of reaction?
Yes.
What did
I had
it do?
a horrible heartburn, like burning all my body. I was horrible.
Tell Ms. Wasso in February 26th of 2018, I don't want to worry about money anymore. Just want to give people money back, and that I will have this money to travel with my parents. My dad is a very stressed person about money all his life. Is getting me and my family so crazy, and now my mom always tells me he gets stressed about the trip, her, and about her money, and when they will come. My father will get me so crazy when he will be here. Is that what you mean, be here?
Yeah, be here.
What does your dad do for a living? What
He's a painter.
You say a painter, you're talking about paints buildings? And
Paint walls.
walls. He works hard for a living.
Yeah, he's a very hard worker.
In March of 2018, I'm so scared about the money. Ms. Wasso responds to you. Well, here's another thing. That says, I'm going to do everything for him. Who are you talking about here?
About my soulmate.
That's your son. She writes to you, good. I felt it from your energy. Don't be scared, Lynn. Everything is going to be fine. So she reassures you in that text message.
Yes.
March 6, 2018, you tell her, but I'm just scared. I know, but you shouldn't be. I don't want to deal with pain anymore. I'm tired. Is that what you're telling her?
Yes, I do.
March the 6th. You tell Ms. Wasso, I'm crying. I cannot not to. Everything that happens to me. Ms. Wasso writes back to you. Do not cry, Lynn. You can't cry. Everything is going to be okay. I promise if it wasn't okay, I would tell you. And then you write here, but I want him so much. Are you still referring to your soulmate?
Yeah, but I'm not crying here because of him.
Why were you crying?
Because my life is not good, because I gave her so much money, and maybe in this point I also need to give her money. It makes sense that this is what I'm crying to.
Right to here this would have been also on March the 6th, 2018. I will not want to live anymore. And then she writes to you, you won't lose him. I'm going to take care of this. He wants you so much too. Still talking about your soulmate?
Yeah, I think that she told me something about it over the phone. It's kind of blurry, but I remember something like that.
She follows that up, all still on that date, March the 6th.
Yeah.
And how I can get money to get it to you. So you're worried about that also?
Yeah, because I remember that she told me something gonna happen to my soulmate in the future after we're gonna meet, and the only way to save his life is by giving her money. I remember, I think it was 8,000 at that time. Not sure, but pretty sure it was 8,000. She told me that he's gonna die from a car accident.
She told you this on the phone?
Yes.
And then you write here, and how can I get money just to get it? And then you say, why everything is money in this life? I hate it.
Judge, I'm going to object to form. Maybe we need to approach this and speak the objection. The objection is he's just reading, not even asking questions half the time. And if he's going to read, then he should have to read every single message of all 16 of those books. Not
Judge.
asking any questions, Judge. Well, that's why I asked him. Next question.
Thank you.
What was the ruling?
There's no pending questions.
I'm objecting to the form of his last 19 questions, Judge. All he's doing is reading and then saying, is that...
Judge, these are in evidence.
I ruled,
Thank
overruled.
you.
Next question.
Referring to March the 6th, pardon me. Say, get the money. First context, which is transfer the money. And then the next, all this stress. Those are 3 straight text messages by you.
Yes.
Judge, what is the question? Objection to form again.
Let's take a 5-minute recess. Take the jury out. Testimony with everybody. I won't address the objection. You want to meet both of you guys, and especially you, Mr. Lynn, you want to get up and start talking in front of the jury.
I asked to approach, Judge.
Yeah.
You said
and I
no.
ruled, and then you jump up again. I would be happy to handle whatever you want to address in front of the jury, and I'm trying not to do that.
Okay.
But you tested me.
Judge, my objection is he's reading without questions. How is that proper form of
I'm
anything?
going to sustain it, but you got to start talking like 3-4 sentences. on
Okay, so
that
you
one.
changed your objection because
No,
I was
I
talking?
didn't. The last time you did it, it wasn't contemporaneous, and that's why I ruled.
Okay. I'm making an ongoing objection right now that Mr. Castillo should not be allowed to be the witness and testify and read all these in without
I
questions.
ruled on your last one.
Okay, but do you want me to stand up every time he does it? That's what I'm
how it
asking you,
works.
Judge. No, I'm making I'm asking you to instruct
I don't
him.
think there's anything in the
Hang
law
on,
called an ongoing objection.
Well-
Say that, but-
Okay, Judge, well, you're getting mad that I'm standing up and making objections,
You're talking for like 4 sentences at a time after I
so
rule.
I'm just gonna object to form every time he does it now. I'll stand up every
That's what
time.
everybody else would do, yes.
Okay. No.
So,
Judge.
I'm just telling you, you keep wanting to have these long conversations in front of the jury about issues. I'm happy to address them.
Judge, I asked to approach.
I'm happy to address them.
I understand that, but did I not ask to approach?
We're doing it again, so let's move
We're
on.
not here.
Judge, may I?
Yes, you can't just sit there reading text
Okay,
message
well,
after text message without a question. That's
All right, Judge. Then what I would propose that we do, because it's important that they understand evidence that's been received already, that we want to publish these, and I want to publish these excerpts from what is already in evidence. Mr. Dontonville will have one part, I'll have the other part, and we'll read the answer and question to these.
whatever you guys want to do.
My response will be rule of completeness. Go ahead and introduce and publish them all, Judge.
They're already introduced.
That's fine.
Judge.
Publish them all to the jury. Let them read them. Rather
I
than
don't think the rule of completeness says everything gets introduced. They're already introduced, so that's.
They are introduced.
That point is absolute at this point.
All right.
So, Judge,
You want to address any text message on the cross, it's fair game.
I understand that, Judge. I'm just asking you to not be allowed to just read them without questions, and you've already addressed that.
We're doing it again.
And you've already addressed that. Thank you.
I don't think this is as complicated as both sides are trying to make it. Are you ready?
Judge, I don't know that we've resolved this, but my intention is to continue to go through these text messages, and if I need to change the form of the question was, did you say this, Lynn, and did she respond in this way to you, to get through the question? That's, and if there's going to be an objection to that process, then we need to publish them in the manner that I...
That's what you said that you wrote, sure.
Okay,
Publish them. However you want to do it. I don't
all
know.
right.
I don't know why we can't, they're already in evidence, so why can't we speed it along?
Judge, I'm fine. They're in evidence.
Well,
Send them back to the jury. I mean,
Judge, we have condensed, just, I know the jury's not present.
I'm fully aware of everything, and I've handled dozens of trials of this sort, specifically fraud cases, and I am happy to address it with the jury sitting there, but you two may not like how I do that. So I'm trying to take the jury out and handle it. You guys can't agree on the weather, so that's between the two of you, but every time you guys come sidebar, you start sniping at each other and making it personal, and I'm not having it. So I've already warned you guys about 3 times. I'm done. Okay? I'm done admonishing both sides about that. You guys know the rules of evidence. You know how to ask questions. We could probably get through this whole trial with 2 objections because you guys both know what you're doing. Okay? It's not like your first trial. You guys are well experienced. So just do your jobs and you know, hit the high points for each side, and then it's up to the jury. Okay? We don't have to sit here arguing. You guys already agreed all the text messages go in. So they can highlight whatever they want to on their case in chief, and on cross, you can grab that whole binder of them and hit anyone that you want.
I understand.
They're already in, so.
It's just the form that we're just reading. That's all I was objecting to, which I thought was a valid objection under my understanding of the rules of evidence.
Judge, what I would like to do, because I know this is going to come up again, and I don't want to cross your ruling in this matter, but I want to publish these. So can I just read them to the jury? They're in evidence. I want them to hear it. I'll just read it. I don't have to ask her any questions at all. This is what it is. Are these, you know, have you read these text messages? Yes. Are these, did you send these, and did you receive them? That's what makes them relevant. Now I want to publish them. I don't want to publish every single one of them, but I want to publish them. So I'll just read them.
I'm trying to speed this up because I don't think it's necessary.
Whatever your ruling is, Judge, I concur.
I don't think there's any rule against publishing an exhibit that's already in evidence. But
No objection. I didn't object to the publishing of it. Just objected to him reading them and then not asking a question while she's on the
it's the
stand.
same thing as publishing.
Well, if they want to read them, Judge, then let's finish this witness and read them into evidence, or let the witness go and read them into evidence and bring her back. She's
I
not
may
going to
have-
ask any questions. That's what I was saying.
Bring the jury back in. You can ask her if that's a message she sent and received and handle it. You guys want to keep arguing about our address? No.
There's too much, Paul.
All right, presenter.
All right, everybody have a seat. Jury's present, parties are present, defendants present. Next question, sir.
Ms. Halthon, placed on the screen there 3 text messages, all dated March the 6th, 2018. Did you write a text message to the defendant indicating that that you get the money, that you would transfer the money, and that you have all this stress?
Yes.
And did you receive back from the defendant, do not stress, everything is going to be under control, I want you to relax?
Yes.
And then did you respond to the defendant's text, there's so much for me, I'm still recovering from the last time?
Yes.
Did you receive from the defendant still on March the 6th, the following text? Listen to me, we're only preventing the bad from happening to you. You should be relieved.
Yeah, that's what she all the time saying.
And did you respond to the defendant's text with this text? This is my life now. I just need to deal with it. Did you send her those 2 texts?
Yes, that's me.
Still on March the 6th, 2018. Did you receive this text from the defendant? I have everything under control. I'm going to try so much to help you. I will never give up on you. And did you respond to that text with this text? Yes, JC, you are everything for me.
Yes, that was me.
Did you receive this text also on March the 6th from the defendant? I will always be there, it says here, for you, to help you, to listen to you, to understand you. We are family, Lynn.
Yes.
Did you tell, no, also on March the 6th, no, I'm sorry, we're now going to March the 8th, 2 days later, you send the defendant this text. I have 45. And then to follow up with that text, did you send the following text? Need to think how to get the test.
The rest.
You talk about the rest.
Yeah.
And how to send it. And then you follow with a third text, or did you follow with a third text? How to send it is a big problem.
Yes.
The defendant, in response to those text messages from you, send you the following also on March the 8th. You need to send it all together. And then she follows that up, still on March the 8th. I need you to send 8. How much is that?
8,000.
And then the next text from her, also on the 8th. Altogether, we. Defendant send you this text here about, also on March the 8th. Oh, that's the 9th now. Okay. The 9th, yes. Did you receive this text? Okay, you need to get a Bank of America account. Why did you need to get a Bank of America account?
To transfer her money.
She followed up with the following text. When you get to the Bank of America, tell them it's an emergency. You need to transfer this money to your brother and give the information they need. Tell them. Now, my recollection was when I first started asking you questions that you said you had 3 sisters. Is that right?
Right.
Now, you do not have a brother.
No, I don't have a brother.
So she's telling you again to lie.
Yes, she did.
Did you send the following text to the defendant? I feel so stressed, JC. This is on March the 9th as well. And then she says, why? And then you write, I don't know everything. Did you write that?
Yes, I did.
And then you say, I'm in the line to the bank. Did you write that?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I did.
I'm going to open the account and see if I can transfer. And then the final text that you said, I'm running after Lior about the rest of the money. He's doing it for me, a favor that he answer.
I could already answer.
Who is Lior?
He was my manager on that time, on the skincare.
Were you getting money from him also? Borrowing money from them?
I borrowed money from him, yes.
How are you paying all these people that you're borrowing money from?
I was working and paying back.
Did you ever borrow money to pay other people that you had owed as well?
Yeah, can you ask it again, please?
Yes, did you borrow money to pay other people as well?
I didn't borrow money to, I borrowed money to pay to her, but not to other people, like just her.
Were you paying other people that you had borrowed money from only from the money that you earned?
Can you ask it again?
Yes. I understand it's a difficult. Let's see if I can change it. When you paid people back from money that you had borrowed from them to pay to the defendant, did you pay that money back to them with the money that you earned in commissions?
Yes. Yes.
March the 9th of 2018, did you send the defendant this text? Everything I just wanted to be over.
Yes.
And then to your response to your plea, do you have the full amount? Also, now we're still on March the 9th. Did you send the defendant this text? From what I understand, he's coming, and then it says it's T, but I think, do you mean to give me $3,300?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Then you write, each means that we missed 200. What does that mean?
Probably that means that we missed 200, just my English.
Okay, but it means you're 200 short?
Yes.
So you needed 3,500, but you only had 3,300.
Yes.
Is that what that means? Also on March the 9th, did you send this text as part of that string? I had another 100 on me so I can put him up to.
Yes.
So now you're saying, well, now we're only 100 short. Is that what you write in the following text?
We missed 100.
So you're supposed, how much total are you supposed to send?
It was 35.
Okay, so now you're up to 34.
Yes.
Following text, after you tell her you're only 100 short, you ask her, is that okay? You send her that?
Yes, exactly that.
Did she give you this response? No, we need the exact amount. See if someone has Bank of America. Now, can you transfer now? Or 100?
Yeah.
So she wanted the entire 3,500.
Yeah, the full amount is very important.
Did you write this response to that text? Oh my God, okay.
Yeah.
Did she send you that text, the following text, in response to your comment? Okay, Lynn, if it was up to me, I'd say forget about the 100. But I've been in the work for 3 days without no sleep, meditating on this amount. I can't change all the work I did.
Yes, she sent it to me.
And then did you send her this text here? In response, don't worry, I'm doing everything to get it all. Continuing on March the 9th, did you tell Ms. Wasso that you have another 140, I think you mean plus, or this is my last money that I had?
Yes, this.
Are you broke?
I'm very broke in that moment, yes.
You have no money at all.
No money at all.
Send the defendant this text message here. You're in green here. I don't want to stress you, but I just don't know what to do in my life now.
Yes.
And she responded on March the 9th, okay, I'll call you in an hour. I got to get to this work. And then you respond to that, or did you respond to that? I feel in such a big mess. You talking about your life?
I'm talking about my life, yes.
Now, did you have a, did you get a refund for an airline, from an airline?
Yes.
For a flight from Israel?
Yeah, that was for my family.
How were you able to get a refund from the airline for your family?
So I remember that they had to come.
They being who?
My mom and dad. They wanted a long time to come already to visit me because I haven't been in the home for a long time. And I was broke, basically.
You had no money.
I had no money, and I had to make them not to come. So I made my family an excuse that they cannot come. I kind of convinced them that it's not the right time and they can come later. And that's what happened. And then I made a refund. I talked with their company and I asked for a refund.
Okay. Had you paid for that or had they paid for that?
My family, my mom and dad paid for the ticket.
How were you able to get a refund for a ticket that they paid for?
I don't really remember that, but I remember that I did it. But I don't really remember how the process worked, but I remember that that was the issue with my grandmother. She broke her hand. So I told to the air company that the hand of my grandma is broken, so my mom can't, my mom needs to be with her. And that's how they received the refund. I don't really remember. I'm pretty sure that this money went to me.
What did you do with it?
I gave it to Jaycee. Everything I had, I gave it to her.
Did you receive this text message from Jaycee Wasso also on March the 11th? Because we need this refund.
Yes.
Did she know that what you were doing, that you were getting your parents' refund and were going to give her that money?
I shared with her everything about everything. She knew everything about what's going on with me.
Did you send Jaycee Wasso this text message on March the 12th? Yesterday as well, they called and they asked me so many questions again. They have no idea.
About
Is that your parents?
Yes.
February 4th of 2018, did you send Jaycee Wasso this message? Dolev just texted me a message about the money. Who is it pronounced Dolev?
Dolev.
Dolev. Who is he? Or she?
He was my boss from Boston, and he was the one I borrow money to give her the 4K. So he was my boss at that time.
He wants his money back?
Yes, so he gave me my paycheck, but with extra money, because my paycheck wasn't that big, 4K. So there was missing 800 to give him back. So
you owed him money and he wanted it back.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And also on April the 4th, did you send this text message to the defendant, and is that pronounced Avia?
Yeah, Avia.
Is the same time told me again that has stuck him and I promise. What does that mean?
I remember that I had to give to Avia money too at that time, and also to Dolev. So I told her that also to Avia I need to give money, as probably that he's stuck and he needs money too.
Had you borrowed money from her also?
From him, yeah. Avia is a man.
Okay. Did you send this text message that if you paid them, you weren't going to be, to the defendant, that if you paid them the money that you would, I'm going to be with no money?
Yes.
On April the 10th, did you send this text message to the defendant? Just talked to my mom and she got my energy down. It's so difficult with her. She always stressed and depressed. Makes my life difficult. Did you send her that?
Yes.
And then following that text, did you send the following? I'm so scared that she will notice that I took money from my account.
Yeah.
Which account are you talking about?
So when she gave me $8,000 to give her, So
Wait a minute, when your mother gave you $8,000 to give to the defendant, Wasso?
yeah, so I remember, like, I had account in Israel, like a credit card from Israel, that I used to use it here.
You used it here in the
America
U.S.?
too, yeah, but it's an Israeli account.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom had me money there to give her to Jaycee. I lied to her about it. That was back then in January, I think it was. We talked about it before. But I took money from the Israeli account.
You mean from the credit card?
From this credit card, more than I told her already that I'm going to take.
And you were afraid she was going to discover that?
Yes.
Did you write this to the defendant on April the 10th? I want to talk with you.
Yes.
And then you tell her it's about your mom. So this was another example of you all communicating by phone as well?
Yes, we was communicating by phone too.
On April the 16th, you sent her the following text. I have my lucky charm with me. What does that mean?
She gave me like a stone, a small stone.
Stone?
Yeah.
Mhm.
She told me this is the lucky charm. As much as I remember, she gave it to me like in Boston when we met. And pretty sure that it was in Boston. And she always wanted me to shower with it, to be with it, and
Did she say what it would do for you?
she always gave me instruction what to do with it. She didn't really tell me what it's going to do to me. Like, it's a lucky charm, so basically it's for luck.
On April the 16th of 2018, did you write to the defendant, I need to start to make money and to build myself again. I thank God every day. It is just very, I think you mean tough there, to be with no money.
Yes.
And did you follow that text to Ms. Wasso? Again on April the 16th, with this text. I need at least money for basic things like food. Did you have enough money to buy food with?
No, I had time that I had no money to eat.
Did you text her the following also on April the 19th, 2018? I don't have money to eat, but did you mean eat?
To eat, yeah.
You said, I feel depressed right now. Did you write that as well?
Yes, I remember that.
And did you follow that text with the following text? I'm actually didn't get back home because I didn't had money for gas.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's
And this
what
was
I
for the
had.
this is for the company car, that you didn't have enough money to buy gas for the company car?
There's, excuse me, like there was a company that they share in a car. Like
Right.
the car is sharing.
Share with the employees.
I need to add gas and I didn't have money for the gas.
You're telling Ms. Wasso that.
Yes, I did.
Also on, well, this is now April 23rd, you sent her the following text. I am, do you mean desperate by that?
Depressed or desperate? Yeah, yeah, it's look desperate.
It's either desperate or depressed?
Yeah, it's desperate.
Okay.
It's,
Not sure there's much of a distinction.
yeah.
Then you write the following text to her, also on April 23rd. I just feel tired from all these problems and pain in my life and in my family, and I feel like I live to survive, and I'm tired for this. I don't want to survive. I want to leave. Do you mean live?
Like leave. Yeah.
And I'm just waiting for something, and I don't know nothing. But everything but nothing is too, everything is too confusing. So you
Yes.
didn't understand what was happening to you?
Yeah, I didn't understand. I was confused.
On May the 1st of 2018, do you write to Ms. Wasso? But I don't understand nothing. Everything I'm feeling makes me more confused. Did you get the following response to that text message from Ms. Wasso? If the devil don't pay attention to it's messing with your mind, you need to be clean with your candles. Don't ask, just do as I say.
Yes, as always.
You respond to this, did you respond to Ms. Wasso's text message? So he's messing with me all the time, talking about evil spirits there.
About the devil, yeah. Yes.
Ms. Wasso's response to you all on May the 1st now. Or did she respond to evil trying to get in your mind and you're going to let that happen? Did you ever question her about what she did or what she was doing?
I tried.
What happened when you would question Ms. Wasso about it?
She told me that to ask questions is very evil because I need to show to the spirit that I trust.
You need to show the spirits that you trust.
Yeah, I need to show that I trust, and to ask questions is very evil. I cannot ask questions. She even used to get upset at me when I ask her questions. Like, I can't.
On May the 11th, did you send the following text to Ms. Wasso? Why this work hurt me all the time? Did you respond to her? Did she respond to you? Then the work never will hurt you. Did you say any of that back?
Yes, she did.
Did you write to her as part of the string on May 11th, 2018? I have a million questions about it. Follow that text with this one? Did you?
Yes.
Drive me crazy. I don't understand nothing. Consider that.
Yes, I did.
Now that text went out from you at 4:32:27 by a time stamp on that. At 4:32:33, she sent you this response. Now, it helps you because it now when something really bad will happen. Did that scare you?
Very much.
On May 11th, within that same minute of 4:32, you received this text message from Ms. Wasso. It prevents it from happening. What does it prevent from happening? What did you understand?
Overrules the answer, she knows.
What she said before,
Yes,
excuse
it
me?
prevents it from happening.
What she said before, like, can you read it again, please?
It helps you because now when really something bad will happen.
But what I asked before, because I'm not sure what she's talking about.
I want you to see and talk to you about this and all that. That's what the comment was. The text message. This is seemed to flow. That's why I was asking you the question. You don't remember, it's fine.
Yeah, maybe I don't remember. Lynn, I told you I wanted to see.
Did you send this? I just want to know what it is. Did you send her that text message?
Yeah,
And then followed it up?
yeah.
I'm so scared.
Maybe it's because she asked me money. It makes sense. Usually I'm scared when,
Whatever it was, you were afraid.
yes, I was. Right.
And follow that text, follow that text by this one. I don't know how I'm going to get all this money. How about money to pay her?
Yeah, probably it was money to pay her.
He said, I don't want to think about it. It makes me feel, you mean mad or sad?
I think mad, maybe. Not sure.
May 12th, continuing, did you send this text message to Ms. Wasso? This is the thing that everyone don't care about me here. I'm just pretty lonely and poor.
Yes.
How did you borrow all of this money from people that you work with, friends? How did it affect your relationship with them?
I felt humiliated. I felt embarrassed. I felt like nobody really believes me. Like people think that I do bad things maybe. They don't understand why I need this money.
You didn't know.
I didn't tell them, no.
You dealt with it by yourself?
I dealt with it by myself. Nobody except of her knew about that.
Did you send the following text message to Ms. Wasso on, looks like May 12th, 2018? Jaycee, only thing I can think of, follow it up by this message, is to get the money from the Bank of Israel. Did you tell her that?
Yes, I did.
Is that through the credit card you were talking about earlier?
Like, yes, but I'm myself trying to understand right now what do I mean here. Is to get the money from the bank in Israel, like to get them back the money, probably. So yeah, to get back the money from my family that I took.
First is dangerous. What do you mean by that?
Because I think that I took too much money. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure. I don't have the correct answers for that, but I'm pretty sure that is because I took a lot of money just like that. So it's not okay to do that. As much as I know, it's not. Yes, too. Because you cannot, I knew that you cannot use cash and transfer money on that way. You need to tell about what you do. It's not.
Send this text message to her.
Yes, it was very hard. It's not only sells that, like. No, you need to have a lot of enthusiasm to sell. I was what?
Impressed?
Very much, yes.
Follow up with the other earlier text
Yes.
Oh, the next message you tell her was about the money?
Mm-hmm.
See what happened? You sent her this text. I just look at how much I need to get, and is around $1,000
Yeah, yeah, yes.
There is no, you need one O-N-E, which means
Yes, there is no more people to ask for money. Yes. And if I say that, so it's probably because I need to ask money for the work again.
Also on May 13th, you sent her this, I'll call it a lengthy text, but a little longer than the ones you usually send. The following text. The only option is to take it from my bank. Why I need, I don't. But now, again, I just dream about me at work and my sister saw me again without money. She got stressed and told me that I'm calling the police.
That's a dream.
That's the dream that you had?
Yeah.
Ms. Wasso, did she respond to your text by saying, you need to figure this out, Lynn? We need this Monday or Tuesday, the latest. So she's talking about money?
She talk about money. Yes.
Also on May 13th, Ms. Wasso, Lynn, we need it Monday, Tuesday.
She's in a rush.
Did you receive these text messages from her as being pressure?
Yes.
Did it
Yes.
create any kind of stress for you?
A lot of stress for me. A lot of scary emotions too.
Did she tell you that in the following text that she put up her half?
Yes, sometimes she used to tell me that when she used to start with a big amount, so she say, like the charge member, the charge member, going to put half, you're going to put part of it, like we're going to help you. Because this is to sacrifice, so they're helping me.
Did you have ever, at any time, ever, get any proof that she put up any money for anything?
Can you ask it again, please?
Yes.
Overall, she can answer if she's able.
Are you aware of Ms. Wasso ever putting up any money for half of anything?
I don't have proof of that. No, I don't.
Just what she told me.
She just telling me, and I just trust her and believe her. That's what's happened.
She sent you the following text as well. I already gave my half to the church member.
Yes.
Ms. Wasso tell you here, this is going to be on May 13th as well, that they're waiting, and then you respond to that text message from her. Or do you? I will do everything I can as soon as I can
Yes.
to get it.
Yes.
And then her response is to you, it can be only Monday or Tuesday. After that, the money I gave will burn. What does that mean?
Because
What does that mean to you?
she's basically working on an amount of money, and she needs to sacrifice it. And she works on that amount. That's how she described it to me on my mat. She's working on it. And if I'm not going to get the full amount that the spirit want, the other half that she already worked in, it will burn. And we cannot use nothing anymore. Like we cannot use the half. That's how she described it to me.
Literally burn? I mean, it's just going to be consumed to ashes?
I think that in this part she meant like we're not like it's not like no literally like I'm just not going to use this amount because you didn't give the full amount, so we cannot use it anymore. Like we're not going to be able to use it. I don't know. Maybe she did mean that, but I didn't understand it that way.
Sustain.
text messages on May 13th, 2018 to Ms. Wasso. Called the bank, they blocked my cards. What bank did you call?
I'm pretty sure that he's Bank of in Israel. Yeah, because I don't remember the block account in here, on that time, at least.
Did you write to her that you guess it's because you took so much money from the account?
Yes,
Did you follow that text message by also on May 13th? I told you it's dangerous.
yes.
What are you talking about?
To take money, like so much money from an account, it's, as much as I understand, you cannot do this because you need to save for what you pay. So there, it's dangerous because you can get in trouble.
On May 13th, she contacts you again and says, we need this. Did you get that text message from Ms. Wasso?
Yes, I did.
On May 14th, did you get the following text message from Jaycee Wasso? It just means lots of negativity going to happen because time is going by fast, and if we don't get this done today, the evil I've trapped from you is going to come back.
Yes.
How does that make you feel?
Very scared. Very scared. Yes, she's holding it not to get into me because the black thing with the egg is, that's how she wants me. Yes. Yes. Sometimes I had even less than that.
On May the 15th of 2018, did you send a string of text messages here? Send it to this one. I want to bury myself. You mean like under the ground? Is that what you mean?
Yes, under the ground.
Because I really do. I don't know how to go to work tomorrow. Just send that one.
Yes.
I cannot look at anyone's faces. Just because you're embarrassed.
I was very embarrassed. I asked from every person money. That's what happened. I was humiliated.
I'm not sure I understand. I don't belong to here.
That's it. I don't belong to here.
That's what?
That's it. Like, that's it.
That's it? I don't belong here?
Yes.
I cannot be here?
Yes.
You continue that string of text messages with this message here also on May the 15th. I want to get this money and disappear. Is that what you mean?
Disappear, yeah.
When you say I want to get this money, you talk about the money for
for the work, for the spiritual work.
And then would you follow that text message with the following one on May 15th? That's it, I'm done.
Yes.
And that string of text messages where you explain to her how you're feeling and how you're embarrassed and what you're experiencing. Does she send you this text message?
I need this money. Yes, I get it. Yeah, yes, this is the time that I need to get her money. It's an emergency.
The 16th when it's possible. Okay, he's going to give it to you tomorrow. Make sure that he is, we need 100% before I tell the church members to call.
Yes.
This is just another time we borrow money from somebody.
Yes, it's another time. That was many times.
May 29th, you see this text message from this call. I'm here with you, Lynn. I've always been. Listen to me while I'm guiding you. Everything will be okay. I don't want you to question anything that we're doing.
Yes, she said it.
She tell you that on the phone also when you just go.
Yeah, yes, like text messages and phone calls, especially in time of getting her money. She talked to me more on the phone, but everything is mixed, usually.
On June the 5th of 2018, I want to focus on this one. Send a text message to Miss also telling her it makes me upset to work so hard to not see nothing. Did you send her that?
Yes, I did.
And follow up, it's not about the money. It's even about that. Now, at this point, in your relationship with the defendant, is there anyone in your life that you have not tried to borrow money from?
I don't think there is even one person, even people that are far away from me and not really talking to them much, I even for them ask.
Did you ever try to borrow money even from a friend of your sister who lives in Atlanta?
Yes, I did.
Did you even know her?
I knew her because we used to grow up together when we was very young, but I haven't spoke with her in years. Like, there was years I haven't saw her, talk to her, and suddenly I just called her and asked her.
Now, direct your attention now to change what's happening in your life. Did you stop in the mall when you were selling products on the internet?
Yes, I did.
See an old film?
Yes, I did.
Did you send, Catherine, did you send this text message to you?
Yes, I did. I sent it to her.
You follow up, it's on June 22nd. You follow up that with this text message. He loves me, he loves Israel.
He buys from me.
Bought from you
Yeah.
$400 only because he loved me, and now I try to sell him more. This person turned out to be what you're back for.
Yes, it's
So before you ran into him home, you didn't know who he was.
I didn't know it was.
That would have been June 22nd. Do you tell, you sent a text message to, you sent those text messages telling Wasso about that.
Correct.
Continue on the 22nd, you, or she got back to you, get him to buy some more of your products.
Some more of my product, yes.
And then she follows that text message. Tell them that after you get coffee with them.
Yes.
Right now, she only knows he's an old guy and he's buying stuff for him. But she wants you to have some type of social.
Yes.
Saying on June 22nd, you get this text message from Jaycee Wasso. Okay, let me make sure you ask him if he's married or in a relationship. The spirits are telling me that he's our guy. Be sure to get his number, keep in contact with him, work with him, do what you need to do, show him you're interested.
Right.
She tells you that?
Yes, and we even spoke about it over the phone. I remember that.
And show him that you like him. And you write back. So on June 22nd, she's divorced. So did you get that information from Mr. Brown?
Yes, he told me he's divorced.
You told Wasso was divorced. She said you this was
Yes, she sent it to me.
You and Mr. Rappaport exchanged phone numbers that day?
Yes.
The day you met him?
Yes, we did.
Did he buy any more products from you that day other than the $400 that you discussed with him?
Yes, he did. We both know.
The following day, June 23rd, did you send Wasso this message? Richard sent you a message. Send you a text.
Yes.
You said, I gotta go to the beach.
Yes, I know that. Yes.
Tells you, okay, go to the beach.
Yes.
Follows up with that. Richard, the old guy. The one you referred to the day before.
Correct, yes.
Respond to her text. I'll say yes. That's accurate.
Yes.
All from the 23rd. Good. Keep in contact.
Correct.
23rd, same day, after you leave here. You see this text message, or soon go on a date with him.
Yes.
So, that's what
She sent it to me, yes.
me put a sheet to show it. She sent you that text message?
Yes, she sent it to me.
Now, even though you're just beginning to know Richard, she still had been pressing you for money, or was she pressing you for money from other sources?
Yes. Yes, she did.
Still on the 23rd, she sent you this text message. I need this money tomorrow morning.
Yes, I remember there was an amount that she asked from me again.
You send this text message to please call for last.
Yes.
You follow that text message again on this is on May July 3rd, 2018. You need to work, make money, tired, you need no money, you just can't.
Yes.
On the 6th of July, 2018, you write this piece on. Can't stop flying, can't sleep. Follow that up by.
I don't want this. Yes, I wrote it. Yes, I don't want this life. I remember that.
On the 6th of July, was your sister, you sent this message to Ms. Wasso, my sister is a student, and the second one also needs money.
Yes.
What is she talking about?
This is, I wrote this text message in here. And I'm pretty sure I'm talking about the money that I borrowed from them last time when I was in California. That it was on January, I think. I don't remember the date, but I got from my family money. So my sister was one of the ones that helped me to get the money. So I'm pretty sure I'm talking about that.
She wanted to be paid back?
Yeah, she wants it.
Did she tell you that this, Ms. Wasso sent you a text message saying that your sister's lying to you?
Yeah, she wrote it to me.
And you responded to that text message by saying, so she wanted her money.
Yeah, because she wants her money.
You said that that's what she told you.
Yes.
You follow that text message by this one. So she told you a million times that she wants her money.
Yes.
And this is money that you owed her.
Exactly. She
You don't-
wants her.
You don't deny that. Is that right?
Yes, I need to give her the money that I borrowed from her back.
Ms. Wasso sent you this text message, all that such. Don't worry, it's not that she needs it, she just wants it.
Yes. I was mentally, physically, I was all bad already.
You filmed Ms. Wasso on July the 7th. That thing, I'm doing is crying. I don't want to lose my faith.
I want to be strong.
I want to be
Strong.
Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Is that strength?
Yes.
Yeah, strong. That would be good. You sent her this text message on the 9th, I think. Yeah. Right, the 9th of July.
Yes.
The problem is I already asked for each person in my life already, all this 6 months. You're saying that you asked everybody within 6 months in your life?
Yes, every possible person.
You say it's not possible to ask over and over again.
Yes.
She responded to you also on July the 9th. We need progress today. We're running out of time.
Yes, that's about the money.
Now, on July the 9th, 2018, you sent her a text message that you're going to a secondhand store.
Yes, I did.
And why were you going to a secondhand store?
To sell my product and all what I have to give her money, because I had to give her money for the work.
She wanted more money, and you don't have it.
Yeah, she told me that I am in trouble. There is bad spirits that want to come over me, so it's an emergency. There's no time.
Did you tell her that you were going to sell your computer, watch, and necklace?
Yes, I did.
You tell her that that's the only thing that you can think of right now?
Yes.
At the secondhand store, what did they tell you?
You wanted to read it?
Did they tell you that they didn't want to buy your stuff?
Did,
Because it didn't have any value?
Yes, they didn't want to buy my stuff because my stuff was very cheap, basically. There wasn't something valuable.
On July the 10th of 2018, you send this text message to, how am I supposed to get $900 in $3?
Yes, I sent it to her.
And same day, just a minute later, she sent you this message. Did you put $1,000 in the account now?
Yes. I think that the 900 is money that was missing, but I'm not sure. Because that was like maybe 2,000 that she was asking.
It's money that she wanted.
Yes.
Regardless if it was old money or new money, it's money that she wanted.
Yes.
On July the 10th, 2018, she sent you this text message. You need 800. Follows up that text message. Within seconds, you need to deposit 2,000.
Yes.
And follows up that text message. 328, 34. Now, told her you don't have any money. She wants $2,000. She wants $800 from no debt. And you send that message to her. You know what the only option I have.
Yes.
Did you discuss that option with her before you sent that text message?
I remember, my memory it's kind of blurry about it, but I remember we spoke about it over the phone, and it was like, yeah, we're gonna get this money.
And is this the option that you're talking about?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Did she give you this text message on July the 10th? Make sure you give them the exact story. Make sure you also tell them you're not taking or borrowing. You give back as soon as possible. Make it a sad story.
Yes, she sent it to me.
Did Ms. Wasso tell you what to say?
I remember that there was a time, I don't remember if it was on this specific time, but she told me, you need to tell him that you're miserable, that you were sleeping on stairwells, that your life was very hard all the time. Like she instructed me to say that.
Now, still on July the 10th. It's important that you tell him, or that you give him back as soon as possible. Is that what she told you?
Can you show it to me, please? As soon as possible. Yes, I remember that.
That you said, okay. Let's see if you can do the transfer now. Is that what you think?
Yes.
And then the bank goes to 12. Is that 1,200 or 12,000?
I don't think it was 12,000. At that time, I didn't have this amount
This is
of
the
money.
first time you got from him, so it was 1,200?
Yes.
Okay, tell him to transfer now. Is that what she told you?
Yes.
Still on July the 10th, did she send you this text message? Okay, I sent the 1,200 to a church member now. We wait on the 800.
Yes.
But she wanted 2,000.
Yes. As much as I remember, the 1,200 was from a friend, and I was missing the 800. And this is why I told her the only option is Richard. And then Richard confirmed to me that he would transfer me the 800.
You sent this text message on July the 11th. Ms. Wasso. You can't deal with this stress, but she gives you this response. I know that we need it to be done today. Did she send you that?
Yes, you did.
And following that text message about needing it to be done today, did she send you this series of text messages? You got 2 hours and then no time to wait. You need this done.
This is very difficult.
Church members can't wait any longer.
Yes.
Someone who will have the money early in the morning. It's 2 p.m. They're calling me every minute.
Yes.
Asking me what the amount so that I can ship over the crystals. Jeans that what she feeding those text messages is just go. You can't wait anymore.
Yes.
Go drive to him.
Yes, I remember
She
that
wanted
very
me
good.
to go see Richard.
Yes, because he was delaying with the transfer. I asked it from him. He said yes, but she didn't let me long time to wait because
He wasn't handling it as quickly as she wanted.
correct.
Also on July the 11th, she's like, okay, go hurry before close. You talk about the bank.
Correct, yes.
Also on July the 11th, and she's still after that was the 1200. She asked me to get the 800.
From
So send this text message to you. I don't want this work undone and expired.
correct, I send it.
On August the 20th, on July the 12th, you send this text message to Ms. Wasso. Invest all my energy on Richard. I'm talking to him all the time. He's my only hope.
Yes.
She responded, yes, you need to listen to me as well. That is also very important. And she tell you this on July 12th at almost midnight. Just a few seconds.
Do not question, just listen.
Not question, just listen to me.
Yes.
And then you write, investing my energy on this work is a waste of time.
Yes.
She responds by that comment. You calling my work a waste of time. Is that what you want?
Yes. She got upset.
And you respond, I never question. No. you are going against what she had said previously about you can't tell anybody.
Correct.
Did she respond to you, your idea to tell your mother the truth? Lynn, don't even speak that way. Rebuke that way too. Now is not the right time. Did she send you those 3 text messages?
Yes, she did.
And then she follows those text messages with 2 additional ones, all on the same day. You're doing too much work. And then she finishes that string of text messages. It offends me. You even want to go against all the work I've done.
Yes.
And also on the 16th, you used on this spot, so I feel like my mind is not organized. It's full of mess.
Yes. I'm ready to her.
August the 10th, 2018, Ms. Wasso sent you this text message.
Yes.
Tell Richard to send you $500 to your Bank of America.
Yes.
No. Why is Richard sending you the $500? How is she benefiting from that?
As much as I remember, she didn't want him to transfer directly to her. She wanted him to give it to me first. How she benefit from the money? She told me that she's not benefit from the money.
No, you're saying that you would then send her the money from your account?
Yes.
Bank of America?
Yes.
Now, you said that she told you that she was not benefiting from it.
She's not.
Could you explain that?
Yeah, she the money for the work is all she all buried the money or burning the money. Buried.
I'm sure that everyone understands what you said. What did she say she did with the money?
She buried the money.
She buried it.
Yes.
That's what she told you.
Yes.
Did she tell you why she buried it?
When we did the acting, she always used to repeat this. She used it a lot. When we did the egg ritual, the ceremony, there was a black thing go out from the egg. And she told me that this thing want to come back to my body. And if you will get back to my body, it will get back worse than it was before. So first time in the beginning, she told me that she's buried, but she always makes me believe that this black thing want to come back to my body, and this is all the evil spirit. So she need to bury the money. And she need to sacrifice it to prove the devil, to prove the evil spirit that I don't care about money, that I care about good things. That money is evil. Money and time is evil. That's what she used to tell me all the time.
Did she tell you where she buried it?
I understand it is on the woods. I didn't ask many questions because she told me that questions is evil, and I need just to trust the process and trust what she's telling me. Sometimes she used to get even upset when I ask her questions. So,
You don't know what she did.
but I like what she told me that she's not. For my understanding, and she was very clear with that, she's not using it for her benefits. She uses it to bury it, to burn it, to sacrifice it, and that's it. And if it's for crystals, so it's for crystals. Everything is for the work.
Did you send this text message to Jaycee Wasso on August 2000? First, my mom sent me last night a bill from the hospital, $4,000. And she got stressed and told me, Lynn, come home, it's too much. Who's $4,000 hospital bill is that?
I was in the UR.
Is it ER?
Yeah, sorry. I was in the
You were
ER.
in ER.
I was there, yeah, yes.
Why were you in ER?
I felt that my heart was very like a pimping, very fast and very like, I just felt that something is wrong in my heart. So I decided to go to check it because I felt like maybe something is wrong with my heart. And so that's what I was. That's what I went to the ER.
That was here in Tampa?
Yes.
And that was at St. Joseph Hospital?
I remember, as much as I remember, it was St. Joseph. Yeah, but not 100%.
What was the diagnosis?
That I,
What's that? I said it's for medical treatment. That's not her diagnosis. But she was told that she told us that she had. Oh. Go ahead.
they told me that I have a panic attack and they gave me medication. Told me it's for you, you probably have an anxiety.
After you told Ms. Wasso that she went and told you to come home, that your experience here was too much,
Yes,
did you receive this text message from Ms. Wasso? Don't listen to them. Don't answer phone calls anymore.
yes. She
Don't
sent it
talk
to me.
your man.
Yes.
Because they wanted you to come home.
Yes. I don't know why she told me that, but she told me that. My mom wanted answers all the time.
July 26, 2018, did you receive this text message from Ms. Wasso? Make sure you tell him, give it back, but I know he won't want it back, won't want back.
Yes.
Is that true about Richard?
Yes.
Did you say, did you ask her in this following text message?
Yes. I remember
Right.
that. I remember
What is
the
the reason that you need $12,000?
Correct.
She sent you this text message. If you need to show emotion and cry, you do it.
Yes.
And then you respond to her text message with this text message.
Yes.
Try to.
I will try to, yes. I will try to show emotions.
And she sent you this text message in that string. You need to come up with something good. She sent you that?
Yes, she did.
And then you respond to that text message, this one.
I don't have help.
You want her to help you come up with a reason.
Correct.
In August 26, 2018, you sent this text message to Jaycee Wasso. You think, is this a question, you think I'm taking advantage of it?
Yeah.
No, no, no.
Yes, I asked her if I take advantage of Richard.
You tell her that I'm not this kind of person.
Correct.
On August the 27th, 2018, you send this text message to Ms. Wasso. I asked for a big amount, and yesterday it was really embarrassing.
Embarrassing, like embarrassing. With the ear thing, not with the eye.
She says, okay, Lynn, response to you, okay, Lynn, I'll call you soon. Don't worry, you may be pushy, but you need to make sure you mention within today
told her that we went together to donations event, so I used to tell her that, yes.
So she knew that he was generous in his donations.
She knew, yes. I mentioned to her.
August the 27th. Okay, send the 6K tomorrow and leave a copy of the church. So she's going to take half tomorrow.
Yes, it was with the 12 here, I guess.
Yeah. During the time that this time period of July, August of 2018, were you married to a fellow by the name of Morris Seven?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what was the reason that you married Mr. Seven?
I wanted a green card.
You wanted to remain in the United States.
Correct.
And was this what we would call a sham marriage, or was you all really weren't in love with each other, spent the rest of your life?
Yes, I didn't love them.
He was an American citizen.
Yes, he was.
He agreed to do that
Yes.
so that you could remain in the country.
Yes.
Was there any kind of financial agreement between Mr. Sethi and yourself in exchange for him marrying you so that you could remain in the country?
Yes, I told him that I'm gonna give him money.
Did you tell him how much money you were going to give?
As much as I remember that, yes, we talked about it. I don't remember about the exactly amount. I think it was around between 10 to 15. That's what I remember, but it's kind of blurry the amount. Yes.
Now, at the time that you married Mr. Sethi, did you know Lynn?
When I married him, no.
So this scheme that you had to remain in the country by marrying Mr. Sethi was long before you married or you met the defendant.
Correct.
Now, did you feel like you had an obligation to pay Mr. Sethi the money that you agreed to?
Yes, I did.
Let me show you text message from August 27th, 2018. You said, I can send my cousin 1,000. That's Mr. Sethi.
Yes.
And then tell him the next one, 2,000. So you were trying to repay him the money that you claimed or he was expected to get from you.
Correct.
The defendant tell you this in response to your idea of paying Mr. Sethi his money?
Correct. The war comes first always. It's more emergency.
That she comes first.
At that time, she made me think that I'm in trouble with bad spirits, and that's the only option.
August the 28th, 2018, you tell the defendant that you're on your way to see Richard, and you follow that up by giving me 6. Is that 6,000?
Yes.
So you're going to the bank, you get $1,400,000. So he's totally promised to give you 10,000.
Yes.
He's giving you 6 and you're going to get some more.
Yes. As much as I remember, yes, sorry. As much as I remember, she asked me 10 till the beginning.
A lot of transactions.
There was a lot. Yes.
You tell the defendant on August the 26th as well. 28th. Put an extra. I want to give the girl $1,200 and send to my husband. Now, who is the girl?
You remember back then when just in the first time when I met Richard and I had to,
Ava?
No, when I first met Richard, so she asked me for 2,000 and I got 1,200 and I was missing like 800. I'm pretty sure that it's talking about that I was missing like 800 or 600, and that was the first time that Richard gave me money. So this is the rest of the money that I borrowed from the girl.
You say I want to put an extra 1,000 in the form is okay?
Yes.
So take it from the 75. What does that mean? So take it from the 75.
I don't really understand too, like what is 75. That makes sense to me.
So take from there 75. Well, it appears from the numbers that you may have been getting 10,000 total from Richard.
Yes.
You're giving 1,200 to the girl, 1,000 to Morris, right?
Yeah, so maybe it's 75.
And so that leaves a
Her,
little over about 78, right?
Actually,
Supposed to mathematically, you're
Yes.
saying take it from the 75.
Yes, yes.
On the 28th of August, did she send you this text message? It is in.
Yes, the money's in. She received it.
August 28th as well. Would you like to her? I now transfer 5. Would you get another amount of money? Was that 4,000?
I'm not really sure, but if I say now I transfer the 5, so it's probably 5,000 that I need to transfer. Just not sure.
And in that same string of text messages, she sent you this with you. You just sent it.
Yes.
Jaycee Wasso. Also on the 28th of August, she sent you this text message.
Okay.
Okay, it's in. You got it. Is that right?
Correct, she did.
She picked this text message from us also on August the 31st, 2018. Then he worked through Richard's first and last name and the name of his business so I could block this other woman from getting in between you and him on the very word.
Yes.
Did you respond to that text message by providing offering Richard Mark for medical treatment?
Correct.
Also on August 31st, sent this text message. I don't know, I tried to get closer to him, but it's very difficult for you.
Yeah, yes.
She says, nope, she tells you, in the text message, does she? I don't care how difficult it is to you, that you can't move him. He was sent to help you. You see that?
Yes, I did.
September 1st, 2018, you see this text message. Don't feel worried. I have protection over you. I'm still working with yours and Richard's energy. Just do what I told you. As long as you listen to me, everything will be okay. See that?
She sent it to me. my boyfriend or soulmate, or yes, she pushing me to do that.
She responded to your text message to you on the same day of September 1st, 2018. It's not disgusting because he was sent to you for God to help you. You don't show him something. You will walk away. Now, up to this point, you had conversations with Ms. Wasso, both on the phone and in person. Had you ever discussed with Ms. Wasso exactly how old Mr.
Yes.
You referred to the text message he got. Exactly how old Mr. Wasso was at the time. Text messages.
I'm pretty sure I did. It's not like something that I can tell in my mind, yes, but I know that we had many conversations like about him, about what he's doing. So she asked me questions about him. So
She maybe said something about his precise.
yes, I'm pretty sure, but it's not something I can say yes.
Well, after she communicates in these text messages to you that you would show them to walk away, you send this. This would have been September the 1st, 2018. In that text message, you specifically tell the defendant that Mr. Rappaport's age is 75 years old.
Yes, I did.
Following that text message is this also you can't lose him. Follows that. Doesn't come to comments. Or does she? If you don't listen, he will leave you.
Yes.
You don't think disgusting. She sent that to you as well?
Yes, she did.
You write directly, how can I treat him like my soulmate? I'm not attracted to him at all.
Yes, I did send it to her. And we had conversation over it, over the phone too.
Also on September 1st, said he, that you referring to Richard in his text message?
Yes, I did.
He's a great person and cute. He said, but I can't kiss him or hug him. You mean or hold his hand?
Yes. What is it? Yes.
That was at 121 at 121 and 26 seconds. 121 and 32 seconds. Same day, she responds to you.
Yes.
She follows that text message a few seconds later with, yes, you could. Choose not to.
Yes.
Ms. Halthon, are you concerned that if you as a defendant is wanting you to show interest in Mr. Rappaport, that he would interpret that as something wrong?
Can you ask me again, please?
Yes. I mean, I think we do it a different way. I can't see you. Text message dated September 1st, 2018. Same subject matter from Mr. Rappaport. You send this text message to Jaycee Wasso.
Yes.
If I showed him I'm attracted, you be attracted
Attractive.
to him him if you will want more?
Yes. I
And
wrote to
that's
her.
not something you were interested in?
I didn't want to.
And in response to your text message, did you get this response from Mr. Wasso? No, he won't. Followed by, listen to me. Followed by, stop asking so much. Followed by, and listen. You get that series of text messages back from her?
Yes, I
You
did.
told me you weren't interested in Mr. Rappaport
Yes, I did.
romantically?
Yes, I did.
September 4, 2018, did you get this text message from Ms. Wasso? Listen, I'm working very hard with your energy against this other woman as well, so she cannot get in the way. You need to try harder. I want him to know and feel that you are attracted.
Yes, I remember that. Very good.
This is the irony of all ironies. This text message. Oh, she's an evil woman that wants to use him for his money. Very evil, wants to destroy him. We can't let her take him.
Yes, I remember that.
And she followed that text message by this one. If you don't try harder, I can't keep her away. She will kill you.
Yeah, she told me she wanted to kill. She wanted to kill him.
She's going to kill him?
Yes.
Did you tell the defendant that he don't deserve it, he's a good guy?
Yes, I wrote it to her.
And you're talking about Mr. Rappaport?
Yes, I did.
She says, exactly. This is why I tell you to do whatever you can. You need to touch him, hold his hand, give him a kiss, tell him how good looking he is. That's what she's telling you to do.
Yes, this is what you told me to do. So this is how I can save you.
She sent you this text message. Also on September 4th, 2018, you need to show her actions for you.
Yes.
You send this text message to Ms. Wasso. But I feel him like a grandfather.
Yes, I
That's
did.
what you felt about Mr. Rappaport.
That's what I felt towards him, yes.
September 4th, did you receive this text message? Show you're attracted to him.
Five negativity, yes.
Which one are you reading?
Five
negativity.
negativity, one.
I'm saying this one here, the one that says show you're attracted to him.
Yes.
Still on September 4th, you tell the defendant, he can be my grandfather. It's gross.
Yes.
You tell her that?
I told her that.
And you said, and I like him. Saying that you do like him.
Yes, I like him.
But I like my grandfather.
Correct.
And she says,
respond to Lynn, not like that, but it's not as gross as you make it. When you get this response from the defendant, also on September 4th, this question being posed to you. Would you rather be broken than have no one home, no one to help you, stay in America, your husband divorces you, no job? And you go back to your country. You get that back?
Yes, I will.
She doesn't want that to happen. And you didn't want that to happen.
I
either.
didn't want to try that.
She tells you that won't happen if you keep on being so. Continuing on September 4th, 2018, she said that she sees it will happen if you don't try harder. She tell you that?
Yes.
Tells you that you're being stubborn, you're helping.
Yes.
She tells you, also on that same thread, you're calling them gross.
Yes.
You respond to that comment by, with this comment, I'm not.
Yes, I
You said no. And then does she make this comment to you? It's all on that same thread of September 4th. Imagine what he will give you if you hold his hand, give him a kiss, and call him peace. Did you get that text message from Jaycee?
Yes, I will.
Continuing with September 4th. Gives you all of this, or all of that, you just talking to her. You respond to that, to her comment. He is not gross because it's amazing for his age. He has a big heart.
Yes, I did. You got it.
So also, the fact that he's very handsome is not gross. Or do something.
Yes.
And then, in response to that text message about doing something, you remind us of the next text message, Mr. Ford's age.
I remember that.
Specifically told her again, 75 years old,
Correct.
and that you're 25.
Yes.
Are you still receiving communication from your family or they're wanting money and wanting to visit and that whole situation still continuing?
Yes. And somebody wanted the money back, basically, the money I got from them to give her. And my mom specifically wanted to come. Like that was what she wanted the most, more than the money.
For you to go back.
Or that was a dream.
Did you get this text message on September the 12th? Don't pay attention to your family. I always tell you this, they don't need it and they just want to bother you.
Yes.
Did Mr. Rappaport get his apartment from you?
We was talking about it, but we didn't do it. Eventually didn't have it. Like, you mean to rent an apartment
Yes.
for me? Yeah, you rent an
That's what I said,
apartment.
originally.
Yeah, rent an apartment for me.
And he was paying the rent on it for you?
Yes, he did.
You sent this text message to me. He said it is expensive, the apartment. And you said it's cheap.
Yes.
Is that what you meant?
Yes, I did.
Instead of cheap, cheap. And she said, what told me you need to get angry, help him to do it, you use that what you told me?
Yes.
It is for you to live. You get this text message from her also, it is for you to stay in America, followed by you want to use the pressure on.
Yes, I remember that very good.
And she tells you to get in.
Yes.
Now, you get these text messages from the family, or she's telling you, say it's for your family. Is she wanting more money?
Yes.
She's telling you to tell Richard that that's what it's for?
Yes, she did.
They need money and you owe them.
Yes.
And that was true.
Yes,
So-
that was true.
Yeah, that part was true.
Yes.
But then she says,
Yeah.
they are in trouble, tell them. And that
Yes.
wasn't true, was it?
That wasn't true.
That was a lie.
That was a lie.
So she's telling, in this text message, is she telling you to tell Richard why your family being in trouble?
She's testifying. It's a good time for a recess. I think it's a good time for a recess. We got some food for the jury.
Okay.
You guys can approach this.
All rise, we're adjourned.
Supposed to be on
Yeah,
there.
Secretary's present, party's present, defendant's present, go ahead, sit. She's still on her own, okay, go ahead, sit. Take it.
Did you receive this text message from Ms. Wasso on October 15th, 2018? You need to divorce this guy and marry him.
Yes.
She's talking about, who is she talking about, this guy?
She wanted me to divorce Morris Sebi, the one that was marrying him for the green card, and married with Richard for the paper.
Another text message also in October, this is more 28, 2018. Make sure you prepare to ask him, be loving toward him, compliment him, give him a kiss on the cheek, tell him how much he means to you, make sure you soften him up for it, give him lots of attention. You see that as well?
Yeah, I remember that, but I don't remember for that context it was, like, for what she wanted me to advocate in that message.
Well, if it's for Richard, would it have been money?
Probably, yes, message.
Also on October 28th, make sure you soften him up, or we need to come up with something good to tell him that you need for. Did you get that from him?
Yes, I did.
Or from Ms. Wasso?
Yes.
November 4th, 2018, did you receive this text? So he gives you the money tomorrow?
Yes.
You ask him how much is he giving you? And you write back 7, and that's 7,000?
Yes, that's 7,000.
Continuing on, this is on November the 5th, 2018. You wanted a check, right? Richard wanted a check?
Yes, Richard wanted
Did you get that, the following text message from Ms. Wasso that you had told her not to get it from her, but you sent it to
I
her?
got it, yeah. I told him no cash, no check, cash.
Did she respond by saying, yeah, no check, no, no check? 11/5/18, in response to that conversation, that gives you her name, Jaycee Wasso. Is that who you sent it to?
Yes.
Now, in addition to identifying who it was going to be sent to, did you send Ms. Wasso the following string of text messages? I pushed her a lot. You talking about Richard?
Yeah, that was crucial.
I don't like it. I hate to be like this. You send her all that?
I sent.
Send her all that?
Yes.
And she tells you, no, it's good.
Yes.
And did you respond to her comment by saying, no, it's manipulate?
Yes, I just wanted to have the English, but yes.
Also on November the 5th of 2018, she writes back to you and says, I'm telling you, the next message is from her is, I like it, and then that's what he wants.
Yes.
Particularly on November the 5th of 2018, it says, did you send Ms. Wasso this text message? I think he is very not happy about all this money things. You said her that?
Yes, I did.
And would you also follow that with, I don't like that I'm taking him so much money.
Yes, he don't like me taking exception. That's horrible.
Also on November the 5th, you say, I don't feel comfy. Are you comfortable?
Yes, I do.
To take so much money from him, and I had you, after he saw the charges, he feels, to me, very upset.
I don't do that.
Ms. Wasso sent you this text message on November the 5th as well. I have everything under control. Don't worry about anything. And then almost immediately after that, she writes, he had over millions and millions and millions of dollars. Do you think this is anything to him? She also writes to you on that same day, this is pennies to him. He's here to support you. This text message on November the 23rd. Do you think they should meet Richard? Who are you referring to?
My family was about to come to visit me.
And they were coming in December?
Yes. Yes.
She respond to that, but I think sees a lot of good opportunities.
Yes.
But I don't think they should meet Richard.
Yes, she did.
December 1st of 2018, do you write the following text message to Ms. Wasso? Why it's never stopped? Are you talking about
The money.
money?
Yes.
Demands for money?
That is everything.
You also send a text, nothing, I'm just upset and stressed about our conversation. Stressed about our conversation. I hate to be stressed all the time because I need to add money. I'm tired from it. You tell her that you're tired of doing that?
Yes. As much as I remember, we talked on the phone. She asked me for more money for the work.
She also tell you that text message of December 1st, 2008, don't be stressed from the conversation. I told you we need to do this, to do lots of work for the new year, to bring in the positivity and good luck. Should she tell you that?
Yes, she did.
Also on December 1st, 2018, you send this information, these text messages to Jaycee Wasso. When will the work stop doing this to me? When? Every month is the same. Even less. I got from him so much money, it's crazy. Talking about money that you get from Richard?
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
The defendant, Ms. Wasso, responds to his text message. I told you I'm trying to prevent something bad from happening. But Lynn, we always need to put money in the new year. I told you.
Yes.
So, did she explain to you how the spirits had a calendar?
And every new year I need to add money to the work. So, yeah, I remember that it was a few calendars. Yeah, Valentine and other occasions.
Was there any conversation with Ms. Wasso about whether the spirit calendar and the calendar that they use in the United States was the same?
She didn't talk to me about it. She just asked for the money and told me she made it.
Also on December 1st of 2008, as Ms. Wasso says, adding for the new year isn't just negativity for you. And that you respond to that text message from her. Every month is again happening. I need to deal with this. Is that what you wrote to her?
Yes, I did.
And Ms. Wasso, continuing on December 1st of 2018, tells you, okay, Lynn, I'll stop walking, or pardon me, stop working. She follows that text message with, don't worry.
Yes.
And your response is, no, I don't want you to do it.
Right.
And Ms. Wasso's response to yours is, and watch what happens when I stop.
Yes.
December 1st, continuing on that date. You need to give him a kiss tomorrow, Lynn. Who is she talking about?
About Richard.
She does to make sure. That same. What is your response when she tells you to, again, what do you mean by, do you write that OMG?
Yeah, that's oh my God.
Oh my God?
Yeah.
She tells you in response to your, oh my God, don't worry, it will be fine.
Yes.
On December 2nd, following day after she told you to kiss him, did you get this text message from her asking if you did kiss him? And your response was, yes, is that correct?
Yes.
She sent you that text message. How did you react? On December 4th, 2 days later, does Ms. also send you this message? His energy looks good. Just remember to do what you did last time. Kiss him, hug him, flirt, hold hands, be attractive. December 6th, 2 days after that, she sent you this text message. I'm sending you lots of motivation. You need to kiss him today.
Yes.
And in response to that message, did you send her this note, this message? On the lips? Is that a question by you?
It's a question.
Did she send you this response? Yes, lips, but not that fast this time. A little bit longer. And then she follows that text message by one on December 6th as well. We need to him for the money soon.
Yes.
December 8th, 2 days later again. I also send you this text message. I understand, Lynn. Make sure you kiss him today. Be flirty, look good, tell him how much he means to you. Make him a dinner. Did she send you that?
Yes, she did.
No. Was Mr. Rappaport pushing back at times if he didn't want to do it?
Yes. Like, you mean about the money?
Yes, I mean,
Yes, of course.
and sometimes you had to come up with stories.
Exactly. I did.
And sometimes he would still balk, hesitate,
Like asking.
ask questions, not want to do it.
Yes, you didn't want to. Like, yes.
Did Miss also send you this message on December the 12th, 2018? I can't believe you would think I would lie to you. You're the only man I've ever trusted in my life. You hurt me like this. Call me a liar. I can't believe you would hurt me like this. After all I showed you, you know you are the only man I love. I want you to be good. And you show me you don't trust me, and you don't love me, and you show me that. And that's that text that she sent you there. Did she send you that?
Yes, she
It's
did.
followed by the following text. Text him that.
Right.
Why is she telling you to do that?
Because that time she told me we need to get from him 80,000. Like, she wasn't specific for me, but for the work, we needed to get $80,000.
So she wants you to get from Mr. Rappaport $80,000 in cash.
Yes.
And she sends you this message of what to say to him?
Yes. I remember that it was like maybe it started with $100, $100,000, and then it came lower, but that's what was what we talked about.
80,000 was the final number?
Yes.
And you said okay?
Yes, and then the other option, I didn't.
Miss. And Ms. Wasso tells you, add some words of your own too. Is that what she told you?
Yes, she did.
Now, that's what Ms. Wasso is telling you to tell Mr. Rappaport. I want to show you a message on December 12th as well. She sent you this message. Then the spirits want me to tell you what's going on. Your mother is going to die. You're going to lose everything. You're going to You're going to get sent away. Darkness is going to possess you. The darkness will take away your whole family. And you need to know this so that you understand why we need this and why I'm putting you to do this. I don't mean to put pressure on you, but I'm very scared, and you understand that I don't want to lose you. I know he's helping you. I appreciate everything he does, but I'm scared, and that the darkness is taking over him and making us not finish the work. I brought him to you for a reason, to help us. I don't want the darkness and the devil to win. And I feel like the devil is convincing him not to give us the money. Is the money the $100,000 that you were discussing with her?
Yes.
Did you believe that?
Yes, I did.
Continuing on December 12th, after that text message, Ms. Wasso tell you, and sent to you the following text message. Explain to him that he's the only family. You don't know anybody else. You have nobody else to turn to. He's your lover. Did she say that to you?
Yes, she did.
She also said, he's the only man you know. He's the only one you love. Based on the first text message, is that what she's telling you to tell him?
Yes.
He's the only man you know. He's the only one you love. Of course, you would turn to him for help. You need to tell him how much you love him. Did she tell you that?
Yes, she did.
Tell him for some reason I knew you was going to think I was lying. Did she tell you that?
Yes, she did.
Text you that?
Yes.
She continues with a series of text messages. You know I would never lie to you. Are you telling Richard? Did you tell him all this stuff?
Yes, I did. I told him all this stuff.
Told him all the stuff that she told him to tell you?
Yes, I did.
I'm telling you the truth. My father did a very bad. He thought these people were his friend, and he thought he could trust these people. He knew them all his life. Did she tell you that?
Yes, she did.
He wasted a lot of money. And now they want their money back, or they will come after me and my whole family. So, Ms. Wasso is telling you, or is she telling you to tell Richard Rappaport that you and your father and your entire family are in danger?
Correct.
Is any of that true?
No, sir.
Doesn't she tell you to tell Mr. Rappaport in these text messages, how could you think that I'm lying about this? Did she tell you that?
Yes, she will.
Ms. Wasso texts you also, I would never make a joke out of this. Tell him this in person.
Yes.
Now, while these text messages are going on between you and Ms. Wasso, are you talking to her on the phone all the time?
As well, yeah.
As well?
Yes.
And are you discussing the same things that you're discussing in the text messages verbally on the phone as well?
Yes.
And you recognize her voice on the phone?
Yes, I did.
You know you're talking to her.
I know I'm talking to her.
You send to Wasso the following text messages. I will go there, beg to him, beg for my life. Do you think that that's what you're doing, is begging for your life?
Yes, that's what I done. For my and my family life.
If she responded to those text messages with this message, do it now. Tell him if he don't want to give 100, ask for 70. So is that what you were talking about earlier? That the conversation that she wanted was $100,000, but she was willing to take 70,000?
Yes. Yes.
And then you say, I will say 75. And then follow that with, I need money for my parents. So you wanted to pay your mother some money?
I'm going to bear that, yes.
Was the amount of money that you were going to pay back $5,000, the difference between 70 and 75?
Yes. Yes.
Also on December 13th, Ms. Wasso said, cry to him, ask, how does money mean more in my life to you? Is that what did she tell you that?
Yes, she did.
And then follows that with another message, I'm not asking for 100 anymore, you need to help me, I have nobody. She send you that as well?
Yes, she did.
Does Mr. Rappaport agree to give you the $80,000?
In the beginning, we didn't. But after.
Ultimately, he does?
Yes. After the 100, but for the.
Does Mr. Rappaport want to give you a check?
As much as I remember, yes. We didn't want to give him cash. We wanted.
Did you get this text message from Ms. Wasso? Yes. Explain to him that a check is impossible.
Yes.
She just wants cash.
Correct. She didn't want checks.
December 14th. You have 6 days, we will get this done. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you text Ms. Wasso this following text message? He told me he went to 2 banks and they asked him many questions. And he followed that by he is worried. This is what Mr. Rappaport told you.
Yes.
And that you're telling Ms. Wasso.
Yes.
And her response to you after telling her that was, don't worry, Lynn. There's nothing they can do about it. His money, he can say he's going to do, he's doing whatever he wants with it.
Yes.
Is there a subsequent text message that I'm not worried about that at all?
She's not worried about it.
It's his. It's Christmas time. Now, December 18th, Ms. Wasso sent me this text message. I'm getting on a flight at 8 a.m. in the morning, and I'm leaving on the 20th in the afternoon. Is that what you said? This would have been in December 2018.
Yes.
December 19th of 2018, she sent you a text message. It says, text message is timed at 11:55 on December 19th, 2018. Just landed.
Yes.
December 20th, 2018. You text Ms. Wasso and tell her that we go to the bank together, and we go together to the bank.
Yes.
Ms. Wasso's response was to you, this text message, make sure you get down at the bank.
Yes.
December 20th, she texted you and said, no, because I don't want him to try to lie to you.
Yes.
Like, they wouldn't give you the money or something like
Yes,
that?
she wanted me to go with him to the bank to make sure that,
You got it.
yes.
December 20th, she texts you and says, call me when you're done. You mean like at the bank? Is that what she's referring to?
Yes.
Now, there's an address there, 298 Northwest Shore Plaza. In a subsequent text message, 33609, Tampa, Florida. Come to the Macy's.
Right.
What does that text mean?
It means that after the bank, I need to go with the cash to this place that she sent me to give her the money.
This is all on December 20th of 2019.
Correct.
Now, are you able to get the $80,000 in cash in the bank?
Yes, I do.
How was it given to you? How was that money provided to you?
I was with Richard on the bank. I was waiting on the coach of the bank, Richard Blender, and I received like a bag.
Did you look inside the bag to see what was inside?
Not really. No, I don't remember that I looked at that.
Did you count the money?
No, I didn't.
Was Richard with you when you got the money from the bank?
Yes, yes, he did.
But you were in separate cars?
Yes.
What kind of car did you have?
I don't really remember because it was a rental car at that time.
Was Richard providing you with this rental car?
Yes, he did.
He was paying for it.
Yes.
Now, at this time, were you still working in the kiosk, or you have some other kind of employment, or no employment?
At that point, I was working at Richard's office.
At his business?
Yes.
Now, but apparently you could come and go whenever you wanted to.
Yes.
When you get the money, do you leave in your vehicle and Richard leaves in his vehicle from the bank?
As much as I remember, yes, but not really sure. But to this place I went by more. To the place she told me.
What does Richard believe that money is for? What did you tell Richard the money was for?
It's for my family, because my family, I told you that my family is in danger and my dad is...
People are after him?
Yes.
Now, did you go to the Macy's?
Yes, I did.
Did you go? What happened when you got to the Macy's? Tell me the jury. What the $80,000 in cash?
Yeah, so I got to Macy's and I picked up her and
So me, Jaycee Wasso?
Jaycee Wasso. And there was another woman there. She told and they got into the car.
Into your car?
Into my car, my rental car. And Jaycee was sitting in front of the car and the other woman was sitting in the back of the car. And I parked in a different place, I went to the parking garage of the mall. I parked there, and Jaycee introduced me the woman. She told me it was her sister. Her name wasn't, can I say her name?
Yeah.
Her name was Maria.
Have you ever seen her before?
I've never seen her before. I gave to Jaycee the bag with the money, and she gave the money to her sister in the bag, and the sister started counting the money, and in the meanwhile, Jaycee was talking to her.
How long did it take for her to count the $80,000 in the backseat of the car?
I don't remember at the time, but maybe 10 minutes, maybe less. She was very fast in that, so.
She was fast in
She
counting?
was very fast, yes.
Now, you had mentioned that that you needed $5,000 for your parents.
Yes.
So was the agreement that they were going to get 75 and you were going to get 5
Yes.
of the 80?
Yes.
Now, did you take the $5,000 out of the $80,000 before you gave them the back?
No,
Why did you do that?
I don't know, because I trust her. I thought you would do that.
So, do you ask them for the $5,000 to give to your mother?
I think we did.
Would you ask Jaycee?
Yes.
And did they give you $5,000 or did they give you money back?
Yes.
Did you count the money when they gave it to you? At the time that they gave it to you?
I don't think so. No, I didn't.
Did Jaycee, it's a little behind now, did Jaycee send you a text message, okay, it's the Macy's, I'm waiting outside for you, and then she wants to know what kind of car you have? You tell her, there's traffic, I'm with a gray Toyota. Text her those things?
Yes, I did.
Now, there was a text message on December the 20th, 2018, that afternoon, that evening. The cash was 6, not 5. What do you mean by that? Here's a text message that you sent to Jaycee Wasso?
Yes.
What does that mean?
She gave me 1,000 more.
Instead of giving you 5, she gave you 6?
Yes.
And that text message was to let her know that?
Yes.
That the spirits weren't getting the full amount?
Yes.
Does she respond to you with this text message?
Yes.
That's fine, just when you get a chance, deposit it into her account?
Yes.
Meaning the $1,000?
Yes, she did.
That was a question. Now, were your parents in town as well?
At that time, yes.
Okay, so you just kind of left them alone for a little bit to take care of this business?
Exactly, yes.
I'll show you what's worth. Now, December 24, 2018, you see this text from Jaycee Wasso. Just write to him, tell him that you want him to see your parents, but it's very hard because they're running around, they're so busy. Now, What did you understand that to be?
As much as I remember, Richard wanted to see my parents.
Richard wanted to see your parents?
Yes, and she told me don't let them. Like, she didn't want them to meet each other. So she told me,
That's what you tell her.
yes, this is what she wrote me. Nothing.
And in the following text message, is this the lie that you need to tell your parents about Richard?
Yes.
Just keep telling them that they want to meet Richard, but they're busy also. So they're both busy.
Yes. I like to both sides.
On February the 1st, 2019, you sent Jaycee Wasso this text message. Jaycee, what is your address? And she responds, 230 Squire Road, Revere, Massachusetts, 02151. Did she send you that in response to your request for her address?
Yes.
You get this text message from Ms. Wasso again. What is the name of Richard's company? I'm doing some work, I need the name.
She sent it to me.
Did you send her this in response? Panther Meadow. She also asked you what his full name.
Yes, she asked me.
Is this a response that you provide? Richard Mark Rappaport?
Yes.
And you spelled it well. Now, in February of 2009, we were to discuss really what was count 2, was the $80,000. Now I'd like to move to count 3 for the information, which is the Tiffany bracelets. Did you receive a text message from Jaycee Wasso regarding Tiffany bracelets in
Yes.
February of 2019?
Yes, I did.
More specifically, February the 10th, 2019. She tell you to get the bracelet, to get it in your size, and then she followed that text message up with the, or did she follow it up with the message? This is what we need to work with. It represents love. It represents you and him. It represents connection. Is that what she told you about the bracelets?
Yes.
I think you saw a picture of it. Did she send you a picture of it?
I sent her already. Or she sent it to me.
Here.
Yeah, she sent.
Needs to be your size. This is what you get. So
Okay.
she's essentially doing an online order.
Yes, she sent me what I need to get to her, to the work.
And then you said, in response to that request, I love the bracelet. I love this bracelet. Ms. Halthon, you write there in response to, well, in addition to writing that you love the bracelet, so I get it and send it you
Send it to
to
her.
her.
Yes, I did.
Now, continuing on February the 10th, 2019. And she says, yes, get two. She wants two bracelets, not just one. She wants two.
Yes, she wanted to.
For the work.
For the work.
One for you and one for him.
Yes.
That's what she tells you.
Yes, that's what she
You write this back to Miss Wasso. Okay, hopefully Richard not going to die when he will see the charge. LOL. Is that laugh out loud?
Yes.
She says to you in response, I'll put protection over him, it will be fine. Is that what she writes to you?
Yes, she did.
And she also asks you, says, you have my address, right? So you're going to ship it to her.
Of course, yes.
Continuing on February 10th, 2019. So, okay, tomorrow I do everything, so. Ms. Wasso is then to send you her address in the following text message. In Squire Road, over here.
Yes.
No. She follows that text message, which has her address with the following text message. Tomorrow you do everything else, but now you need to order the bracelets.
Yes.
And you said, okay, no problem. Now, you've agreed to order the bracelets online, and it's February the 10th. 4 days before Valentine's Day, right?
Yes.
And you're ordering two
Yes.
for work.
Yes.
And did she then send you the following text message? I need to make sure, I need to make sure that they get here before Valentine's Day.
Yes.
And she follows that message up with, because I need to do all the work before Valentine's Day.
Yes.
She explained to you why it had to be done before Valentine's Day?
Those bracelets, she told me that they represent connection and love and all the things that connected to Valentine's Day. So she need to get the bracelet to work in it to Valentine's Day. So it's important to get it before Valentine's. That's what she told me.
Now on February 10th, you ask, when is Valentine's Day? You don't know what day Valentine's Day is.
No, not really.
Is that an occasion in Israel? Valentine's
Yes, but for me, it's not really important because it's not really Jewish. Like, people celebrate it in Israel, but not like here.
At that time, did you have someone in your life that you were concerned about for Valentine's Day?
No.
And then she writes back, it's the 14th. Is that right? And then you write in response to that date, okay, so I quick ship to you. Make sure she gets it before the 14th.
Yes.
If you get this text message from Ms. Wasso, if they do, just tell them it's your boyfriend's card. Are you using Richard's card?
Yes, I did.
Why were you concerned? What did you think they were going to do?
Because this is not my card, and I can ask for an ID when I buy something.
It's an ID?
Yes, and this is not my card.
Now, it says, I will look for the red thing now. You sent that text message to me? What did you mean by that?
She told me that I need to get the red string.
That you
for
need a
myself. Yes.
She's getting Tiffany bracelets sent to her, and you're getting a red string?
Yes.
Why do you need a red string?
For protection. It's a red string and it's good for protection. That's what she told me.
She sent you this text message here. Yes, you should get the red string too. Make sure when you send out the bracelets, you do express shipping, see if they have one-day shipping. So she wants that pretty quickly.
Yes, she will.
And you agree to do that?
Yes, I will.
You send Miss Wasso this text message. They are beautiful. I feel like I buy it for my soulmate.
Yes, I
Are you referring to the Tiffany bracelets?
Yes.
She responds, yes, they're gorgeous. They're perfect for the work. And did you write the text message? Yes, I hope Richard will not kill me.
Yes.
So you thought he would be upset.
Yes.
She says, no, you won't, I promise. She tell you also on the 10th, make sure you do overnight shipping.
Yes, we do.
Now, for the red string that you're supposed to get with this bracelet,
Yes.
for the protection, did she send you this also on the 10th? Go to the arts and crafts store. Did she send you that?
Yes,
And
she
it's
sent it
like
to me.
Michael's?
Yes.
Says that you don't have to get it today. You could wait until tomorrow.
Yes.
So for the red string that you're going to get at Michael's, you don't need this, make sure, sense of urgency to it. That's okay, I can wait.
Yes.
She doesn't express any importance in getting that
Yes.
right away. But send the package out today.
Yes.
She tell you later on February the 10th. Okay, Lynn, send them out. She's still encouraging you to get them out.
Yes.
On February 11th, you send this text message to her regarding the Tiffany bracelet. I send you tomorrow by 3:30. Is that when she's going to get it?
Yes.
And then she sends this response to you, comes in tomorrow, and then you repeat it, yes, by 3:30. Now there's an attachment there. You recognize that photograph in that?
Yes, this is the last time she asked me if I.
Do you remember whether it was Michael's or another store that you went to buy this red string?
Yes, Your Honor, Judge, and cumulative at this point, that's about the regular bracelets.
Good. The difference in the price is what I'm after, and that's legitimate. How much did you pay for the red string that was going on your wrist?
Like $3. Something like that.
February 11th, did she tell you, cut it and tie it on your wrist? Did she send you that text message? Follows that text message with another one on February 11th, like a bracelet. Also on February 11th, the mirror in the car, tie it on there too. She tell you to tie a wrist ring any place else other than your wrist?
Not that I remember.
What's this? The
Like
mirror.
the wrist and the car.
Those two places?
Yes.
You were able to get enough string for $3 to buy both
Yes.
string to both places?
Yes.
Have any left over?
Yes.
You get this following text message from Ms. Wasso. You need to tell him you want to get yourself something nice. Tell him you want to look good for him. Do you see those from Ms. Wasso?
Yes. I did, but I don't remember what you mean.
Well, Richard got upset with the
Yes.
bracelet purchase.
Yes.
Did you send this to Ms. Wasso? Or of course, no. He got very upset. He said, I don't want to pay $840 for this thing. Is that the bracelets?
Yes.
Now, was that the total price or each one? Do you remember?
As much as I remember, it was both of them together.
$840?
But not sure.
Now, on going to be March the 8th of 2019. Hi, Richard told me to, is that check or choke? What do you mean by that? Okay, around 12. He wanted to give me a check. I had to convince him. Do you remember what that was about?
Cook, because I used to cook for Richard. So
Oh, cook.
Yeah. I used to cook things.
All right. He wanted to give you a check, but I had to convince him. And then this also says
relevance.
good. The next thing is what makes it relevant. Next, yes, no check. I'll be in. This is that the defendant is. Thank you. Did she tell you the response? No check. I'll be in prayer.
Yes.
March 8, 2019. Does Ms. Wasso tell you in this text message, asking the person for $4,000?
Yes.
March 8th also, gives you the name. You just send it to Jaycee Wasso.
Yes, she sent it to me.
March the 23rd, 2019. You see this text message from the defendant, Jaycee Wasso. You need to ask Richard for $7,000, $7,000.
Yes, $7,000.
And shortly thereafter, do you say, why 7? Is that what you said to Ms. Wasso?
Yes, I asked her.
And she responds to you, the spirits told me to use other materials last night, so it's going to be 7 that I need to work with. On March the 25th, 2019, Ms. Wasso sent you this message. I don't think it's good to share any information about what's going on to anybody.
Yes, she sent it.
And you did that.
I did it, but I didn't tell anybody about it.
And after some conversations with her, she sent you this text message on March the 25th of 2019. Yes, it's good not to tell anybody. And follows that by, yes, we don't want nobody to ask questions.
Right. I told it to only one person in the beginning, way back in the beginning. I told to somebody, but after that, nobody knew nothing about it. And she,
In March the 26th, 2019, does Ms. Wasso send you this text message? Try to convince him and give him an excuse to give you cash today.
yes, she sent it to me.
March the 26th, she sent you this text message. Okay, maybe you can even tell him the cash is for you, something you need. Send you that as well.
And she did.
Now, did you use PayPal to transfer money to her in addition to any other ways you were transferring?
Maybe I used paper. I don't really remember, but maybe I did use paper. It does make sense.
Did you send this text message? Jaycee, when you transfer in PayPal, can you see how you send it?
Yeah. Yes.
March the 26th, 2019. Did you tell Ms. Wasso, I will try to get him like 2,000 cash maybe? Try to get more money out of Richard?
Yes.
Is all of the money, did you put any money into this at all?
What do you,
In other words, did you contribute to any of this money that you were sending her after you met Richard?
what is contribute?
Contribute means that you provide any of the money after you met Richard that you sent to the defendant. was it all Richard's money?
Yes, till the moment I met Richard, yes.
The moment you met Richard, all the money came from Richard.
Correct.
On March the 26th, 2019. Okay, Lynn, just send $5K tomorrow. And also, he said he'd give you $10K so you can use the card for the money. What is she talking about there?
I don't really remember that. Maybe to use the card too. As well.
But she's asking for $5K in cash.
Yes, she did.
On the 27th, the following day, I send you $5,500. Did you send that text message to Jaycee Wasso?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Now, Miss Halthon, in December of 2019, not long before you were arrested, did you have a conversation with Miss Wasso about whether any text messages should be deleted from your phone?
Okay. Talking about that.
Talking about deletions of text messages from your phone.
About deleting the text messages? Yeah, she told me to delete the text messages.
And that text message that she told you to delete, was that on your, which phone that you had that was, the text messages were being deleted from?
She told me to delete all the text messages. She told me to delete all of them. That's how she instructed me to do.
Did you have, how many phones did you have?
2.
Was one of the phones an i7?
Yes, the gold one with the pink one, and it was like something.
And then you purchased
11.
an 11.
Yes.
And you started using the 11.
Yes.
And at the time that you had this conversation about deletion with Ms. Wasso, which phone?
What is deletion?
Delete the text message.
Okay.
Were you using the i11?
I used the 11 already when she told me to delete. Yes.
So you weren't using the i7 anymore?
It kind of was there with me. It was open. I kind of used both on that time.
Did you purchase a iPhone for the defendant, Ms. Wasso?
Yes, I did.
And did you use Mr. Rappaport's credit card to do that with?
Yes.
Had it shipped to her?
Yes. I don't remember exactly how, like how it was shipped, but yes.
Did she tell you that she wanted a phone in particular colors and everything else about the
Yes.
phone? Now, in addition to sending Ms. Wasso cash, did you also provide her with Mr. Rappaport's Discover card and perhaps a Capital One card as well?
I remember that they sent her like pictures and with the number, like she had information.
She had information regarding the credit card number and the security number on the back, things with that information.
SIM code, in case you need, yes.
Was the credit cards being used on the for Uber and Lyft
Yes.
by Ms. Wasso?
Yes.
Charging it to Mr. Rappaport's credit cards.
Yes.
Dated June 20th, 2019. This also sends you this, Lynn. I might need an Uber to New Hampshire to do some work. It's possible for you to order one later.
Right.
On the 21st, you get this text message from Ms. Wasso. You know what? You need to send me from Lyft to Venmo 200. When you get a chance, I'm going to be here for 2 days work. You get that from her as well?
Yes, she did. Sorry.
So even though she may have fronted the money, she must be reimbursed for the transportation costs.
Yes.
You get this text message from her on June the 27th. Lynn, it's okay to use your Uber.
Yes.
So now she has the information that she needs to be able to do it on her own.
Yes.
On June 27th, she sends you this text message. I got an Uber with the car. It worked.
Yes.
And that same day, she also sends you this text message. Go to the hotel. It's expensive Uber.
Yes.
June the 29th. Then I need to Venmo 500. She's asking me for $500.
Yes.
Following text message that she sent, that will be part of the payment.
Yes.
And she says, now. In July of 2019, more specifically, July 2nd, 2019, you send this text message to Ms. Wasso. We took almost $9K. He don't know nothing about it yet.
Yes, I sent it to her.
Despite all the money that you've been sending to her, do you get this text message from her on July the 3rd, 2019?
Yes.
Good, Lynn, I don't want to bother you, but I'm short $250 on the room. Now, were there instances, more specifically in July of 2019, where you had both phone conversations and text messages with the defendant, where she tells you that she's being attacked, physically attacked by the evil spirits?
That's right. Also,
Did that scare you?
certainly a lot.
I'm going to show you a text message from July the 4th of 2019. Lynn, I was attacked again yesterday. Is that what she's referring to, attacked by the evil spirit?
Yes.
You're having some of these conversations on the phone as well?
She told me to come over the phone too. Yes.
July the 4th. I can't talk. It hurt my throat. She send you that?
Yes.
Did, in your conversations with her, whether it was a text message or on the phone, did Ms. Wasso tell you why the evil spirits were attacking her?
She told me that she is protecting me with her body because this is what she do. This is her job, to protect me from the evil spirits to get to me. So they become very violent. And she was protecting me with her body. And they was beating her because they wanted to beat me and to do all these bad things to me.
So she was actually standing between the evil spirits and you.
Correct.
And absorbing the beating for you.
Correct.
Yeah, she's leading.
Yes.
Did you send Ms. Wasso this text message? What can we do not to let this to attack you? Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
You text Ms. Wasso on July 4th, 2019 and tell her, I hope everything will be okay.
Yes.
And ask her as well, how are you? Are you believing this?
I believe that I was terrified.
You text her with it, and also, this is on July the 5th. Jaycee, I want you to know, I want to know you're okay. I'm not calm. Please let me know. You're concerned about Jaycee?
I was very concerned.
On July the 7th, she texts you again and tell you, I went to the doctor because it happened again.
Yes.
Meaning that she was attacked again?
She was attacked. Yes.
July the 7th, she said. There's a small fracture in my neck. The doctors say I was lucky I could have died.
Yes.
That's what she told me.
She told me.
Do you want to go to her? You want to like take a train and go up to wherever she's at to
Yes.
see how she's doing?
Yes.
Did she send you a text on July 7th telling you not to come?
It's not safe. Yes.
Not come. Don't come. It's not safe.
Yes.
You send this text message to Ms. Wasso. If something is going to happen to you, I die too.
Yes.
Now, after this conversation with Ms. Wasso about being attacked and having some kind of fracture in her neck and having to go to the doctor and protecting me after you had that discussion with her, and you expressed your concern with her, she sent you this text message on July the 7th. Protection shield. Did you know what that was?
On that time?
Yeah.
No, I don't understand.
You,
what is-
after she explained it to you, you understood it?
Yes.
Because I am serious, I will kill myself. What do you mean by those comments to
I didn't want nothing bad to happen to her. And she told me that,
She was doing this for you?
yes.
When she tells you that she needs a protection shield, she sent you this text message. So that it cannot attack me anymore and it cannot attack you because it is very violent. And then she followed that text message with, I know what we need. And you having been trained by Ms. Wasso asked the next question. How much? Did you get the following text message also on July the 7th? We need $5,000, or we need $5,000 so that I can pay half to my sister back. And it's also something you need to buy for our work, and then it's the shield I was talking to you about. And she wants another $5,000.
Yes, she did.
She told me that her life depends on it.
Yes.
You contact Ms. or text Ms. Wasso and tell her to tell you what's going on, basically, that you're scared.
Yes, I was very scared.
Is Ms. also stayed with you to stay in his house, about Richard's house?
Yes.
And the next text message, besides after she says stay with Richard, says for a night. Is that what she said?
Yes, that's what she said.
The next one, July 7th. She tells you to sleep with her. Now, is this what you responded to that statement by her telling you to have sex with Mr. Rappaport?
Yes, I did.
Told her it's not going to happen.
Correct.
I'm not going to sleep with him, is what you tell Mr. or Ms. Wasso?
Yes, that's what I told her.
Did you say in the following text message, I will kill myself first?
Yes.
Still on the 7th of July, you received this text message from Jaycee Wasso. Lynn, I will die this way. He will be okay with it. He won't be angry. Talking about the money?
Talking about the purchase, she told me I need to purchase.
For the shield.
The funny thing is about the shield, yes.
He says, she tells you that you need to listen to her.
Yes.
In the next testament. Continue on July the 7th of 2019. Did you send this text message to Ms. Wasso? I don't care about this life anymore.
Yes, I did send it to her.
Any further, or you follow that text move? Everything is shit for me anyway.
Yes, I did send it to her.
I want to object on cumulative at this point. I mean, I know they're different dates, but at the same time, we can approach them all.
What do we do?
Come on.
Thank you, Judge. On July the 10th, Ms. Wasso asked you, they send you this text message. How much are you transferring? And you give the following response. 5. Is that 5,000?
Yes.
July the 10th, she sent you this text message. Okay, you said today you transfer 2,500 and tomorrow you transfer another 2,500. Just broke up the 5,000.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Halthon, the protective shield that Ms. Wasso told you that she needed, did she ultimately tell you what that was?
Yes, she did tell me what it was.
What was it?
It was a watch.
So the text message is July 18, 2019. Leave the deposit today. Tomorrow you celebrate his birthday and tell him about it, and then you go and pick up the watch together. Is that the watch you're talking about?
Yes.
July 18th, you get this text message from Ms. Wasso. Yes, tell them this is the biggest space they've got for the watch. She was interested in a specific kind of design for the watch.
Yes.
Also on the 18th of July, you get this text message. Yes, ask him if the face of the watch goes bigger. The following text message. Or is that the biggest it comes? Did you get those two text messages from her?
Yes.
Now, are you exchanging photographs of this text message with Ms. Wasso?
What do you mean by photographs?
Are you,
Changing pictures?
yeah, pictures of it?
Of the watch?
Of the watch?
Yeah, she sent me what she wants. Like, she sent me exactly what kind of watch she wants. Like, she was very clear with that.
You see, if the tax is so expensive, you will get a heart attack. You send her that?
Yes, I did.
You get this text message also on the 8th. This is the 19th. No? Just get it and make sure 40 millimeters. Do you know what that 40 millimeters is?
Now I understand.
What is it?
I think that is the size.
The size of the watch?
Yes.
So. Now, you said this, okay, but what is 40 millimeters? You didn't know at the time what it meant. And she responds, make sure, tell them you want this. Is that what she tells you?
Yes, she did.
How much was this watch that you were buying?
Around $50,000.
50,000? Was it a Rolex?
Yes, it was a Rolex.
Did it have diamonds?
Diamonds and gold.
You get this text message on July the 20th. When you send the watch, Lynn will need $1,000 to do the work with. So besides the watch, she wants $1,000 more.
Correct.
Is this watch that you buy, remember the store that you went to?
Yes, it was in Orlando.
Remember the name of the jewelry store?
Mayors
in Orlando?
Yes.
Was that at Millennium Mall?
I don't remember the name of the mall, but it was a mall.
Mayors?
Yes.
Now, on July 20th, did she send you this text message? On Monday, when you send it, do overnight shipping. Send you that?
Yes, she did send
Did you do that?
I did.
And also the following message, and it will be overnight through the fast, safe shipping. this text message also on the 21st. Then when you go to size it, make sure they do everything in front of you, because sometimes they try to take value from the watch and switch to pieces.
Right.
Did you say any of that? Did you give you that advice?
Yes.
In the next text message. Don't let them try to fool you to take it to Rolex. Have them size it for you and make sure you watch how they do it. Don't let them try to do anything in secret.
Yes. I remember that.
Well, she didn't want you to get cheated, right?
Right.
She didn't want you to get cheated.
Objection, leading judge.
Is Miss Wasso provide you with the address of where it's to be shipped to?
Yes.
This is the same address she's given you earlier?
Right.
Did she also give you some advice as to how to ship it? In this text message here, which is dated July the 22nd, 2019. Did you receive this? Make sure you wrap everything in bubble wrap.
Yes.
And make sure it gets here tomorrow.
Right.
And then the third text message on the screen, make sure it's wrapped really good. I'm in very strong meditation right now. I can't talk. Did you actually tell Ms. Wasso how much the insurance, or not the insurance, how much it costs to ship it there with insurance?
Yeah, I told her.
And did you send that this text message to her? It cost me $1,071 to send it to her.
Yes.
And on July the 23rd, 2019, you received this text message from Jaycee Wasso. In prayer, Lynn, but the watch came in, I got it.
Yes.
Now, in February, around Valentine's Day, we had that red bracelet that was made out of string.
Yes.
Did you wear that all spring and all summer?
As much as I remember, yes, I did.
In July, not all summer, but in July 21st, 2019, did you send this text message to Jaycee Wasso? And I take off the red bracelet. Are you talking about the string?
Yes, I did.
Also on July the 21st. I said, it looked bad already. It was worn out.
Yes.
Now, July the 23rd, 2019, did you receive this text message from Jaycee Wasso? In the middle of August, ask him to transfer a big amount and start working. Did you receive that from her?
I don't remember one contact before, but yes.
July 28, 2019. Lynn, can you try to send another payment today? You receive that?
Yes.
Now, if no payment specifically is requested, Ms. Halthon, do you know how much to send? Or when you get a text message like this, how do you respond to that financially? How do you know what to send?
Because she tells me they aren't.
Well, she didn't in this text message, but does she do it on verbal telephone?
Yes. If it's not working the text message, so she for sure told you to lower the phone, but she instructed me what to do.
Also on the 28th of July, 2019, you get this text message. And tomorrow you can make another payment tomorrow.
Yes.
Did you sign a prenuptial agreement with Mr. Rappaport before you married him?
Yes, we did.
And did you have an opportunity to see in the premarital agreement what his financial worth was?
Yes.
And did you tell Ms. Wasso that you were able to see in the prenup agreement what Mr. Rappaport's financial holdings were?
Yes, I did.
In July 29, 2019, does Ms. Wasso send you this text message?
Yes, she sent it.
She's asking you what you saw.
Yes, she wanted to.
And then did you send her, in response to that question, what did you see? Did you send her this? How much money he had in total?
Yes.
And then did you receive this text message from her in response?
Yes.
How much was it?
Judge, before he goes down the line here, I have an objection that if there's a response to what she saw, it would be hearsay. At this point, whatever she saw on a piece of paper to relate to somebody else would be hearsay.
Judge, it's not being offered to prove Mr.
Absolutely is
Rappaport.
being ordered.
I'm sorry, Judge, you did not want speaking objections. Not for the truth of the matter, sir. Not to prove that that's what his actual net worth is, but only what she communicated to Ms. Wasso.
Overruled,
Is that what you told her? It was
Yes.
$8 million with an apartment and cars?
Yes.
Did you tell Ms. Wasso he likes to spend his money on donations and his children?
Objection, hearsay, Judge.
overruled.
July 30th, 2019. You received this text message from Ms. Wasso. I know the payment right now, I'm having problems with negativity.
Yes, she sent it to me.
And then she followed that up with this text message, attacking me.
Yes.
Also on July 30th, you get this text message from Ms. Wasso. So sorry to bother you at this time, but it's attacking me.
Yes.
Did you tell Ms. Wasso before that, I felt something was wrong, but you can't sleep?
Yes.
And then you offered to send her $1,000?
Yes.
Was her response when you offered the $1,000 was,
Send the rest of the money. Yes.
she wants the rest of the money?
Yes, she did.
July 30th, same day, she sent you this text message. It attacked you so bad.
Yes.
And then you asked her, I think, in response, are you okay? Is that what you did?
Yes.
August 1st, 2019, can you take $2K out? She asking you for more money? On August 1st, 2019. And send it from the Walmart maybe?
Yes.
Now, did you use Walmart to transfer money to the defendant?
Yes, I went a few times to Walmart.
How does that work at Walmart? Did you send money?
I go with cash to Walmart and I give them the information, give me like a paper, I remember. I fill out the paper and give them the cash and they send it.
Send it to another Walmart?
Yes.
Where Ms. Wasso picks it up?
Yes, that was not under a name at that time. I remember they come, but she
The
didn't.
account?
Objection, speculation as to how she was able to pick it up.
Who asked you for the money?
Jaycee asked me for the money.
August 1st, 2019. Did you get this text message from Jaycee Wasso? Okay, you can send $1,500.
Yes.
August 1st, 2019. Okay, you can send 1,000.
Yes.
August 1st, 2019. Okay, I got it. You can send the rest.
Yes.
August 1st, 2019. Try another 500.
Yes.
August 1st, 2019. Did you get this text message?
Yes.
There was that the limit is $2,500 to $3,000
Right.
a day.
Right, I remember.
On August of 2019, does Mr. or Ms. Wasso send you a text regarding a gold bar, purchasing a gold bar?
Yes, she did.
Did you receive this text message from Ms. Wasso?
Yes, she did.
So it was great for the work.
Yes.
Did you get this text message from where to get it?
Yes.
Did you send this text message to Ms. Wasso also on the 6th? You need a place how to sell gold, I mean, where to buy it?
Yes.
Did you receive this in response from Ms. Wasso? Yes, they're expensive, but they're great for the work.
Yes, I did receive.
Did you ask Ms. Wasso in a text message dated July or August the 6th, how many carat do you think that we need?
Yes.
She responds, Lynn, I actually know a place I can get it, or I can get it.
Mm-hmm.
You can transfer me the amount for it and I get it. Tell you that?
Yes, she did.
You asked Ms. Wasso on August the 6th, how much do you think we need for that?
Yes.
She tells you in a text message, or did you receive this text message that, do you want to add that in the gold bar for $2,000?
Yes.
7th, the following day, you get this text message from Ms. Wasso. I need to request a payment on Venmo. The gold price went up today.
Yes.
Do you have any idea what the gold price was?
No idea.
On August the 6th of 2019, did you get this text message from Jaycee Wasso? On September 13th is a very negative day. It is Friday the 13th.
Oh yeah, I remember this. That's very good. Every 13th of the month, please collect money. Like every October is a very evil month.
So she
and
told
the
you?
13th is special. Yes.
And then you respond with how much?
Yes.
Do you get this text message from the defendant, Jaycee Wasso, in response to your question of how much? 13,000.
Yes.
And you also get this text message on, this is on August the 9th, 2019. Instead of working with 13, the spirits told me we need to fight the number 13 with your number, and that's 5. So we're going to put 15 to make sure that we kill the number 13, because the number 13 is very negative and evil.
Yes.
And then she says, she adds it up for you in case you had trouble adding the 13, and that's 15.
Yes.
You send this to her
Yes.
in response to that email or that text message.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
She was.
She was serious. Unfortunately.
On August the 10th, 2019, you send this text message to Jaycee Wasso. How do you put 8K on Venmo?
Yes.
August the 12th, 2000, she sent you this text message, and you try to send more. You send this text message to her. August the 12th, 2019, 30,000.
Yes.
You get this text message in response on August the 12th. Okay. You send this text message to Ms. Wasso on August the 13th. Then I will give cash and send you. And then continue on August the 13th. It says, do you want me to get 17K?
Yes.
On August the 14th, 2019. Do you want to try to transfer me $9,000 and maybe try to cash at me $5,000? You see that text message from me?
Yes, I do.
Did you get this text message from her on August 15th of 2019? Okay, see you in 20 minutes. I'm at the Hilton Hotel. That's the address I gave you. It's the big Hilton Hotel. Is that in Orlando?
Yes.
And did you take money to her in August of 2019?
Yes.
How much did you take?
I think it was the 15.
15,000?
Yes.
Was that cash?
It was cash, yes.
Did you get on August the 17th, 2019, did you get this text message from Ms. Wasso? We need a problem to happen on the wedding day. So you're getting married with Mr. Rappaport?
Yes. Yes.
And you respond, so you went me to, how should I get you $3K now?
Yes.
Get this in response to her, your question about the 3K. We can't afford a problem on the wedding day. Did you send this text to Ms. I've been trying other Venmo, but nothing works. You're trying to send her money?
Yes, I did.
Does Ms. Wasso in the following text message offer you this option? You can use the debit card on the Cash App.
Right on that.
Now, in August of 2019, do you receive a text message which included a photograph for some Cartier items, more specifically Cartier rings? Okay.
Yes.
Had you discussed that with her on the phone, or do you recall any conversations with her on the phone about that, about the Cartier rings?
Can't really recall.
Pardon me?
I can't really recall where we talked about it, but I'm pretty sure it was also over the phone. Because usually when she asks things, she asks it over the phone.
And did she send you a photograph?
Yes.
And did she specifically tell you the size that she wanted?
Yes, she wanted a very small size.
It's something that wouldn't even fit you.
Yes, very small.
Did you explain that to her? That
Yeah. Yes, I asked her why it's so small.
here it says,
That's,
is that the smallest? She wants the smallest size that they have for this Cartier ring.
yes.
She says, make sure and get size 5 or 5 size.
Yes.
text message dated August 21st. Says that she wants it in pink gold.
Yes.
Text message that she sent thereafter on August the 21st, it says, get 252. What does that mean?
I'm not sure, but maybe it's money, but I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Could it be like a model size or a...
Yes, maybe model size makes more sense.
Actually, suspend.
Do you remember how much this Cartier ring was?
Not really.
Okay. Do you remember how it was that you purchased it?
How much it was?
No, how you purchased it. Where did you go to get this Cartier ring?
Yeah, it was online. I tried to do it, and I think that it didn't work, and I called the representative. Like, it was over the phone or online. One of that. Pretty sure it was online. So.
You said you called a representative, and what was the reason you called the representative?
Because I think that it didn't work from your line, but I'm not really sure if it was a representative, because I'm pretty sure it was over like the online and the internet, like 90%.
Were you here in Hillsborough County when you bought it online?
Yes.
You used Mr. Rappaport's credit cards to pay for this?
Yes, I did.
Now, what did you do after you bought it online? Did you have it sent to yourself, or did you have it sent to Ms. Wasso, or what did you do with it?
Sent it to her.
At her address at her home?
Yes.
So you never physically saw it?
No.
So I'd like to direct you now to September 5th of 2019. Did you send this text message to Mr. or Ms. Wasso? He only gave me 10.
Yes, I did send it.
Is that 10,000? Is that from Richard Rappaport? Did you also send her this text message? Tomorrow he will give me another 5.
Yes.
September 6, 2018, did you get this text message from Ms. Wasso? Okay, I boarded at 2:41.
Yes.
Is she coming to Tampa?
She coming, I think.
Orlando?
Yes.
No. Did you get this text message from Ms. Wasso in September the 15th of 2019? I need to order a phone?
Yes.
To buy her another phone?
Yes.
You tell her to get yourself a new iPhone from Apple? Is that what you tell her?
Yes.
September 17th, 2019. Can you Venmo my card?
Yes.
On September 21st, 2019, did you get this text message from Wasso? Lynn, I need to get a material from New York. I just got off the phone with the person. They gave me a good deal because I seen the work. I seen 7 ounces. We need 7 ounces of gold to melt down for the work. I need to, next text message that you receive from her, I need to pick it up on Tuesday. And the next question from you, how much?
Yes.
That sequence of,
Yes.
do you get this, continue to get these text messages? It's 1,500 an ounce and we need 7 ounces. So if you can put 7, I will be the rest. It will be good cause. I'm doing something very good for the business. Okay, you can do 6 or 5, or I will do the rest. No. When you were exchanging text messages with Ms. Wasso, was there ever a conversation about what the limit was that you could send to her in cash?
I remember something like that. Yes, I remember that it was no more than 10,000.
Did she ever tell you why?
Because the IRS.
So she would get in trouble?
Yes.
And did you always, every time, always never send her more than, or always less than $10,000 in cash?
If it's transfer, so yeah, no more than that.
Yeah, not in person, but transfer.
Yes, no more than that.
Ms. Halthon. After you had married Richard, did you and him live in the same apartment?
When we married, no. When we first got married, no.
Did he purchase for you a vehicle? You know, you remember he was renting one for you, but ultimately he purchased a car for you.
Right.
What did he buy?
A Hyundai.
What, pardon me?
Hyundai.
Hyundai?
Hyundai? What is it, Hyundai?
Hyundai, is that it?
Yes.
And was it new or was it used?
It was used, but only for a year. It was like kind of like...
It's only like a year old?
Yes.
It's in pretty good shape.
Yes.
And he paid for your apartment?
Yes, he did.
Did he give you, and you worked somewhat at his business?
Yes, I did.
Were you paid to work there?
No. He gave me money, but not like a paycheck every month. But of course, I paid because he gave me money.
Did he give you money to live off of besides the rent and the car?
Yes.
How much money did he give you for your personal expenses?
It wasn't something, it didn't limit me or something. It was, I had this card, a credit card with me, and all the expenses that I asked for him to give to her, so he gave me a lot of money. But if you ask only for my expenses?
Yes, your expenses.
It was for food, for, I don't remember the number, but it was for basic things, basically.
You buy clothes, jewelry, things of that nature?
Maybe sometimes I did both clothes, but not something expensive, like not right now.
No designer clothing or anything like that?
Maybe one time I bought like Gucci belt and like $200, but no more than that. Okay,
Now, in November of 2019, are you wanting to end the payments to Ms. Wasso?
In what date, excuse me?
November of 2019.
Yes, I always want that, but I remember that on that date, especially told it to her, I really like, it just was too much already.
Did you and Ms. Wasso discuss one big payment to end it all?
Yes.
How much did she tell you it would take for one big payment to end it all?
In the beginning, she started with $800, I think.
$800,000?
$800,000, and then she raised it to $1 million.
What did she tell you that million represented?
It's represent infinity number, and 1 million is an infinity number, and this is when I end it forever.
You agreed to do that?
Yes,
Trying to get $1 million?
Yes, I did.
And how did you and Ms. Wasso think you were going to get $1 million from the job?
I remember we was talking about it over the phone, and we discussed about it. In the beginning, like we talked about the options, what to say. Then of course it is going to be a lie, because I'm not going to tell him that it's for her, but I cannot tell about the work, because it's very dangerous to talk about it. And then we come up with the idea that this is for the apartment.
We're buying an apartment.
Yes.
Now, where is the apartment that you were looking at to buy?
In the beginning, it wasn't really clear where, but it was in the area of Tampa, Florida, like St. Petersburg, Clearwater, like that was the area.
There was never going to be a purchase.
No.
Now, did you hire a realtor?
Yes, I did.
And was the realtor in on this plan?
Can I see it?
Yeah, what, did he know that it wasn't going to be a sale?
He didn't know.
Objection, speculation of what he knew.
Did you tell us that it was going to be?
I told him that it's going to be for an apartment. He told me it's going to be for the apartment.
Now, during this time, were you talking to Ms. Wassel on the phone and exchanging emails with her?
Yes, we talk about all of that, all the time, all over the phone.
You and Mr. Rappaport actually go with a realtor to an apartment in St. Petersburg?
Yes, we did.
Do you remember how much the apartment that you looked at that Mr. Rappaport thought it was going to buy?
Around $1,200,000 or 3,000. It was $1,200,000 or 300,000.
It was 1.2 or 1.3 million.
Exactly.
Now, was there any kind of, or did you tell Mr. Rappaport, better said, did you tell Mr. Rappaport that if he paid cash for the apartment, we did a discount?
Yes, I did told him that.
Why did you tell him?
Because I needed to get cash for finishing this work and make this to be over forever. So the only option was cash. So unfortunately I did this.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Rappaport agree to purchase an apartment in St. Petersburg?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell him that there would be a substantial discount if he paid cash?
Yes, I told him that. 1 million or 1.1 million, I don't remember, but it was around that.
Now, was there any conversation with Mr. Rappaport about paying by wire as opposed to cash, or was it always he was fine with giving cash in the very beginning?
Objection calls for speculation as to what Mr. Rappaport said.
Sustained.
Did you go with Mr. Rappaport to the bank?
Yes, we did.
Which bank did you go to? The first bank that you went to get the money to buy the at least Mr. Rappaport bought a JPay card?
Bank of Tampa.
What happened at the Bank of Tampa?
We were sitting with the business banker or banker, and they were discussing about the fact that they're going to transfer the money. The money is going to we're going to receive the money soon for the apartment.
Did you get it from Bank of Tampa?
The cash?
Yeah.
No, we haven't received cash, but they did provide the amount.
Well, but you wanted cash.
Yes.
When Bank of Tampa did not give you cash, what did you do?
I tried to talk to them, I tried to talk to Richard, I tried to make them get us the amount in cash. And I tried to convince them to get us the cash, and then we understood that I understand it's not going to happen. So we transferred the money to my sharing account with Richard.
You said you had a sharing account. What do you mean?
We opened a sharing account, like an account that is together in West Fargo.
Now, the money that went into this account, was it all provided by Richard Rappaport?
Yes, everything was provided by me.
Now, do you and Mr. Rappaport go to Wells Fargo to get the cash for the apartment?
In one point we did.
Was that the next day or the same day?
Like you mean in West Fargo?
Yes, we went to Wells Fargo.
To get 1 million?
Yeah.
It wasn't even, I don't even think that it wasn't the first day or even the second day.
Okay. Well, how much
It took
later?
some time.
Pardon me?
Like I talked with them over the phone.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I did it by myself in the beginning. I went to the bank by myself in the beginning because I was with Richard in the Bank of Tampa talking about that.
Right.
But when the Bank of Tampa transferred the money to Wells Fargo, I went to Wells Fargo in the beginning by my own.
Your name was on the account.
Yes.
When you got to Wells Fargo, what happened? Were you there when you went by yourself at Wells Fargo?
So I talked to them. I told them that I had the money, like $1.60 I think it was, or 0.1, like $1.1 in my account, and I needed cash. And they sent it to a different branch. I went to the different branch. I talked with the banker. The banker sent me to the manager, and then the manager told me, I think maybe to wait a little bit, but not sure. But then she told me that the money, the cash, is going to arrive. It's just taking some time.
So, did you expect to get $1 million in cash in Wells Fargo?
Yes.
And did you wait there at the bank, or did you leave and then were planning on coming back?
I remember that in some point after I was going around from branch to branch and talking, they used to tell me like, you can go and we want to let you know when the money will arrive. It's taking some time, like it's not coming fast. But at the time.
Now, when you're at Wells Fargo, do you get any, while you're waiting, do you get any cash from them?
Yes.
How much do you get?
I remember that there was 10,000, and then I went to a different branch and got 30,000.
So, when you're waiting for the dividend, you got 40,000.
Yes.
From Wells Fargo.
Yes.
What did you do with the 40,000 that you had gotten from Wells Fargo?
I gave it to Jaycee
Where?
in Orlando.
you were cash?
Yes.
Now, she was expecting a million.
Yes.
Were you telling her the problems that you were having?
Yes, I did. I share with her everything all the time.
What is she telling you to do about these problems?
She got upset and she told me to tell them to insist with the bankers and they're just tricking on me. And she told me, tell them to give you money for now. They have money on the vault, and that's how I got the 40,000. Because in the beginning I got the 10, because that's all she got me. And then she got upset, like, why they give you only 10? Go to a different branch and ask for more. And that's what I did.
And you got one.
And I got it, and I gave her 40. She wasn't really happy about it.
Did she stay in Orlando to wait to see if you could get the money
Yes.
from Wells Fargo?
Yes.
Did you go back to Wells Fargo to try and get the $1 million?
Yes. I did.
Did you go with Mr. Rappaport or did you go by yourself?
I remember that after a few times that I was trying, the Wells Fargo asked me and Richard to come to a meeting. He asked more for Richard to come to a meeting. They wanted to meet him and figure out what's going on.
You went there too?
Yes.
Did you go inside or did you stay
In
outside?
the beginning, I stayed outside, and then they told me to go inside.
Now, were you and Richard together or did they talk to you separately?
Together, when they told me to come inside, so already Richard was there.
Did they question you about what you wanted the $1 million in cash for?
Yes, in Wells Fargo, I told them that it's for a yacht.
For a yacht?
Yeah.
And why did you tell them it was for an apartment?
Because Jaycee instructed me. She told me when we transfer the money, when I transfer, the banker transfer the money to Wells Fargo account, I remember that Jaycee told me, you know, they made you too many promises about the condo and they asked you too many questions. Just say that it's for yacht, it's going to be easier.
So change from an apartment to the condo because it's easier, less questions.
Yes.
Were you present when they questioned Richard?
In the beginning, no, but after they called me and told me that you can come inside.
Were you present when Richard told them what they wanted, what you all wanted $1 million for?
Yes.
What did Richard tell them?
Richard, I got inside and I remember that Richard was looking at me and told me, Lynn, I told him the truth. I told him that it's for a condo.
So now you told these same people that it was for a yacht, and he's telling them in front of you that it's for a condo.
Yes.
What do you tell the Wells Fargo people when he says, Richard says it's for?
I remember that they told to Richard the thing that it's for a yacht, so I told them, you ruined my surprise, but I made him a surprise and now you ruined it to me.
Are you able to get the cash in Wells Fargo?
No.
Was Richard going out of town that weekend
Yes.
with his daughter?
Yes. I don't remember the time frame, but it was around that time, so yeah. Yes.
Now, when they called you in, well, let me back up for just a minute. You're in Wells Fargo, you give them both the story. What happens after you tell them that they ruined the surprise?
They told me, okay.
Objection, you're saying.
It's not being offered for the truth. None of this is the truth.
What?
What's being offered?
Judge, to understand why she is taking the steps that she's taking to try and cash this check.
It's just saying the next question.
Are you able to get any money from Wells Fargo? Any besides what you've already gotten, but were you able to get the $1 million in cash?
No.
What happened after you are unable to get the cash there with Richard?
So I remember that Richard told me that, like he called me and told me after the meeting that the check, like there's no, they closed our account. He got upset. He told me that the Wells Fargo called him and told him that they don't want to make any business with us anymore and they closed our account and told me go to Wells Fargo and get the money. That's what I understood from him.
And did you do that?
Yes, I went there.
And you picked up a check for $1 million?
1 million, and there was another check of 60.
$60,000?
Yes.
Now, what did you do with those? They were cashier's checks?
Yes.
What did you do with those 2 cashier's checks after Wells Fargo had closed Mr. Rappaport's account?
I went outside and I called to recharge for the checks.
You told me that you had the checks?
Yes.
Did he come to where you were?
Yes.
What happened when Mr. Rappaport arrived?
I cried. I cried to him also over the phone. I got like crazy, and we went. Actually, when I talked to him over the phone, I told him that it all was a lie and I need his help, and I need it to be done by cash, and that's why I did all of it. And then he told me, meet me by Chase Bank, and that's what happened. He came to Chase Bank, and we went to the banker.
Now, you said you told him that it was a lie. Did he seem to understand what you were telling him?
He was confused.
Speculation, Judge.
Did Mr. Rappaport continue, after you told him that, did he continue to try and help you cash the check and get cash?
Came us to the bank.
Yes. Did Mr. Rappaport continue to help you cash the check?
Yeah, he tried to help me to get cash from the checks.
Even after you told him that it wasn't true?
Yes.
Did you tell him that it was for Jaycee Wasso?
No, but he wanted to know what it was about. He did ask me, but I didn't tell him for a while.
You didn't tell him?
I told him I cannot tell you.
Now, had the checks, you go to Chase Bank now?
Yes, I do.
What happens at Chase Bank?
We were sitting with the banker in Richard, and we are asking the banker to get us cash. We was sitting with both of the checks, and we told them that we need cash for that, and he told us that unfortunately he cannot do it. So we asked him if at least the 60,000 he can get us in cash. He said that he can try, but he cannot promise. Like, he's not sure about it. So Richard was about to leave to New York with his kids the day after. Yeah, his daughter was in Tampa. They had to meet the other brother in New York, and he said that you should. Sorry, where I was mine.
Yeah, no, you were at Chase Bank.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
And you were getting the 60,000.
Yeah, so Richard told to the banker, okay.
Objection here, say what Richard told the banker.
It's just saying.
See if we can get into this. When you leave Chase Bank, do you have the $1 million cashier's check?
Yes.
Do
I
you
have only the 1 million, because the 60 I have it.
What did you do with the check for 60,000?
I gave it to the banker.
You deposited it?
Yes.
When you leave Chase Bank, you have just $1 million check?
Yes.
One cashier's check?
Yes.
Is Richard there with you when you leave Chase Bank?
Yes.
Where do you go with Richard?
We just go outside of the bank, and we are talking, and I was crying.
You go anywhere else that day?
Yes.
Where?
Orlando.
Does Richard go with you to Orlando?
No, you don't.
Why did you go to Orlando?
Because I wanted to hear from Jaycee. She didn't answer my phone.
Wasn't answering your phone?
No, she didn't.
Did you send text message?
Yes, many. I tried, like, to connect with her. I more trying that phone to call her, but yeah, also yes.
You were making telephone calls to her, and you were sending text messages?
Yes.
But mostly phone calls?
Yes.
You were not able to reach her?
She didn't answer.
And then you went to Orlando yourself?
Yes, I did.
Alone?
By myself.
What happened when you get to Orlando?
I first, like, I cried and I parked my car in the parking garage in Orlando. And then I went to the back of my car. I just was crying till I fall asleep. And then she called me.
Do you remember about what time it was that Jaycee Wasso called you?
I think, not sure, but between 10 to 11. It was night.
It's nighttime.
Yes.
Now, when she calls you, are you in the parking lot?
Yes.
Do you meet with her that evening?
No.
You just talk on the phone?
Yes.
Does Ms. Wasso give you any instructions of what to do?
Yeah, she told me go to Richard, convince him not to go to New York with his kids, convince him to stay, and help you to cash this check because the demons are getting very strong and we need this done fast.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
So you go home. What happens the next day after you get home?
I met with Richard in TD Bank.
What bank?
TD.
TD Bank. And were you able to cash the cashier's check at TD Bank?
No.
Now, while you're at TD Bank, does Richard leave to go to the airport?
Yes, I wanted him to stay, but he left.
Did he leave the cashier's check with you?
Yes, he did.
After Richard left, are you speaking with the defendant Jaycee Wasso on the phone as to what to do?
Yes, I did.
Did she give you any instructions about how you might be able to cash the check?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
In the beginning, I remember we talked about maybe I will go to different banks, I will try different options, so I did went to different banks. And then she sent me an address of Amspot, and she called me first. Can I send that?
Yeah.
She called me, and she told me, I send you a picture of a place, you go there, you go to the banker, okay? We talk with the banker in this place, like it's a cashier or banker, or I don't know how you call it. But the charge member was talking to him. He thinks that he's like, the banker thinks that the charge member is your husband, and you are going with the check to buy a yacht, and this is why you need cash. Don't ask more questions, just go.
Ms. Wasso has told you that a church member has called this business, Scott,
Yes,
and told them that you would be coming with the check,
yes,
and don't ask any questions.
yes.
Did you discuss with Jaycee Wasso if there was a fee connected with cashing the check, whether you should pay it or not?
I remember she told me that if they ask you 100,000 for that even, don't discuss, like don't argue with them, just give it to them. Like give them the fee they needed.
Whatever it was.
Yes,
And did you go to NSOC?
yes I did.
What happened when you got to NSOC?
I went with a check, I gave it to her, she asked my ID. I think that she also asked for some.
Here, say whatever she asked her.
Consistent.
Did you give her the check?
To who?
To the teller there at NSOC?
Yes, yes, I gave her the check and she started to try to cash it.
You gave her your ID and other
Yes.
identification?
Yes.
Was she able, or did she cash the check for you?
The banker, no, she told me she can't do this. It didn't work.
Did you contact Jaycee Wasso to tell her that the place that she had sent you to did not cash the check?
Yes,
Jaycee Wasso tell you what you should do next?
yes. I told her that also the banker told me that it might be because it's a big amount of money and maybe we can split it to a smallest amount. So maybe it will work. I shared it with Jaycee and Jaycee told me, yes, go to the bank, the Wells Fargo where you got a cashier check and try to cash it to three cash.
3 checks.
Yes,
And did you do that?
yes I did.
After you get the 3 checks from Wells Fargo, what do you do with that
I got
customer
that,
check?
I got that transfer.
You went back and asked
Yes,
What happened? Did you try and cash the 3 checks at Cancio? They didn't.
yes I tried again.
Were you able to cash the checks there?
No, I didn't.
Did you explain to Jaycee Wasso that even breaking the 3 checks up, they still couldn't cash it?
Yes, I explained her.
Jaycee Wasso tell you to do then?
To come to her in Orlando. So just come.
Just come.
Yes.
Bring the checks.
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Where did you see Jaycee Wasso at?
It was in a hotel in Orlando.
Did you ever go to the gas station?
On the-
Speedway or?
Objection, leading judge.
When I gave her,
Pardon me? Go ahead.
when I gave her the checks, it was in a gas station.
Judge, I object to you saying he's still involved.
You got it.
Long enough day, so I'm going to ask everybody to be back here to start at 8:30. The deputies are going to take you to the parking garage, okay? You need to use the restroom or whatever, take your time, okay?
All right, for the next one.
If you guys want to leave anything in here, go ahead and leave everything in here. If you have a sweater or something, you want to leave it tomorrow, make that hour.
Good, will you be able to talk to them here tomorrow? About the airboat on the side, you're gonna say later?
Talk to them, huh?
I'm just saying, towards the end, it got pretty bad there. Well, we don't know what's going on underneath. You don't have the docket again?
No, just leave everything. Step down. Don't discuss your testimony or anticipated testimony.
Okay.